Chapter 1: The Strongest Creature on Earth. Don Quixote. Roy. I became Doflamingo's big brother. Roy looked surprised, looking around. The dark and damp corner is like a poor slum. There was not even a shred of sunlight around. The world is amazing. I was still eating, drinking and playing with a group of friends in the last second. Even the effort to go to the toilet can pass through. One Piece. Roy is no stranger, but not too familiar either. I used to follow it for a while when I was addicted to anime. But after work, I rarely see it. Many plots are only known roughly. However, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the future king of Shichibukai. It is also famous. Ding! System activated. Turn on the soul capture function. Turn on the soul enhancement function. System. Roy's eyes widened. System, this is the standard protagonist's golden finger. System, what's your use? Roy asked impatiently. Came over for a while, but there was no response. A fool-type system. Without intelligence, a stupid system that only operates according to its own rules. Roy nodded. Begin to study the function of the system. Soul capture, consume soul fragments, cross the dimensional boundary, and capture the souls of different worlds, which can be fused and summoned. The higher the quality of the consumed soul fragments, the greater the chance of finding advanced souls. Soul enhancement, consume soul fragments to strengthen the skills you already have. What are soul fragments? It sounds like it has something to do with the soul. Roy looked at the soul capture function flashing on the system template. Although he has no soul fragments, after activating the system, you can perform a soul capture for free, which is a novice gift package for the system. I don't know what kind of souls can be captured. Roy was full of anticipation. Soul capture. On. Boom. Countless bizarre pictures appeared in front of him. Mechas across the starry sky, martial Deo powerhouses who destroy mountains and seas, gods and demons weeping blood, immortal fairy Buddhas. Countless overlapping worlds emerge before our eyes. Swish! Suddenly, a deep purple light burst out. In front of him, there appeared a back figure as rough as a beast. Wine-red short hair, like a beast-like aura. Explosive muscles run all over the body. Just looking at it from a distance makes people feel an unparalleled sense of fear in their hearts. Fan Mayongjiro, Purple Quality Soul. Introduction: the soul from the fighting world, known as the strongest creature on Earth, has a devilish physique that cannot be destroyed by lightning. First fusion, no consumption. Is it fusion? Roy frowned. Fan Mayongjiro? Not impressed at all. The level of soul quality, from low to high, is divided into white common, green elite, blue rare, purple legend, golden epic, red legend. According to the rules of different worlds, the quality of the soul also changes. For example, the red soul of an urban world. In the world of One Piece, the quality will drop to blue or even green. A soul that can be judged as a purple quality by the pirate world by virtue of its physique should not be too weak. Fusion. Boom. The violent power spreads in the body. Every muscle in Roy's body swelled as if inflated. Immediately afterwards, under the scouring of a force, it was compressed to a normal state. Expansion, compression. Repeat 9 times. Blood-black impurities drain from the pores of the body. The cells in the body are like a piece of refined steel. Remove the turnips and save the greens. Only the best part remains. Call. Roy let out a breath, and there was a crackling sound inside his body. Is this power? The thin body is as cold as steel. The density of muscle cells in every inch is more than 10 times that of a normal person. Clenching your fists, you can feel the madly spreading power in your body. The corners of Roy's mouth rose slowly. Boom. Just a punch. The walls were shattered by the punches, and the broken bricks splashed everywhere. He patted the dust on his body. Roy glanced at the unscathed fist face. Power is relative. With such a powerful collision, it stands to reason that his bones should be broken. However, with his current muscle density, even a sword would shatter on his body. It is called copper skin and iron bones. Found it. Come on everyone, I found a Tianlong man. A surprised voice sounded from behind. Roy's eyes turned cold and he looked back. Around the corner, a middle-aged man was looking at him with ecstasy. There was morbid excitement and grimness in his eyes. Found it. Catch up and burn all these goddamn heavenly dragons. It's all these goddamn Tianlong people, our life is so hard. Dozens of farmers with scythes and hoes gathered around with hatred on their faces. There was a revengeful look on his face. These heavenly dragon masters who were once aloof have also been trampled under their feet. Kneel down for me. The farmer, with the stick in his hand, swung it to Roy's knee. Boom! The thick and long wooden stick cracked instantly. Are you talking about me? His eyes shone with scarlet luster, staring at him indifferently. The bloody killing intent was almost condensed into substance. Put fear and resentment on innocent people. You, humble reptiles. What a disappointment. 5 fingers clasped the farmer's head and threw it out like garbage. Puff. The body that shattered like splashing ink left a trail of blood on the wall. It's all you goddamn celestial dragons, that's how our life is. Tear. A knife ripped through the clothes from behind. The boy with hatred on his face, holding a steel knife in his hand, stared at Roy with malice. Wow! The shattered clothes slipped, revealing a lean and impeccable body. The cold and hard muscle lines seem to be a perfect artwork sculpted by the hands of a master. It reflects a metallic color in the light. Countless pores stretched out, and the muscles behind him were lined up like a devil's face. Full of extreme violence. Ghost back. A tempered physique, a symbol of ultimate strength. This. I seem to have seen a devil's face. It's too outrageous. Is this guy really human? There was an air of panic in the crowd. The boy holding a knife looked at the knife with a broken blade in his hand. And there's Roy unscathed, the resentment on his face turning to fear. Boom! The fluttering hair danced, and a creepy aura burst out. The blood-colored arrogance condensed into a twisted blood-colored behemoth. A smile gradually appeared on Roy's face. I admire your courage. Puff. Bloody flowers bloom in the air. A headless corpse slowly fell. Roy slowly retracted his blood-stained fist. The cruel picture did not make him feel any discomfort. Instead, there is an indescribable enjoyment. Pores all over the body are relaxing with pleasure. He didn't know if it was his own nature, or a side effect of the fusion of Fan Ma Yongjiro's soul. Ding! Get soul fragment, white, +1. Soul fragments can only be obtained by killing people, or is it enough to kill someone around? Roy's eyes gradually turned bloody. Try it and you won't know. Chapter 2 Soul Strengthening. Navy 6. Ding! Get soul fragment, white, +10. In the aisle stained with blood, twisted corpses fell to the ground. You are the devil. The man who was half kneeling on the ground was covered in blood. There was an unconcealed fear in his numb eyes. Died. All dead. He was the only one left. Now, can you tell me, where are my stupid father and the little brothers? Huge shadows fell. The violent figure came slowly. A tyrannical breath, like a bathing blood demon from the underworld. There was always a soft smile on Roy's face. Although the dazzling blonde hair has been dyed red with blood. They are. The man with numb eyes said in a low voice, as if he had given up resistance. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp dagger stabbed upwards. It brushed against the corner of Roy's mouth. Ah! With an unintelligible chuckle, Roy opened his gleaming teeth. Click! Fragments fly. The dagger shattered with a strong bite. You should be very clear about the fate of the ants and their claws against the giants. The broken blade pierced the corner of his mouth. Tasting his own blood, Roy's smile gradually became bloodthirsty. No, do not want. In the frightened eyes, the white palm slowly fell. Snapped. Tap lightly. Turning his head 180 degrees, he saw his own back. Ding! Soul fragment, white, +2. 125 soul fragments of white quality. Roy's eyes flickered. The falling of soul fragments is related to the quality of the soul. The stronger the person, the purer the quality of the soul. And the soul fragments dropped by ordinary people are only the lowest level of white. Each soul can be fused multiple times, and each time it is fused, its power will be enhanced by 1 point. The ability obtained after fusion is completely random. For the first time, he merged the soul of Fan Ma Yongjiro and obtained the ultimate physique of Yujiro. Ghost back. The second stage of soul fusion requires 10 blue quality soul shards. According to the quality of souls, white souls are equivalent to ordinary people pirates with a reward of less than 1 million. Roy rubbed his chin. The soul of green quality is probably equivalent to a pirate with a reward of 1 million to 10 million. The soul of blue quality corresponds to pirates with a reward of 10 million to 100 million. The soul of purple quality corresponds to pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million, ordinary kings under the Shishibukai lieutenant level navy. The soul of golden quality corresponds to the combat power of the top Kaiwahei, junior general, general level. The soul of red quality corresponds to the combat power of the top generals, the 4 emperors. It may float, but generally that's how it should be. However, with the soul of Fan Ma Yongjiro, can his combat power be comparable to that of a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million? It's hard to say in this regard. After all, the system's basis for judging the quality of the soul is whether it is combat power or something else. Roy himself can't tell. Only an approximation can be inferred. Part of it could be combat power, but another part could also be potential or talent at other realms. Such as skills, or talent, and potential. It cannot be said that the combat power is low, and this soul is worthless. Different worlds have different rules. It may be that ordinary souls in this world become the top souls in other worlds. Soul fragments of white quality are of little value if they are used to capture souls. After merging the soul of Fan Ma Yongjiro, his current combat power should be equivalent to a pirate with a bounty of more than 30 million. Soul fragments of white quality, even if luck broke out, can only summon green quality souls at most. It's really of no value to him. At least a blue quality soul is needed to be a little attractive to him. So many soul fragments, just used to strengthen. There are 2 functions in the system. The first is soul capture. Captured souls can be summoned or fused. And the second function is soul strengthening. It is to consume enough soul fragments to strengthen a certain ability that has been mastered. The Don Quixote family are descendants of the 20 kings who created the world government. As a Tianlong person, while holding power, he also knows a lot of secrets. The original owner of this body is a Tianlong person who is very ambitious and confident in himself. Want to learn the 6th style of the Navy and domineering, become the top powerhouse. As a result, after spending a lot of hard work, I found that the process was too hard and chose to give up. But thanks to him, Roy's mind will have the complete training method of the Navy's 6th style. As well as the world government, the domineering practice experience summed up over hundreds of years. If you want to fully master these abilities, even if you are very talented, you have to lay a solid foundation since childhood. It also takes at least 3 to 5 years of hard work. However, he has a system. Unexpectedly, the labor and management will open. Enhanced skill, Navy Type 6. The strengthening process will consume soul fragment, white, X120. Strengthen. A lot of soul fragments are consumed. A current of heat surged out of Roy's body. The tempered body seems to be united by a force and becomes more coordinated. A lot of experience with the Navy Type 6 comes to mind. The enhancement is completed, and the skill Navy 6 style ascension has reached the entry level. The reminder of the system echoed in the ears. Roy slowly lifted one foot. Shave. Swish. The next second, the body appeared out of thin air in the open space 10 meters away. The 6 types of the Navy are shaved, iron block, paper painting, moon step, languid foot, and finger gun. Among them, shaving is the most basic of the 6 moves. Kick the ground dozens of times in a row to generate strong rebound force to move at high speed. The reaction force created by the high-speed steps of both feet increases the speed of movement, and it almost disappears from the eyes of the enemy. This requires a strong physique to support. For this, Roy is more than enough. However, the entry-level Navy Type 6 is barely usable. If you want to master it skillfully, you must at least have the Naval 6 style ascension to the proficient level. This requires a lot of soul fragments. The 6th form of the Navy, from entry-level ascension to proficient, requires at least 100 green quality soul shards. Of course, if only one of the reinforcements is singled out, consumption will be much lower. Strengthen the colored arm domineering. Ding! To strengthen the colored arm domineering, you need to consume soul fragment, blue, X40. Insufficient number of soul fragments, strengthening failed. Soul shards of blue quality. And it's still $40. How many big pirates with tens of millions of bounties have to be hunted to collect them all? Roy's mouth twitched. Now is not the age of great sailing in the future. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, less than 10 years have passed since the fall of the great pirate rocks. It is the era when the world government has the strictest control over the 4 seas and great shipping routes. The top powerhouse of the future, such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, and the like. Now it's just a little famous pirate. It is far from being able to occupy the land to be king and make the navy jealous. At least 5 or 6 years later, when a man named Roger becomes one piece, this deadlock will be gradually broken. Open the new world of the 4 emperors' separatist rule, and a new pattern of mutual restraint and balance with the navy and the 7 seas under the king. And now, there is only one overlord of the sea. That is the world government. Chapter 3. This is human nature. Where are those Tianlong people? Where did they go? Catch them and burn them all. On the dimly lit street, crowds with torches came and went. Looking for something. I don't know how Roy is doing now. Don't get caught. In the dark corner, Don Quixote Huelming looked worried. A group of mad villagers burned their house. If it wasn't for their quick response, he, his 2 children and his wife, they may all be buried in the fire now. Father, I'm so hungry. Why are they chasing us? What did we do wrong? Doflamingo lowered his head, trembling all over. Pain, resentment, anger. He hates the villagers who hunt them down for no reason. However, deep down, he hated his father who let him fall from the sky into the mud even more. Originally, he was supposed to be an aloof heavenly dragon. But by a group of lowly ants, wantonly trampling on his dignity. Hey, it turned out to be hiding here. Torches illuminated dark corners. A villager with a ferocious expression watched with excitement. Please, let us go. In Don Quixote Huelming's eyes, there was a look of pleading. If found by those villagers, they will definitely be killed. Okay, kneel down and beg me. The villagers holding torches slowly opened the corners of their mouths. There was morbid pleasure in his eyes. Pfft. In front of family and dignity, Don Quixote Huelming knelt on the ground without hesitation. Please, leave us alone. In an almost trembling tone, he pleaded. Ha ha ha, you nobles of the world actually have the time to kneel. The villager's eyes suddenly turned fierce. The Tianlong people are here. Huo Minggu's eyes widened, looking at the villager who didn't keep his promise. It's here. Everyone, come and catch them. Kill them. Bang bang bang. Dozens of villagers holding farm implements surrounded the Don Quixote family who wanted to escape. A beating. You bastards! Blood slid down his forehead. The body was wrapped in intense pain, as if it was about to die. Doflamingo curled up to protect his body. You bastards, listen, no matter how much you torture me. I will live. Then, kill all of you, the one who doesn't stay, all. In the eyes of the strong, the anger of the weak is as ridiculous as the cry of a defeated dog. The oath of exhaustion was interrupted by an understated voice. My stupid little brother, only powerful enough to be feared and frightened. Tread. 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 The low footsteps trampled on the heart step by step. There was a suffocating breath in the air. Shaking flames, twisted black shadows. Under the light of the fire, it looks like a blood-colored beast that chooses and devours people. Looks like I'm not late. An invisible aura enveloped the entire neighborhood. The world freezes. Dozens of villagers stood stiffly in place, their bodies trembling under the terrifying pressure. Big brother. Doflamingo raised his head, his body trembling. His body, in subconscious fear, was afraid of this somewhat unfamiliar man in front of him. Such wanton abuse of my family. Roy narrowed his eyes slightly, and the smile on his face was as gentle and bright as ever. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped a few degrees. The cold is palpitating. You guys, are you ready to pay the price? There's another heavenly dragon here. Kill him. Some were carried away by angry villagers' mind, desperate rushed over. Means the gun. Roy cold eyes, fingers fast si shandian kwaku. Puff. Blood flowers bloom. Several villagers fell to the ground. Roy leg with a kick. Navy 6. Land feet. Swish swish. Crisscrossing the white slash, wanton sweep. Around the world, do not wash infected with a touch of blood red. Whole street, is covered with debris amputation. Roy. Don Quixote. Huo ancient name completely shocked. The blood was shrouded figure, it is really his son? Why did it suddenly become so powerful? The strong dominate the weak, this is the law of nature, survival of natural selection. As a descendant of the king, but gave up the supreme power, how stupid. My father, now, you regret it. Roy looked pale. Guhuo name. Dragons were not innocent. However, they just enjoy the privileges of a member. 20 dragon clans, together no more than 4 digits members. This dragon hundreds of people, the vast majority have a lifetime life in the sacred land Merry Bourgeois. The harm they caused, for some people, too numerous to mention. But, on the whole world, but insignificant. The world governments fatuous and dark, all the dragons were imposed on the body. Denon people, is definitely back a huge black mark against them. Don Quixote. Huo good name of ancient mind. He thought he gave up the rights and identity of the people of the dragon. These ordinary people would thank him, accept him, he would ignore the dragon had been a man of the past. But in fact, these ignorant people, the only world government and the dragons were anger and hatred turned into persecution. Double vent in them that, once the world's aristocracy body. The once unattainable nobility underfoot, that they meet abnormal psychology. Such is human evil. They are not poor. Dragons were living in position, these people will hate them than the dragons were more to do too much. Human nature is evil. Maybe I was wrong. Huo name ancient head down, he regretted it. But now regret, what is the use? Lost something irretrievable. He will not naive to think that. Merry bourgeois dragon who will go to accept a traitor? No one, than the man he had been a Denon, Denon better understanding of people. Whether to strengthen skills, Kendo. Strengthen the process will consume a soul shard, white, x20. 20 soul shard, much less than expected. Yes. Broken pieces of the soul, into energy into the mind. Mind the moment emerged a large number of Kendo sentiment. Enhanced completed, Kendo ascension to the entry level. Roy holding a knife, the kind of strange feeling to become intimate. As if he had the knife end, gazing at each other for several years. Hey! A gust of wind blowing, a few slices of leaves fall. Swish! Daoguang flashing. Roy holding the hilt, as if never moved in the same. Eyes falling leaves, broken in half. He is now Kendo realm, probably 3 to 5 years and Kendo swordsman cultivation almost. Even without a strong physique support. Realm alone on Kendo, also comparable to the reward of millions of pirates. His current strength, probably already comparable to the reward of about 3,000 to 50 million pirates. Big brother, mother, she was gone. Deep voice sounded from behind. Standing under the eaves of, eyes empty. What is gone? Roy action meal. Tender face wearing an age discrepancies calm. Although his actual age is now only 16 years old, the mental age together more than 40. Death this kind of thing, seen too much. Chapter 4 Encounter Pirates. Overcast sky, sparse raindrops. A solitary tomb, standing at the foot of the mountain. Father, mother died. Roxandy, who was kneeling in front of the tomb, looked blank. It's all because of you that we are hunted down, and it's all because of you, mother, that she died here. I will never, never forgive you. Doflamingo lowered his head and sank his fingers into the dirt. Tears blurred his face. That gentle woman will never come back. Huoming's eyes couldn't bear it. But speechless. The cause of all this is indeed because of him. I want to go out to sea. Roy, who was wiping the blade, said lightly. Although he inherited Roy's identity, he merged Roy's memory. However, there is essentially no fusion of Roy's emotions. Roy's memory, in his opinion, is like a movie. He can clearly remember every bit of each of these memories. Only those feelings contained in the memory cannot be felt. The feeling of Doflamingo's family of 3 is limited to the blood connection. He didn't mind helping them within his ability. But also, that's all. Going to sea? That's a very dangerous thing. Huoming couldn't help but said. No matter how unfamiliar it becomes, this is always his child. In life, there is always something to pursue and dream. Roy looked up at the sky. As the saying goes, a traveler who will not rebel is not a qualified traveler. No one would want to have a bunch of incompetent pigs sitting on their heads. There is nothing to do anyway, first set a small goal. The world dominated by the dragon people. Chaos turned upside down. Since the world government and navy pride themselves on being righteous. Then, take a look, whether the light will last forever, or whether the dark abyss covers everything. World government? Ah! A group of lackeys kept in captivity by others are also worthy of controlling the world. Go out to sea and be a pirate. This is Roy's first plan. Next, it is to occupy a sea area and develop its own power. And his first crew members were 3 heavenly dragons. No way, if you don't rely on him. With the strength of Doflamingo's 3 people, plus the hatred of these ordinary civilians for the Tianlong people. It is estimated that within a few days, this family of 3 will die tragically on the street. Roy doesn't know if Doflamingo's future will change because of his arrival. Can you still awaken the domineering overlord in a desperate situation? Hurry up and collect all the soul fragments. Roy's eyes sighed. A brilliant golden age is coming. The pattern of the sea will change. If you want to share a piece of the cake in this change, you must have enough strength to make people jealous. 100 soul shards of white quality. can be crafted into a green quality soul shard. The two abilities he has now mastered are the sixth form of the Navy and Kendo. Both require a large number of green quality soul fragments to obtain the ascension level. 120 green quality soul shards are required for the 6-type overall ascension of the Navy to the mastery level. Same as entry-level needs. However, Kendo ascension to the proficient level requires 40 green quality soul shards. Ascension has doubled compared to when it was strengthened to entry level. The consumption is equivalent to the sum of the two types of Navy 6. Although in the early stage, the power of the Navy 6th form is stronger than that of Kendo. But the more you go to the late stage, the more you can feel the potential of Kendo. In one thought, the skill can be enlightened. Roy has an intuition if the Kendo ascension is above the purple quality. Ascension's combat power is definitely far more than the Navy's 6th form. Now, first find a ship to go to sea. 3 or 4 people go to sea, and the boat does not need to be too big. However, it must be hard enough. It is best to use the branches of the treasure tree atom to build the hull. Unfortunately, the output of the treasure tree atom is scarce. The auction price that appears every time is also ridiculously expensive. Just think about it later. After the 3 Doflamingo were settled, Roy went out to find a boat by himself. Cough. Just came to the coast. There was a piercing cracking sound in the ear. A pitch-black ball fell at the feet of Roy, who was thinking. What the hell is this? A thought flashed through Roy's mind. Boom. The flying debris and flames engulfed the body. Boom boom boom. The roar of artillery bombardment was incessant. The continuous shelling covered half of the island in an instant. Pirates! Patting the dust on his shoulders, Roy, who was burning with flames, walked out of the explosion. The clothes on the upper body have been burnt out by the flames. The body, which was poured with steel, had not left a trace of scars after being bombarded by the shells. Staring at the coast in the distance, the pirate ships approached quickly. More than a dozen medium-sized pirate ships, carrying at least more than 3,000 pirates. Pirates of this size are very rare in the 4 seas. But here is a new world in the second half of the Great Route. A chaotic place that even the world government cannot completely control. A pirate group of this size can only be regarded as ordinary. Little ones, rush to me. All men are killed, all women are taken away. Grab all the treasures here. Kill kill kill. On the pirate ship near the shore, jumped off the bloodthirsty pirates. Boss, there seems to be someone there. Where? Calvin, who was standing on the bow, raised his brows. As the captain of the Bloody Hand Pirates, there is a reward of 35 million big pirates. Although his strength is not comparable to the legendary pirates like Whitebeard and Golden Lion. But in the New World, he was considered the number 1 person. Seeing his pirate flag, do you still have the guts to stay here? I like young people with guts the most. Bring him to me, remember to live. Calvin licked his lips. The mate on the side showed pity, and their captain was a notorious shitposter. He said he liked it, that is, he really liked this kid. However, their captain has a very bad habit. That is to cut off the limbs of the man with whom he had a one-night love and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Call it a good name. You can't leave yourself a weakness. This boy is miserable. It really means that CAO and CAO are here. Roy held the handle of the knife in his hand and looked at the thousands of pirates rushing towards the sea, the corner of his mouth grinning. There was a bloodthirsty red light in his eyes. Where is this pirate? In his eyes, this is clearly a walking soul fragment. After killing them all, didn't his swordsmanship and the 6 naval styles rise to the proficient level casually? The captain speaks. Whoever catches this little white face will reward Bailey with $1 million. As long as the captain is alive, he didn't say he can't be disabled. Just take it easy, don't kill it, otherwise the captain will get angry, but it will kill people. Swish. The grinning pirate slashed directly at Roy's shoulder with a steel knife. Their captain, most like to torture people. The more miserable others are, the more excited he is. As long as no one is killed, it doesn't matter if this kid is seriously injured or disabled. Anyway, if they were spotted by their captain, they would not survive for a few days. Clang! The sharp blade is like being cut on an iron stake. It was directly broken. Roy stared blankly at a group of incredible pirates. Inheriting the ghost behind, his physical quality has already reached the monster level. Ordinary swords are hard to hurt. Not to mention, at that moment, he also used the iron block in the sixth form of the Navy. Even a pirate with a bounty of more than 10 million, don't even think about breaking his defense easily. It's my turn. Roy opened his eyes slightly, and the rich blood chi almost overflowed like a substance. Zhang! The long knife is unsheathed. The whole world is white. Chapter 5 Kendo Proficient Level. Cut iron. Puff. Knife cut off. A vacuum appeared around Roy. Ding. Get soul fragment, white, X35. He killed more than a dozen pirates in an instant, and the blood chi on Roy became more intense. Here the system prompts. Roy's eyes were somewhat surprised. Killing more than a dozen pirates will drop so many soul fragments. If these 3,000 or 4,000 pirates are all killed, the soul fragments obtained are more than enough to take Kendo and Navy 6 style ascension to the proficient level. Officer, this kid is a bit difficult to deal with. You don't need to fart, labor and management saw it. Vice Captain Brent looked ugly. The power of the knife just now made even him feel horrified. If you face it directly, you will at least be seriously injured. What a joke, labor and capital are big pirates with a reward of 20 million. To feel the danger in such a young hairy boy. Labor and management don't believe it, you can still dodge bullets. Shoot me all. Bang bang bang. Hundreds of muskets, spewing deadly flames. A faint sense of crisis rose in Roy's heart. The development of civilization in the world of One Piece is very strange. Some aspects of technological development, even people in the future world like him are surprised. Artificial devil fruit, psych potion, ancient weapon Pluto battleship. However, in terms of firearms, it is strangely backward. Even the most powerful Navy headquarters under the world government uses only ordinary flintlock guns. Flintlocks have limited power. Even if it hits directly, it will at most be stuck between his muscles and the surface of his skin. It won't kill him, but it will make him embarrassed. However, no matter how powerful the bullet is, it must be able to hit people. Shave. Moonstep. Roy's figure flashed and appeared directly above the heads of a group of pirates. Land feet. The crisscrossing slashes instantly killed hundreds of pirates. 500 soul fragments were harvested. There are even more than a dozen green quality soul fragments. It all exploded from those elite pirates. For a pirate group of this size, there are not a few pirates with a bounty of over 1 million. Even if it is only 1/10, each person will drop a green quality soul fragment. It was enough for him to take Kendo and Navy 6 style ascension to the proficient level. What's more, the captains of these pirates are at least big pirates with a bounty of more than 10 million yuan. This also means that if he can be killed, at least a few blue quality soul fragments will be dropped. Soul fragments of blue quality, if you are lucky, you can even capture souls of purple quality. A Fan Ma Yongjiro has already done Roy's best. If there is another more powerful purple quality soul. A little ascension about the proficiency of Kendo and Naval 6. Then master the 3-color domineering. His strength might be able to reach the level of a mid-level king going down to the Kaiwahei. Don't underestimate the future King Kaiwahei. Even if it is the most common king, Kaiwahei, it definitely belongs to the high-end combat power of the pirate world. Otherwise, they are not qualified to be drawn over by the Navy. Not even qualified to maintain a balance between the Navy and the 4 emperors. The King's Kaiwahe is just the beginning. Only to become a general-level combat power. To be able to be regarded as standing on the top of this world. Puff. The icy blade cut through a pirate's body mercilessly. The blood mixed with the wreckage, forming a huge mountain of corpses behind him. The dripping blood stained his clothes. Roy with a long-bladed blade, like Shura from the underworld. The pupils were slightly reddish. The blood chi, which is condensed in substance, is like a butcher of living creatures, which is terrifying. Roy was completely insane. It's not that he can't stand the temptation. In fact, the reward given by the system is too generous. An ordinary pirate death will randomly drop 3-5 white quality soul fragments. Death, the pirate team leader with a little status, directly drops several green quality soul fragments. Knives out. Every time the knife is dropped, the system's prompts will continue to ring in his ears. Who can resist this? He waved his hand casually the whole time. Rounding up, these soul fragments are not equivalent to giving away all for free. Click. The quality of ordinary knives is not good, and it will roll the blade after cutting a few people. Looking at the knife in his hand that was gradually chipping away, Roy sighed. If he had a great knife in his hand, wouldn't he take off in place? See who cuts who. With all the killings, Roy didn't even know how many pirates he killed. The number of green quality soul shards on him added up to more than 150. There are also 1,500 soul fragments of white quality. Roy made a preliminary judgment. So far, more than 500 pirates have died under his sword. The pirates around have been killed by this lunatic. If it weren't for the more ferocious captain behind them to supervise the battle, they would have disappeared long ago. Enhanced skill, Navy Type 6. The strengthening process will consume soul fragments, green, X120. Strengthen. Ding. Navy 6 style ascension to proficient. Are you strengthening the skill, Kendo? The strengthening process will consume soul fragment, green, X40. Strengthen. Ding. Kendo ascension reaches the proficient level. Roy waved his hand. Kendo and Naval 6, directly from ascension to mastery. A lot of information poured into my mind. Pointing guns, land feet, shaving, paper painting, moon steps, iron blocks. The principles and profound meanings of the 6 forms of the Navy are analyzed and controlled in a nuanced way. Finally, get it together. Boom. A bullet is fired. 6 style derivative skills, paper martial arts. Puff. Roy stood still, dented where the bullet hit. With the impact of the bullet, the body flew backwards lightly. After the Navy's 6th form was promoted to the proficient level, he had completely mastered the principle of the 6th form. With his current mastery of the 6 forms of the Navy, he can even use 2 6 forms at the same time. Little devil, don't be too arrogant. Swish. A huge knife light struck. In the depths of Roy's heart, an indescribable sense of crisis suddenly emerged. The power of this knife was enough to injure him. Until now, this was the only pirate who made him feel dangerous. After hiding for so long, I was finally willing to come out. Roy's mouth twitched. This level of attack. Draw the knife and cut. A buzz. Aurora Falls. Heaven and earth are like a picture scroll, cut off by a knife. The attacking knife light shattered in one blow. Swordsman. Holding a 3-meter-long giant knife in his hand, Calvin had a frenzied smile on his face. Swish swish. The blood-colored slashes from the sky shrouded like a canopy. Everything in the world. Nothing can be cut. Roy's slightly squinted eyes were fully opened, and a biting killing intent swept out. There was an omnipresent edge in the air. After Kendo Ascension reached the proficient level, he realized a new realm. Cut iron. Hear the rhythm of all things. In an instant, the vulnerable point of the target is captured. Can cut through steel with grass and trees. Zhang. The dazzling knife light ripped apart the blood-colored curtain. Shave. Kendo. Fusion of the two. The profound meaning of sword skills, kill in an instant. Chapter 6 Kendo Inheritance. Fanfiction Yujian Liu. Click. The blood-colored sword curtain was smashed by a knife. Boom. Blade collision. The violent air waves spread. Little cutie, is this your knife? Do you want to laugh at me? This kind of knife can kill people too. Calvin looked at the long knife with a curling blade and laughed mockingly. Who said a rolling blade can't kill people? Roy was expressionless. Whether a knife can kill or not depends on who holds it. Click. The smile on Calvin's face stopped abruptly. He looked incredulously at the long knife in his hand that was gradually covered with cracks. How is this possible? Puff. The trajectory of the knife light is like a splashed ink painting. With a hideous head. Ding. Get soul fragment, blue, X5. The system prompts ringing in his ears. Blue quality soul fragments. Roy's eyes flashed. This is the soul fragment of the highest quality he has obtained so far. The captain is dead. Our captain is a big pirate with a bounty of 30 million. It was so easy to be killed. The pirate who was watching in the distance looked blank. Run! I don't know who it was, and suddenly shouted. The sluggish pirates only reacted and dispersed in an instant. They can run, you can't. Brent's mouth twitched as he watched Roy suddenly appear in front of him. So many people do not chase, but find him. This guy is poisonous. I'm not the type to be slaughtered. Brent looked fierce. Ding. Get soul fragment, blue, X3. Brent, who was powerless to resist, was killed with a single knife. The process was so easy it was unbelievable. Although they are all pirates with a bounty of more than 10 million yuan. However, it is clear that the gap between Brent and Calvin as co-captain is not small. Also, this guy is a sniper. In melee combat, not even his sword could stop him. Running really fast. Looking at the pirate ships fleeing quickly, Roy's expression was a little speechless. So many people, even if they are tied together and let him kill, they will not be able to kill them all in a while. Not to mention one by one. He doesn't have the time to spare. After cleaning the battlefield, Roy took stock of his harvest this time. In addition to strengthening the kendo and the soul fragments consumed by the 6th-style navy, there are thousands of soul fragments left on him. It contains blue quality soul shards X7, green quality soul shards X15, and white quality soul shards X1570. Great harvest! Roy's eyes flickered and he took a deep breath. System, capture the soul. Consume all blue and green and white quality soul shards. Start soul capture. I hope to give me the soul of a strong swordsman. Roy prayed inwardly, his eyes widened. Compared with accumulating soul fragments, the second fusion of Fan Mayongjiro's soul. He now needs the soul of a strong swordsman who has studied swordsmanship to the pinnacle. Swish! Overlapping worlds, countless bizarre landscapes. Thinking seems to have taken a long time. A soul exuding purple flames suddenly emerged from the overlapping worlds. Ding! Soul capture completed. Long brown hair in a ponytail. There is a cross-shaped scar on the left cheek, which is obvious. Brown-red pupils, his eyes are very gentle. With a thin body and a cute face, she looks like a girl. Dressed in a kimono, the upper body is red and the lower body is white. A katana sword with a reversed edge is attached to his waist. Roy's expression was a little weird, and this back figure always felt a little familiar. Himura Kenshin, purple quality soul. Introduction: the 14th generation heir of Fanfiction Yujian Liu, nicknamed the Executioner drawing the sword, because of his superb swordsmanship, killing people without blinking an eye, he made the enemy fearful. First fusion, no consumption. Roy's eyes lit up. He now has a strong physique in Kendo realm. There is only one kind of Kendo inheritance that can fully exert its own strength. Isn't this the soul he needs most now? Fusion. The figure standing in the void turned into countless rays of light and shattered. In Roy's mind, a lot of Kendo skills and experience emerged in an instant. Flying swordsman flow. As expected of a purple quality soul, it really is strong enough. Roy looked surprised. It is the same as the soul of Yujiro Fanma. The first soul fusion, he got the most powerful ability of Himura Kenshin. The Kendo inheritance of Feishin Yujian Liu. Both fusions are the same. It's probably not a coincidence. This, he suspects, is the power of the system. The first fusion will definitely get a powerful ability corresponding to the quality of the soul. Think about it too, after spending so many soul fragments, if you fuse for the first time, you will get a garbage ability. That's not bad. It is estimated that the system was smashed in anger. In Himura Kenshin, the only ability that can be rated as purple in the pirate world is the Kendo inheritance of Feishin Yujian Liu. The characteristics of Japanese Kendo are mainly fast, ruthless and accurate. And Feishin Yujian Liu has exerted the speed and ruthlessness to the limit. Therefore, Feishin Yujian Liu's most powerful swordsmanship is the super speedy sword drawing technique. Tianxiang Longshan. The standard is out of the question, and it's amazing. For the enemy, when you find out that the opponent uses Tianxiang Longshan, the opponent's attack has already hit you. This is just the flying swordsmanship used by Himura Kenshin as an ordinary person. And his strength and speed are at least 100 times higher than Himura Kenshin. The terrifying physique that can be called the ultimate human being, coupled with the speedy slashing of Feishin Yujian Liu. Add 2 by 2. It is estimated that even if the opponent dies, he will not be able to find out how he died. If I had mastered Feishin Yujian Liu earlier, the guy just now probably wouldn't even have the chance to draw a sword. Roy muttered to himself. After mastering the Feishin Yujian Liu sword skill, unless it is a powerhouse who has understood the domineering and domineering. Don't talk about drawing a knife. I don't even have the qualifications to see him. This time, there are ships going to sea. Roy looked at the ship docked alone on the sea. This is the main ship of the Bloody Hand Pirates, a medium-sized 3-masted sailing ship. Capable of carrying hundreds of people. Under normal circumstances, to start the ship, at least a dozen crew members are needed. When the group of pirates fled before, many people wanted to snatch the ship. However, he was all slashed with a knife. Now, the ship is his trophy. Although the ship is a bit big, it is fortunate that the navigators and helmsmen did not run away. In the Bloody Hand Pirates, there are also a group of crew members who are responsible for route planning and weather monitoring. It should be said that if you want to sail in the New World, any pirate group cannot lack the existence of navigators. Otherwise, I want to count on a group of pirates who are full of fighting and killing. In the dangerous waters of the New World, it is estimated that even 3 days will not survive. Not to die in battle, but from natural disasters. As you can imagine, it was a calm sea just a second ago. A giant tsunami hundreds of meters high will be rolled up in the next second. Is it a super typhoon of more than 10 levels? In front of Tianwei, even a pirate of the level of the King's Kaiwohei, he would die if he couldn't deal with it. In the previous battle, those pirates who were in charge of the battle either died or fled. Only this group of weak chicken crew members who wanted to fight but could not escape, were left behind. Just cheap him. Chapter 7 Superhuman Devil Fruit. The environment is not bad. Step on the moon, step and land on the pirate ship of the Bloody Hand Pirates. Clean deck, well cleaned. It's not a dirty and messy environment full of rubbish and blood in the imagination. Roy glanced. Are there still people alive on this ship? Within a minute, get out of here for me. Those who don't get out will die. Roy's indifferent voice just fell. Sir, don't kill me, I'm the navigator of this ship, it's still useful to keep me. A timid, middle-aged man with a mustache. Out of the cabin cautiously. I am the helmsman. I'm a gunner. Knowing that he couldn't hide, the crew members who were hiding on the pirate ship came out carefully one by one. After a while, a dozen people stood on the deck. All are non-combatants of the Bloody Hand Pirates. The captain of the Bloody Hand Pirates has been killed by me. From today, you are my crew. Cold eyes swept across the crew members. As for those who do not want to surrender, he also doesn't mind giving these people a good time. A group of pirates, kill and kill, no pity. Captain. Master Captain. When a pirate, it doesn't matter who the captain is. The most important thing is that this boss must be tough enough. Obviously, if they can kill the captain of their bloody pirates, the strength of this new captain must be tough. Can this be called surrender? No, this is called Junja who knows the times. Looking at the fast crew members who changed their minds one by one. Roy direct good guy. This F***CK, slip. Why are you all so skilled? Captain of the Bloody Hand Pirates, Calvin the Ghost Sword, the reward is 35 million. He casually flipped through the reward order found in the captain's room. Roy frowned slightly. Although the bounty amount does not represent a person's strength. However, from these reward orders, it can be inferred that his current strength is roughly at what level. If it's based on the reward amount, I should be between 60 million and 100 million now. Meet the kind of person who does not grasp the domineering of knowledge. Even if it is a pirate with a reward of 100 million, he has the opportunity to kill it with one sword. However, if you encounter someone who has mastered the domineering or natural devil fruit ability, then his strength, at best, is in the range of 70 million bounties. It's down a whole notch. For something like strength, isn't it possible to rise up casually? Roy didn't struggle too much with his own strength. After all, it has only been a few days since he crossed into this world. To have such strength can already be said to be shocking. Just give him a little more time. What for emperors, generals, and Kaiwahe? In his eyes, it's all spicy chicken. Such a big pirate ship, I don't know if there is anything good. Roy turned his eyes and looked inside the pirate ship. A big pirate with a reward of 35 million, to say that there are not a few treasures hidden on the ship. He didn't believe it. Gold, jewelry, Bailey. My dear, this adds up to 3 or 4 billion Baileys, right? Some search. Looking at the treasure found in the captain's room, Roy clicked his tongue. So much treasure is 10 times more than the bounty offered by the captain of the Bloody Hand Pirates. It is estimated that this group of pirates had just robbed a village, and before they had time to splurge, they let him serve the pot. Surprised for a while, Roy quickly calmed down. 3 or 4 billion Baileys, it seems like a lot, but it's actually a lot. On the market, the price of a devil fruit is only 100 to 200 million Baileys. A good and fast knife has a marked price of 10 million Baileys. 400 million Baileys is enough for him to buy 2 devil fruits, and get a good knife by the way. However, if you think about it carefully, you will find that Bailey is really nothing to a medium and large pirate group. These treasures are the common property of the entire Bloody Hand Pirates. In its heyday, there were a total of 3,000 or 4,000 Blood Hand Pirates. On average, one person can get about 150,000 Baileys. It looks like a lot. But in the pirate world, it takes dozens of Baileys to buy a newspaper. If the captain and the other cotters deducted a little bit, the 3 melons and 2 dates distributed to the lower-level crew members would not even be able to eat a good meal. If you think about it this way, these pirates are really miserable. Roy was a little speechless. I didn't think so when I watched One Piece. Bringing into the perspective of the protagonist, I feel that the pirates go out to sea with infinite scenery, and they are men who are chasing free wind. Treasure and Bailey, that's not just picking it up, the flowers can't be spent. But in fact, the reality is far more cruel than the anime. Not everyone has a protagonist aura, and just wandering around is full of gold and Baileys. In the daily life of most pirates, they are beaten to death every day, but in the end, there is not much money, and many people die. What the hell is this? Wouldn't it be more promising to go fishing in the sea? Find a chance to get a devil fruit first. The best is the devil fruit of nature. If it really doesn't work, the Eudemons species will do just fine. As for whether the money is enough, that's not easy. Kill a few more pirates and make up $1 billion. He still doesn't believe that he can't even get a more awesome devil fruit. Roy thought, and suddenly saw an ordinary-looking wooden box in the pile of treasures. A black wooden box, buried in a pile of treasures. What's this? Roy picked up the wooden box and squeezed it hard. The wooden box with a hard appearance is directly broken into slag. A fruit with a twisted spiral pattern and a very strange shape appeared in Roy's hands. Blinking his eyes, Roy wondered if he had opened his mouth. Said that CAO arrived, what do you really want? It's a pity, it's just a superhuman devil fruit. It would be nice if it was a natural type. Roy's eyes were a little sad. Devil fruit abilities are divided into 3 categories: superhuman type, animal type, including 2 rare phantom beast species and ancient species, and natural type. Among them, the devil fruit of the natural type and the magical beast species is the most powerful. And this one in his hand is just an ordinary superhuman devil fruit. Of course, the devil fruit of the superhuman type does not mean weak. Even, in a way, the powerful superhuman devil fruit can even crush the devil fruit of the natural and phantom species. Known as the strongest Whitebeard in the world, he is a Superman who has the ability to shake the fruit. The future protagonist, pirate, Wong Luffy. Superman is a person with the ability of the rubber fruit. To eat or not to eat? Roy's eyes twitched. A powerful devil fruit can create a general-level combat power in a short period of time. However, a garbage devil fruit can also ruin a person's life. Don't say anything about devil fruit without garbage, only those with garbage fruit ability. For Roy, it's about standing and talking without back pain. Pure fart. If you are so stupid, try eating a swimming fruit. Some devil fruits have potential. However, some devil fruits are really garbage. The kind that can't be saved by rescue. Chapter 8 Black Emperor Pirates. Superman-type devil fruit. Looking at this devil fruit, Roy's face was full of confusion. Eat? Still not eating? If you eat it, what if it is a garbage fruit ability? After thinking about it, Roy still decided. Eat. What about the trash fruit? For me, it doesn't make any difference whether I have the devil fruit or not. Even without the powerful devil fruit, he can still stand at the top of this world. Suppress all enemies in the world. This is his confidence. Puff. One bite, the indescribable taste exploded in the mouth. Vomit. Roy retched a few times. Tears and snot flowed together, and I almost spit out my stomach in one breath. After taking that sip just now, he felt that he almost died on the spot on this boat. Labor and management. I don't want to see this ghost again in my life. Puff. He threw the devil fruit he bit into the sea with his backhand. This kind of fermented shit tastes like whoever likes to eat it. He has no idea at all. The fruit itself is just a carrier of strength. Only the person who takes the first bite of the devil fruit can obtain the devil fruit's ability. As for the rest of the fruit, it doesn't matter if you eat it or not. It will not be able to have the potential of Ascension devil fruit as in the novel. This, Roy knew the moment he bit the devil fruit. What is the ability of this devil fruit? Roy narrowed his eyes and felt it carefully. In my mind, an idea popped up inexplicably. Swish. A ring placed on the right hand suddenly disappeared and appeared in the palm of the left hand. Superman is a transfer fruit, which can transfer all objects that come into contact with it. You have to say what you are capable of. It's probably a left-hand to right-hand operation. What kind of spicy chicken fruit is this? Roy is really shocked. Is that all? The labor and management risked eating shit to get such a rubbish ability? Left hand for right hand? Is he crippled or what? With this skill, can't he take it off by himself? It's absolutely amazing. Roy never imagined that such a pitiful devil fruit would exist in the world. Although it feels like a total waste of fruit. However, with the idea of giving it a try, Roy turned on soul enhancement. In the previous soul capture, he left 100 pieces of white quality soul fragments. Enhanced ability, superhuman transfer fruit. The strengthening process will consume soul fragment, white, X10. Sure enough, a piece of garbage. It's over. Roy has no expectations at all. The strength of an ability can be seen from the soul fragments consumed when the soul is strengthened. Skills with stronger potential will consume more soul fragments when strengthening them. 120 soul shards are required to strengthen the sixth form of the Navy. On average, 20 soul shards are required for each enhancement. Unless it is the ability of Kendo with infinite growth potential. Roy couldn't imagine how rubbish the devil fruit, which can be strengthened by 10 soul fragments, could be. Strengthen. Ding. The superhuman system transfers the fruit ability development level, ascension to entry level. Roy instantly felt that his ability to develop the devil fruit ascension had reached a new level. Finger tick. A gold coin a few meters away appeared in his hand instantly. The biggest change in the development of entry-level transfer fruits is that items can be indirectly transferred using air as a medium. Instead of the previous, you have to touch it with your body. However, the transferred items can only be dead and cannot have life. Tisk, what a pity. Roy is a pity. If it can transfer even the human body, then the power of this devil fruit is really incomprehensible. Directly teleports the internal organs of the enemy. Or, transfer a nail into someone else's internal organs. He has 100 ways to kill a man silently. The coverage area is about 10 meters. Roy experimented, and he could only transfer objects within 10 meters. Beyond this range, the fruit ability cannot be affected. Since you can't transfer other living creatures, what about yourself? Roy suddenly thought of someone. Golden Lion. Superman is a person with the ability of fluttering fruit. The ability to levitate objects that one has touched so that objects are not controlled by gravity. The fluttering fruit of the Golden Lion can only control dead objects. However, it can affect itself. Try. A thought moves. Invisible Realm Expansion. The transfer fruit ability activates. Teleportation. Swish. Thinking is broken down into countless particles in an instant. Through a fast acceleration channel. Sure enough. Roy, who appeared 10 meters away, looked slightly excited. Although it is only 10 meters away, this ability allows him to see infinite potential. Transfer injury, transfer energy, transfer pain, transfer mass, and even, transfer memory. After all, these things are considered dead. Roy rubbed his chin. I don't know, this devil fruit is developed to the extreme. Can you transfer the weakness of devil fruit ability people who are afraid of seawater to others? If even this can be done. On the other hand, is it possible to use other people's devil fruit ability? Even vitality and longevity are transferred to own. Thinking about it this way, the potential of this devil fruit is terrifying. Roy was startled. Change it to any other person and want to develop the devil fruit to this extent. Just dreaming. But he is different. As long as there are enough soul fragments, he can develop the fruit ability to an astonishing level in minutes. Are you strengthening your skills? Superhuman ability to transfer fruit. The strengthening process will consume soul fragments, green, X100. Roy secretly said yes. It was 10 soul fragments just now, but it turned out to be tenfold when it reached the proficient level. The potential to transfer the fruit is much stronger than he imagined. Almost gone. Roy took a deep breath. If the ability of this devil fruit can be developed to the extreme, there is only one word to describe it. Like a god incarnate, walking on earth. Suppress the world with one hand. Hiss. Are these, all made by Dage? Doflamingo with a golden spiky head, with little brother like a jerk behind him. The two looked at the blood-stained beach in shock. Hundreds of corpses piled up there like a mountain. A man with a naked upper body sat cross-legged on a throne made of bones. Like a body made of steel poured, the sun reflects the luster of metal. A strip of muscle lines outlines the face of a devil. The blood-colored murderous aura that pervaded all the time made the surrounding air freeze. Hey! A black flag stands tall. On the flag, there is a white skull with a purple crown. On the back are crossed a sword that symbolizes force and a scepter that symbolizes power. Roy stood up from the pile of corpses, a domineering figure full of pressure, covering the sky. The Black Emperor pirates will be established today. Black Emperor. Pirates. Doflamingo, his eyes flashed with brilliance. Is this their pirate group? Chapter 9 Encounter. Rear Admiral. Roy's idea. The Black Emperor pirates, with him as the top of the pyramid, are divided into various classes. Under the captain, Black Emperor. Following the example of King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table, there are 12 Knights of the Dark Round Table. Every Dark Knight is at least at the level of generals, and at the most has the level of combat power at the level of 4 emperors. Each has its own role, and has the power to recruit subordinates independently to suppress one side of the sea. The Dark Council, which consists of 12 Black Knights, is the highest power structure of the Black Emperor pirates. In the future, all large-scale battles and operations will only be implemented after the decisions of the 12 Dark Knights. Captain, has the power to deny and pass. Under the Black Knight, there are 36 Golden Knights, each of which has the strength of the King's 7 Seas. The status is second only to the Black Knights, and they control an island respectively. The Silver Knight, as the core combat power, the combat power is comparable to the pirates with tens of millions of bounties, and holds the position of leader. Bronze Knight, as an elite pirate whose combat power is comparable to a million-level bounty, holds the position of squad leader. And a lot of grassroots cannon fodder. These ideas, so far, are only a basic idea. It can also be said to be a fantasy. After all, the current Black Emperor pirates have only 3 real crew members. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Don Quixote, Huoming, Don Quixote, Ross Indy. 3 former world aristocrats, Tianlong people. Combat power is almost zero. In addition to these 3, the rest are the former crew members of the Bloody Hand Pirates. These people, in Roy's eyes, are not official crew at all. At best, it can only be regarded as a group of tool people. Although there are still very few people, there is always a good start. Roy is confident. Let the Black Emperor pirates become a force above the 4 emperors and the world government. However, this can take a lot of time. Glancing at a messy island that was bombarded by artillery fire, Roy exhaled lightly. There is nothing to be missed on this island. And he is about to take the first step to conquer this world. Sail, start. On the sea. The ship with the pirate flag sailed slowly. Oh! Going to sea. Roxandy on the deck raised his hands and shouted loudly, his expression very excited. Roy stood on the bow, looking at the endless sea, and an unspeakable pride rose in his heart. Chase freedom and conquer the sea. This is the kind of romance a man really should have. Traveling to the world of pirates, if you are not even a pirate, what is the difference between it and salted fish? How long until the next island? Captain, it will take about 3 days before the next island. The navigator on the side said cautiously. 3 days? Roy nodded, his purpose this time, not elsewhere. Rather, it is the place that must pass between the New World and the Great Route, the Chambord Islands. He was not at all interested in that so-called big secret treasure. Whether it is the truth of history or the huge amount of wealth, can't get his attention. He just wanted to kill people and hack to death a few more powerful people. Then, the entire world government was wiped out in one go. Instead of the world government, the whole world is his. At that time, money will be a dispensable number for him. As for the 100-year historical truth that was covered up by the world government, don't give it to him for nothing. When he stands at the top of the world, those losers who are trampled under their feet will really understand one thing when they look up at his back from behind. Standing on the top of the times, what we say and do is the truth that everyone yearns for. History has always been written by the victors. The real powerhouse has always been the one who made history. Only the weak can cherish history and pursue the truth in exchange for that trace of psychological comfort. The Chambord Islands, I really miss it. Huo Ming looked at the sea with emotion. For the Tianlong people, the Chambord Islands is no different from the back garden. Roy glanced at him, but said nothing. He went to the Chambord Islands this time, not to play. If he wants to become stronger quickly, he cannot do without the system. This requires killing a large number of powerhouses and collecting enough soul fragments. Except for the dangerous places such as Naval Headquarters and Advanced City. Where else, more powerhouses than Chambord? The junction of the New World and the Great Route. There are as many pirates passing by every day as carps crossing the river. Even if the bounty exceeds 100 million, there are not a few pirates. There, it will be the place where he really rises to the top. Dage, I want to be as strong as you. Doflamingo, wearing sunglasses, stood in front of Roy with a serious face. Become stronger. Roy raised his brows and looked down at Doflamingo condescendingly. Looking at each other, he saw no fear in the eyes of his titular little brother. Some are just endless longing. Desire to be strong, desire to be strong. And, wildfire-like ambitions that cannot be extinguished. Do you know what the price will be to become stronger? I can give my all, I want strength, and only strong enough strength can protect my family. Doflamingo clenched his fists tightly, and his face burst with anger. To take back everything we once had. He couldn't forget what happened during this time. I can't forget the unwilling and desperate eyes before my mother died. He hates the ignorant commoners, and the world governments that turn a blind eye when they face desperation. He wants to subvert this era. Turn this rotten world created by those guys upside down. Interesting. Roy's eyes were interested. Has the seeds of hatred been planted? It seems that even with his intervention, Doflamingo's future will not become a bad guy. Boom. The icy shelling hit the sea next to it, splashing a lot of water. Roy's eyes turned cold and he looked into the distance. A huge warship came slowly from the sea. The Navy. It's really a narrow road for enemies. As soon as I became a pirate, I encountered a pirate's warship. His luck is really impossible to say. Captain Jack, what's the name of the pirate group opposite? Major General Moss, this pirate flag cannot be found on the reward order. Nobody who just went to sea. On the warship, Major General Morse, who was wearing the cloak of justice, raised the corner of his mouth slowly. I didn't expect that when I came out for a walk this time, I could even catch a small fish. Approaching the past, taking over the battle. The soldiers should have seen blood after resting for so long. I want these stupid pirates to know that not everyone can break into the sea area. Yes. Captain Jack saluted, his eyes relaxed. A pirate group that doesn't even know its name, the Major General has not yet caught it. There is absolutely no chance of an accident happening. Chapter 10 Mastery Fruit Ability. Attack Diversion. All attention, full left rudder, full speed. Cannon suppression, don't let these pirates show their faces. Boom boom boom. Ferocious shelling, sputtering a large amount of water. The huge warship in the distance is rapidly approaching. Captain, what to do? It's the Navy. Pirate ship. A group of panicked crew looked at Roy. One by one was scared to pee his pants. Don't talk about them. Even in the heyday of the bloody hand pirates. If you encounter such a large-scale navy, you have to run away. Panicked chicken feather panic. On the deck of the bow, an oppressive figure stood up. Roy moved his body and looked at the warship that was approaching in the distance, his eyes nonchalant. A naval fleet of this size is, at best, the level of a major admiral. With his strength, even if he encounters a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters, he is half sure that he will be able to retreat completely. A rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, he will not let him escape. To even dare to take the initiative to come over, I was really underestimated. Swish. Shave. Roy's flying silhouette disappeared, like a phantom, and a few flashes appeared over the warship. Interesting, Navy 6th Form. Major General Moss twitched the corner of his mouth with interest in his eyes. A pirate who has learned the Navy's 6th Form can only be qualified to learn the Naval Commander level officer. Moon's step. The figure of Major General Moss flashed, stepping on the air and appearing in the air. Land feet. Roy kicked out. Dozens of crisscrossing slashes turned into a sky, shrouded and fell. Using the Navy Type 6 in front of a Navy, do you underestimate me, a Major General of the headquarters? Not to be outdone, Major General Moss kicked out confidently. It is also one of the 6 types of the Navy. Land feet. Boom. The two meniscus-shaped slashes collided with each other. The violent impact caused waves in the calm sea. Roy's eyes flashed. This moment of confrontation gave him a little judgment on the strength of this rear admiral. Simply relying on physical skills, it is probably equivalent to a pirate with a bounty of about 80 million. As for whether he has mastered domineering and devil fruit, it is still unclear. Teleportation. Realm expands. Roy's figure disappeared out of thin air and appeared behind Major General Moss 10 meters away. Holding the knife in one hand, step forward with your left foot. The power is concentrated in one point, and it explodes in an instant. Swish! The sword light flashed, like a white horse passing through the gap. The speedy knife that made people's brains can't keep up with the reaction, slashed in an instant. The speed that burst out at that moment surpassed the extreme of the human body. The world is like a picture scroll, torn apart by a knife. Roy and Major General Morse passed by. Puff! Blood splattered. The crisscrossing knife marks appeared on Major General Moss' body. Click! Roy held a knife flower, and the long knife in his hand was sheathed. The profound truth of Feishan Yujian Liu. 9-headed dragon flash. Ding! Get soul fragment, blue, X10. A hint of surprise flashed in Roy's eyes as the system's prompt echoed in his ears. 10 blue quality soul fragments, this wave is definitely not a loss. Avenge the Major General. You damn pirate, dare to kill Major General Moss. Kill him. Boom boom boom. Countless cannonballs flew towards Roy in the sky. Zhang. With a single knife, he cut off the flying shells. Court death. Roy's eyes turned cold, he didn't want to have the same knowledge as these ordinary Navy. However, he didn't expect that these guys would dare to take the initiative to provoke him. Tiger doesn't show his power, does he really think he is a sick cat? Then stay here. Swish swish. Roy with a long knife is like Shura in blood. Directly onto the warship. Puff puff. The navy that rushed over was beheaded by Roy. Even the highest commander of these navies, Moss with the rank of Major General of the headquarters, couldn't stop his sword. What's more, the strength of the grassroots navy with a bounty of no more than 30 million at most. One warship, 500 naval elites. In half an hour, all were beheaded. Roy took a deep breath, and the blood in his pupils slowly faded. Having slaughtered so many navies, even he was somewhat affected. The murderousness was mobilized, and he almost went crazy. As expected of the elite fleet of the Navy headquarters, the harvest is not bad. About 1/5 of the 500 elite navies in the Navy headquarters dropped green quality soul fragments. That's about $300 altogether. Scattered white quality soul fragments. There are more than 2,000 pieces together. There are also 2 Navy with the rank of Colonel, which together drop 10 soul fragments of blue quality. This fight is down. More than what he gained by slaughtering the Blood Hand pirates. Are you strengthening your skills, superhuman ability to transfer fruit? The strengthening process will consume soul fragments, green, X100. Strengthen. 100 soul fragments emitting green light floated in front of him. Broken instantly. Roy's mental energy is also at the moment when the soul fragments are broken. He was dragged into a strange space by a force. In this strange space, he seemed to have lost all his ability to think. The mind is like a high-speed machine. Every minute and every second, the ability to transfer fruit is released instinctively. In this process, his experience in using the transfer fruit is also accumulating and increasing little by little. Click. I don't know how long has passed, it could be decades or a second. As the last trace of soul power dissipated, the illusory world shattered. Roy's spirit instantly returned to his body. The dazed eyes became clear. The only thing he feels right now is the development of Devil Fruit's ability has directly jumped to a new level. Ding! The enhancement is complete, the superhuman system has the ability to transfer fruit, and the development degree ascension has reached the master level. Ding! Comprehend the ability of the fruit, attack transfer. Attack transfer? Roy frowned. The fruit ability development level has reached the proficient level. The effect of the ability to transfer fruit, greatly ascension, has moved from mere matter to a higher first-level energy transfer. Attack transfer is to convert the damage caused by the enemy's attack into kinetic energy, and fight back in the same way. I just don't know that this transfer is aimed at pure physical damage. Still includes higher first-level energy attacks. If it's the latter, then it's really bullshit. Damn it, pirate. In the pile of corpses behind him, a pair of eyes filled with resentment stared at Roy's back. The dying Navy slowly raised the firearm in his hand. Boom! There was a burst of fire, and a bullet flew towards Roy's back. Clang! The bullet hit Roy's skin, instantly losing all kinetic energy. Roy stretched out a finger expressionlessly, aiming at the incredible Navy. Attack diversion. Goodbye. Puff. A thumb-sized blood hole pierced through the Navy's head. Transparent from front to back. Chapter 11 Devil Fruit Ability. Ding. Get Soul Fragment, White, X4. Baffling. A naval minion who is not even an elite. Dare to point a gun at him? Are you floating, or am I unable to hold the knife? However, this shot also made him feel the limitation of the ability to transfer fruit. Any attack that occurs within 100 meters can be diverted. But every transfer attack will consume a lot of stamina. Are you draining your stamina? This is his forte. With his physique, even if he encounters a first-level attack from the King's Kaiwahe, he can be forcibly transferred. Captain Mighty. Captain Niobe, broken sound. On the pirate ship, a group of pirates hiding in the cabin and shivering were completely stunned. Destroy a naval fleet on your own. When had they ever seen such a terrifying man? Even their former captain, the great pirate Calvin, with a reward of 35 million. In such a battle, you have to turn around and run. Tough? Do not make jokes. Even if Calvin is tired of living, they are not in the mood to accompany this guy to crazy. Admiral of the Navy headquarters. What that means is the ability to suppress the 50 million big pirates with a bounty of 50 million. Are you strengthening your skills, superhuman ability to transfer fruit. The strengthening process will consume soul fragments, blue, X200. Ding. Strengthening failed, the number of soul fragments is insufficient. There was an unexpected look on Roy's face. He knew it. This ability is heaven-defying devil fruit. The number of soul fragments consumed by late-stage enhancement is definitely a desperate number. Promotion to the specialization level is already so exaggerated, then when you are promoted to master, don't you want him to get thousands of purple quality soul fragments? When you are promoted to Grandmaster, you will consume thousands of golden quality soul fragments. Roy's head swelled just thinking about it. The boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge, and we will talk about it later. Soul shards of blue quality, with a total of 20 pieces. Plus other scattered soul fragments. The number of soul fragments he has accumulated now exceeds 4 figures again. Roy thought carefully, which ability should he strengthen? Kendo is not good. Kendo ascension to specialization level needs to consume 80 blue shards. It's okay to go from ascension to specialization in the 6th form of the Navy. From ascension to specialization of the Navy Type 6 alone, only 20 blue shards are required. However, for all enhancements, 120 blue shards are required. See the domineering and colored arm domineering. Simply activating it requires 40 blue shards. And the Overlord color domineering consumes more, 150 blue fragments. Soul fragments. The notch is just a little too much. Sail faster. Must hurry to the Chambord Islands. Yes, Captain. The awe-inspiring crew members responded loudly. The voyage that followed was uneventful. Occasionally encounter a few navy and pirates who do not know whether to live or die, and they are all 3 or 2 kittens. Solved by Roy. Time flies, and months pass by in a flash. Captain, if we go further, we will pass through Mermaid Island and arrive at the Chambord Islands. Are you coming to Mermaid Island? Roy, who was lying casually on the reclining chair, opened his eyes upon hearing this. The location of Doflamingo's family is a little different from when he watched anime in his last life. Not the North Sea, but an unnamed island in the New World in the second half of the Great Route. Want to reach the first half of the Great Route from the New World? It is necessary to pass through Mermaid Island to reach the Chambord Islands. Of course, there is another way, that is, through Sacred Land Mary Joa, directly across the Red Continent. However, this method obviously does not work. Just the day after he killed Major General Morse, his wanted warrants were issued all over the world. Captain of the Black Emperor Pirates. Don Quixote. Roy, the reward amount is 185 million. Even Doflamingo, Roxandy, and Huomengu, who had no performance throughout the whole process, each had a reward of tens of millions on their backs. As for why there is such an exaggerated reward amount? Don't even think about it. The former world aristocrat, Tianlong, turned his back on the world government and became a villain at sea. This is definitely a face-smashing thing for the world government and the Tianlong people. Of course, to be strangled in the cradle. Lost the shortcut of Sacred Land Mary Joa, and only the route of Mermaid Island is left. Boom! In the distance, a loud roar came. What's the situation? The ship under his feet shook, and Roy frowned. Have you been attacked again? No, Captain, it's not the attack on us, but there are 2 sides fighting ahead. Roy came to be interested. Let's go by. The ship was close to the area where the battle was taking place, and 2 huge fleets could be seen colliding from a distance. The Hevent pirates. The captain offers a reward of 60 million Bailey's pirates. Roy made a judgment at a glance. There are 2 sides fighting, and one of them is a pirate. On the other hand, Roy felt a little strange. It turned out to be a caravan. When did a caravan become so powerful? It can compete with the pirates with a bounty of 60 million. It's too early to come to Thagata is a coincidence. Roy's mouth twitched into a smile. He was just 10 blue quality soul shards away from learning the colored arm domineering. Get rid of these 2 guys and you're almost done. As for the strength of the 60 million bounty, he hasn't to put in one's eyes yet. Space, transfer. The fruit ability was activated, and Roy's figure instantly appeared hundreds of meters away. A few flashes, and people have appeared in the sky above the battle fluctuations. Who? The violent impact of the force made the entire sea rise and fall. On the sea, 2 figures who were fighting fiercely raised their heads vigilantly. You're dead. Roy pulled the corner of his mouth, and the long knife around his waist was instantly unsheathed. Moment. Like light passing by. Profound meaning, Tianxiang Longshan. Puff. With a dazed face, Hevent only felt a flash of white light in front of his eyes and a chill in his neck. So fast. Knife. Whoa. The dead body fell into the sea. Ding. Get soul fragment, blue, X7. Roy turned his eyes and realm expanded. The fruit ability activates. Space shift. The figure appeared directly behind the other person, holding the handle. Shockwave. The violent impact pushed Roy, who had just appeared, directly away. Interesting, devil fruit ability. Roy, who was pushed out more than a dozen meters away, had a look of interest on his face. Speaking of which, this was the first devil fruit person he encountered. It's dangerous. If it weren't for the ability to impact the fruit, I would have been killed just now. The man who escaped the disaster was pale. The body is shaking slightly. At that moment, there was a strong sense of death crisis. As long as the reaction slows down a little, he is definitely dead. It's too early to be happy now, isn't it? A faint voice sounded from behind. When? The man's pupils shrank, and the fruit ability subconsciously activated. The violent shock spreads. Transfer. Roy picked up his finger, and the suppressed impact was directly transferred out before it touched his body. Bang! The man's body was shot straight away like a cannonball. This is my fruit ability? How is it possible? The man with a face full of disbelief looked at the figure floating in the sky in horror. This guy is a monster. And Roy, looking at this man walking on the moon and floating in the sky. His eyes became thoughtful. You should be from the CP organization, right? Chapter 12 Kendo Promotion. Professional level. The CP organization is a secret intelligence agency specially trained by the world government. That familiar spy's temperament. As early as the first fight, Roy felt déjà vu. Plus the proficiency in Navy 6. He was sure that this guy was definitely someone from the CP organization. However, I just don't know which CP organization this guy belongs to. The CP organization has a total of CP0 CP9, and the combat power between them is very different. Only CP9 and CP0 are special. CP0, the world's most powerful intelligence agency, the highest level agency of CP1 CP9, is not the world government, but an official directly belonging to the world's noble Tianlong people. CP9, a secret espionage agency directly under the world government, CP9 is independent from the Navy, directly led by the world government, and headquartered in Judicial Island. This guy is obviously a member of CP1 CP8. How do you know that you are? Don Quixote. Sir Roy. The man opposite was stunned for a moment. Then, carefully observe Roy's appearance. Although it lacks the exclusive accessories of Tianlong people, the kind of bubble head that looks silly. However, it is indeed the Tianlong people in his memory. As an espionage officer of the CP organization, the first thing to do is to remember the appearance of all Tianlong people. After all, one of the values of their existence is to serve the Tianlong people. Do something shady. If you don't even know the owner of your own, it would be too funny. Although the Don Quixote family has long been expelled from the dragons of Mary Joa of Sacred Land. However, there is still an indescribable awe in my heart. Know me? It seems that he is indeed a CP person. Roy looked calm, not surprising. After all, the owner of his body has also lived in sacred land for more than 10 years. It's normal to know him. Then, there's nothing to say. The relationship between him and the world government is not a life and death relationship. Hostile at least. When you meet someone from the world government, you can kill them with a single word. Any last words? Although I won't pass it on to your family. Roy held the handle of the knife and lowered his body slowly. It's not that he wants to lie down and pretend to be so low-key. In fact, the sword drawing technique is like this: the lower the posture of drawing the sword, the higher the damage. If you encounter someone lying on the ground drawing a knife, run away without saying a word. The man from the CP organization looked forward with a cold sweat on his head. The sense of crisis that made his scalp tingling made him feel like he would die in the next second. Don't underestimate me. With a roar, the palm was pointed forward, and the fruit ability was activated. Second stage. Shock cannon. I received your last words. Roy raised his head slightly and narrowed his eyes. A direct space transfer, dodging the impact, appeared behind him. Break in two. Draw the sword quickly. A face full of indifference slashed with a knife. Unspeakable freehand and natural. Puff. The blood sprayed and dyed the sea red. Roy flicked the blood on the knife, pulled the knife, and put the knife back into its sheath. In the ear, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Kill the devil fruit ability, get a lot of soul fragments, get soul fragments, blue, X135. Roy was completely stunned, lost in thought. 135 soul shards of blue quality? He wondered if he had heard it wrong. What's the situation? How can you drop so many soul fragments? Ding. Devil fruit is a special heritage item in the world. It has existed for a long time and has accumulated a large number of soul fragments. Killing devil fruit ability will get a lot of soul fragments. Hearing what the system said, Roy instantly understood. The time when devil fruit appeared was at least 1,000 years old, or even longer. And in these long years, all those who have taken devil fruit's ability will have their soul fragments attached to this devil fruit after death. And he, as long as he kills the devil fruit ability, is equivalent to killing the souls of those who were once strong. Over thousands of years, how many people have taken the impact fruit? Even if each person only gave him one soul fragment, that would be a huge amount. Get rich. Roy's expression was excited. 135 blue shards, plus the soul shards he had accumulated earlier. On him, the number of blue soul fragments now exceeds 160. System. Strengthening skills, Kendo. Kendo is his most powerful power so far, apart from the devil fruit ability. Devil fruit ability development ascension to specialization level, need to consume 200 blue shards. It's still a lot worse, so I can only start with Ascension's Kendo level. Are you strengthening the skill, Kendo? The strengthening process will consume soul fragment, blue, X80. Strengthen. Soul fragments are sufficient, strengthening begins. Boom. The brain seemed to be hit hard. For a split second, Roy felt as if he had lived through decades. Every second of every day, I am tirelessly swinging the knife. When the number of swings reaches 10 million, a gushing power emerged from the body. In reality, Roy suddenly opened his eyes. In the cold eyes, there seems to be a flash of edge. Frostbite to the bone. Cut. Zhang. Knife light flashes. With Roy's slash, it turned into an unparalleled slash. A slash several meters long fell into the sea. Boom. Set off a stormy sea. Ding. Strengthening completed, skill, Kendo ascension to specialization level. Roy exhaled lightly. Professional Kendo. The biggest change is that you can condense your own sword energy into a slash. Make a long-range attack. The speed is faster than ordinary slashing, and the power is more concentrated. If we were talking about an ordinary swordsman, the slashes he slashed were like a mess of scattered sand. The slash released by that expert-level kendo is a hard stone. If the kendo goes further, it will be the master. Roy's eyes flickered. Master's kendo has another title in this world. Swordsman. Be proud of your sword and dominate one side. A swordsman-level powerhouse, his strength is comparable to that of a first-level pirate in the Shishibukai. It is on the same level as the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Even in this huge sea area, he is definitely the overlord at the top of the food chain. Kendo ascension to specialization level. His current strength, with the addition of various abilities, is probably the first level of the Kwei-Saikai Wohei. It is a bit stronger than the ordinary admiral of the Navy headquarters. But compared with the lieutenant general of the headquarters, there is another line. High or low? The location is awkward. 200 purple soul shards. Glancing at the consumption of Kendo Ascension Master, Roy's face turned green. So many soul fragments of purple quality. The devil knows when it will come together. System, continue to strengthen. Look at the more than 80 blue shards left. Roy went all out, and directly upgraded all the domineering and colored arm domineering. Enhanced skills, seeing and hearing domineering. The strengthening process will consume soul fragment, blue, X40. Enhanced skill, colored arm domineering. The strengthening process will consume soul fragment, blue, X40. Start strengthening. The mighty mental energy compresses continuously, and expands suddenly after reaching an extreme. Click. It was as if something had been shattered in his mind. Roy instantly felt that he had a deeper connection with this world. Vaguely, he seemed to hear the flow of the wind. Closing your eyes, everything around you is reflected in your mind. This is. Do you see the color domineering? Chapter 1321 Work of the Big Knife. Ghost Tears Muramasa. Is this the domineering look? It feels amazing. Roy was amazed. In his mind, it was as if an all-round monitor had been installed. Everything around him is reflected in his mind. The flow of the wind, the ups and downs of the sea. Even the little trick of donning those survivors. Like, for example, a man who pulled out a musket, aimed at him and pulled the trigger. Boom! The flames that spewed out, the hideous smile. The open mouth seems to say, go to hell. Puff! Roy tilted his head slightly, and the bullet passed less than a centimeter away from his ear. Snapped. A light snap of fingers. The bullet behind him disappeared out of thin air and appeared in front of the man who shot. Puff! Ferocious, successful, incredible. A complex expression, stiff on the face. The bullet went through the head. Ended his tragic life. Colored arm is domineering. As soon as Roy's thoughts moved, a powerful force emerged from the cell. It was like a layer of invisible armor that enveloped the body. I don't know how the hardness is. Roy glanced at the knife in his hand and slashed into it. A layer of purple-black domineering was instantly wrapped around his arm. Clang! Sparks splash! Roy felt as if he had been slashed against a stake. The knife almost broke out. Strong is simply outrageous. Roy clicks his tongue. After all, his kendo is at the specialization level. Even if it is not an all-out attack, this knife can easily kill a pirate with a reward of 30 million. But when he cut himself, he didn't even have a single wound. In the final analysis, it is not just because of domineering. The amount of colored arm varies from person to person. The more domineering power, the higher the colored arm's strength, and the greater the colored arm's attack and defense range. The domineering power of colored arm comes from the body. The amount and strength of domineering quality is linked to the individual's physical fitness. If the human body is compared to a bucket, then domineering is the water in the bucket. How terrible is his physical fitness? Roy himself doesn't know. With his monster-like physical strength, even if he just woke up, the colored arm is domineering. It can also be compared to the domineering arrogance that ordinary people have cultivated for 3 or 5 years. The physique plus high-quality colored arm domineering and 6 iron blocks. Fusion of the 3. Even a pirate with a bounty of 20 to 30 million won't necessarily be able to break his skin. The defense bonus is enough, but I don't know how the attack bonus is. Roy looked at the knife in his hand, the arrogance in his body wrapped around him. The blade instantly turned purple-black. Towards the sea, slashed out with a knife. Boom! The calm sea suddenly burst into turbulent waves. The surrounding sea water poured in backwards along the tens of meters of knife marks that were split out. At least double the power of ascension. Roy's eyelids couldn't help but jump. With his strength, it's not that he can't do this level of attack. But it will never be so easy. Unfortunately, the entry-level colored arm is domineering and cannot be integrated into the slash. Want to combine colored arm domineering and slashing? Expert-level domineering is enough. Ascension to master domineering is almost the same. After all, one is contact and the other is outreach. There is no level of difficulty at all. To bring domineering ascension to the master level, you need to consume 80 blue-quality soul shards. The consumed soul fragments doubled in number. But there is no change in quality. This is good news. After all, soul shards of blue quality, and soul shards of purple quality. The difficulty of obtaining is not an order of magnitude at all. A pirate with a bounty of tens of millions, with his current strength, can be killed at will. But when he encounters the first-level pirates of the King's Kaiwahe, he has all the means. It's hard to say whether people can be left behind. If you haven't fought against a powerhouse of that level, you simply don't know how strong it will be. Of course, even if he can't beat him, he has the confidence to get out. Next, it's time to reap the spoils. Roy's eyes turned to the 2 ships. One is a pirate ship with a pirate flag, and the other is a seemingly ordinary merchant ship. For a pirate with a bounty of 60 million, there might be something good on board. If you're lucky, you might even find a few devil fruits. But compared to the pirate ship, instead, he was more interested in the merchant ships that the CP organization had to protect. There is an 80% chance that anything related to the CP organization has something to do with the world government Tianlong people. To say that there is no treasure on it, he himself does not believe it. Don't come here, this is the caravan of the world noble Tianlong people, do you want to be hunted down by the world government? An old man standing on the merchant ship shouted sternly. Dragon people! The corner of Roy's mouth twitched, and he killed the old man with a knife. I'll tell you, was I a Tianlong person before? A group of dogs raised by Tianlong people also deserve to speak loudly to his former owner. Click! The closed cabin was kicked to pieces, and light shone in. Roy glanced across the dimly lit space. What caught my eye were figures curled up and hugged together. Looking at him in horror. The human body has the organs of a fish. Fish people. Tianlong people are really inferior and hard to change. Without his intervention, the Murlocs would have been transported to sacred land Marijo. Become a slave of the dragon people. And now, you are free. Free. A pair of unbelievable eyes looked at Roy. Thank you, human. Cheers filled the cabin. With hundreds of Murlocs released, Roy's mood is complicated. I thought there was something amazing on this ship. It turned out to be an ordinary slave ship. Of course, at black market prices, a female Murloc slave could sell for 50 million Baileys. 1 million Baileys for a male Murloc. The Murlocs in this cabin are worth 1 billion Baileys at least. Although nothing of value was found on the ship. However, Roy found a good one on another pirate ship. Inside the gorgeous wooden box, a sky-purple scabbard long knife was quietly placed. Pulling out the scabbard, the dark sword is engraved with a picture of the ups and downs of the wailing of 10,000 ghosts. A line of text is engraved on each side. 3,000 beheaded. Fang Wei tears. Roy's eyes flashed, this is 21 jobs with a sharp knife, Gilei village is right. Lieutenant General Sakaski, the new world is ahead. According to the information of the CP organization, Don Quixote. Roy Saint's route is to go to the Chambord Islands. Going to Mermaid Island must be coded. As long as his purpose is the Chambord Islands, he cannot avoid it. On the warship, wearing a cloak of justice, the breath on his body is as hot as lava. He stared coldly at the sea in the distance. The former Tianlong people have now betrayed the world government and become a villain. This is an indelible stain on the world government and the navy. His purpose this time was to arrest him under the orders of Marshal Sora. Of course, that was just an order from Marshal Sora. Taste the name of justice and must be erased. A cold killing intent flashed in Sakaski's eyes. For justice. Chapter 14 Sakaski. Retreat. 756, 757. Continue. 1000 push UPS. Not one less. On the beach chair, with a relaxed face, Roy took a sip of freshly squeezed orange juice. On the deck next to them, Doflamingo and Rossinetti were sweating profusely. I can't stand it anymore. Puff. Rossindi fell headfirst to the ground. The arms were as heavy as thousands of pounds of iron. Trembling helplessly. Can't admit defeat. Continue. I must become stronger. Become stronger than anyone. Blood oozes from Doflamingo's teeth, and veins throb on his forehead. Click. There seemed to be something tense in the body, and it collapsed in an instant. The body that has reached the extreme, emerges into a new force. 998, 999. 1000. Whoosh, haha, dage, I'm done. Doflamingo slammed his head heavily on the ground and turned over with difficulty. The smile on his face grew brighter. Good. Roy glanced at the pocket watch. Rest for an hour, then do another 500 squats. What? Doflamingo was stunned. What? Have an opinion? No. Doflamingo's face darkened. It feels a little off. If he wants to become stronger, it does not mean that he wants to die on the way to become stronger. Apparently, Roy was going to train him to death. If you want to become a strong man, you must be prepared to lose your life. Roy wiped Guilei's blade and said aggressively. If you can't hold on, just give up. Doflamingo does not lack the aptitude and temperament to become a strong man. There is only one chance between him and the real powerhouse. Also, enough effort. I will not give up. No matter how difficult the practice is, I will persevere. Will. Doflamingo roared. Seeing Doflamingo re-entering his crazy training, Roy nodded in satisfaction. Talent, hard work, will. All three in one. Doflamingo's future achievements will definitely go further than he remembers. It's really not relaxing for a second. Roy narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly looked up ahead. The dazzling red light illuminated half of the sky. The temperature in the air ascension, the sea water boils. A huge mass of magma fell from the sky. Space transfer. Roy reached for the sky and thought. Swish. The lava rain that filled the sky was like an erased picture scroll. Transfer directly to 100 meters away. Sakaski. The smile on Roy's face grew crazy. With such an iconic devil fruit ability, if he can't guess who it is. That's really a no-brainer. It's just that Roy didn't expect to meet so soon. Blood chi, which was so dense that it was almost substantial, swept out. The sky is dyed red. Boom. The dark blade swung a huge slash. Break the sea and fly forward. Humph. A cold hum. A figure wearing a cloak of justice appeared right in front of Slash. The dog eats the red lotus. The violent Slash and the hot lava collide. Once a nobleman of the world, he did something that betrayed the world government. Don Quixote. Roy, on behalf of the Justice of the Navy, I will judge you. God damn it. He was dressed in a dark red suit, with a navy cap on his head, black leather gloves on his hands, and a vice admiral's coat behind him. Resolute face, like carved marble. Pfft. A drop of magma fell into the seawater, and a large swath of seawater was evaporated by high temperature. Even from a distance, Roy could feel the scorching heat. Then hurry up, I'm more in a hurry. Roy inadvertently pulled out the ghost tears Muramasa from his waist. Said as if talking to himself. This is your first fight, don't let me down. Arrogant. Sakazuki looked at Roy, who completely ignored him, his eyes cold. Shave. Boom. One purple-black, one red. The two figures disappeared like phantoms, and in a flash, they had come close. Two completely different auras collided. One punch. A knife. Boom. Like ripples of air, waves spread outward. On the sea, a tsunami tens of meters high appeared. Big fire. Sakazuki's fist wrapped in magma blasted forward. The fiery flames burned half of the sky red. Colored arm. Hardened. The profound truth of Feishan Yujian Liu. Nine-headed dragon flash. Roy held the hilt's hand and waved it out suddenly. Tang bamboo, split straight ahead. Kazaya cut diagonally from right to left, reverse Kazaya, cut diagonally from left to right. Left pheasant, left horizontal, right pheasant, right horizontal. Left cut up, cut diagonally from left to top right, right cut diagonally from right to top left. Headwind, bottom up, throat. In an instant, swing the knife 9 times. Puff puff. Holes appeared in Sakazuki's body. The next second, hot magma emerged. The wounds on the body healed instantly. Cut. Natural, really annoying. Roy pouted. The colored arm is domineering and can indeed capture the body of the devil fruit ability. However, being able to touch it does not mean that it can invalidate the ability of the natural fruit ability person. So, just now in the moment when his colored arm aggressively attacked Sakazuki, Sakazuki saw the domineering look in advance and predicted the location of his attack. With the power of the devil fruit, the surrounding body becomes elemental. He took the initiative to open a few wounds on himself. His attack, which landed on these vacant wounds, didn't even touch Sakazuki's body at all. Naturally, there is no way to hurt him. Transfer. With a flick of his finger, the attack from Sakazuki was teleported. Boom. The confident Sakazuki had a burning fist in front of his eyes. Just flew out. Bounce my attack on me, devil fruit power. Sakazuki's eyes became solemn. This guy is definitely a powerhouse on the same level as him. At their level, unless the abilities restrain each other. Otherwise, even if the battle is 10 days and 10 nights, it may not be possible to determine the winner. The task that was originally thought to be guaranteed, seems to have become troublesome. Long Ming flash. Failing to hit a single blow, Roy put the ghost tears in his hand into the scabbard with great speed. Hum. The moment the knife was sheathed, a strong ultrasonic wave was generated. Let the unsuspecting Sakazuki, the eardrum be hit. The mind was in a trance for a moment. The profound truth of Feishan Yujian Liu. Tianxiang Long Shan. Roy seized the opportunity, and the long knife in his hand slashed like lightning. Puff. A bloodstain appeared on Sakazuki's chest. Spread from the lower abdomen to the shoulders. Pity. Roy is really a pity, only half a second at night. He cut Sakazuki in half with just one knife. After killing Sakazuki, he can at least get hundreds of purple quality soul fragments. maybe even a golden quality soul fragment. After all, that is the ability of the natural devil fruit. Retreat. Sakazuki, who escaped the catastrophe, quickly returned to the warship. Calmly ordered. This guy's strength is much stronger than he imagined. It's impossible to win on his own. You can run fast. Roy watched the warship go away without thinking of stopping. He just hurt Sakazuki though. But only by surprise. If it is a life and death fight, it will be 5 or 5 at most. Who will kill the deer still doesn't know. Nature. I'm really envious. Chapter 15 Battle of the Century. Arrive at Fishman Island. If he is a natural devil fruit ability, Sakazuki has to stay here forever today, he said. It is a recognized fact that the natural devil fruit ability person is absolutely strong in the early stage. The strongest series devil fruit, do you think it was blown out? What kind of superhuman, animal, and phantom beasts? In the early stage, compared with the natural devil fruit, it was all spicy chicken. As far as elementalization is concerned, it is an advantage that other devil fruit ability users can't match. Of course, at the late stage, with the popularity of colored arm domineering, the strong period of the natural devil fruit ability will pass, but they are still in the dominant class. Just changed from grandpa to big dad. His transfer fruit, in terms of potential, is of course far superior to the natural devil fruit. However, the combat power bonus in the early stage is really not as good as these devil fruits of the natural system. At least wait for him to develop the ability of the fruit to master. Only with the ability of the devil fruit can crush the devil fruit ability of the nature department. However, this battle is not without gain at all. Roy lay on the deck and stretched comfortably. It's a pity not to kill Sakazuki though. However, he at least had a clearer understanding of his own strength. In his youth, Sakazuki has mastered the domineering and colored arm domineering. The mastery of domineering is a little higher than his, but it is also limited. In addition, he is also a natural devil fruit person. The strength is probably between 200 million and 300 million, the first level strength of the ordinary Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters. Since he can be 55 to 50 with Sakazuki of this period, that means he now has at least the strength of an ordinary king under the 7 martial seas. In terms of the reward amount, it is probably between 200 and 300 million. This is so beautiful. The first level powerhouses of the Kaiwahei under the king, even in the era of great sailing, when heroes were born in large numbers. That is also rare, the overlord who stands at the top of countless pirates. Standing in the highest sequence of the pyramid, second only to the first level powerhouse of the general. With the first level combat power of the king's 7 wahei, not to mention the ability to run amok at sea. However, at least it has enough strength to protect itself. Want to kill him? Unless it is the first level combat power sent by the naval headquarters, or the combat power of 3 or more lieutenant generals. Otherwise, what do you want to eat? If the labor and capital can't fight, can they still run away? Captain, here we are. While Roy was enjoying the adoring gazes of the 2 little brothers, he was at ease. A voice from the navigator interrupted his fantasies. So soon. Roy stood up, and in the distance, a palm-sized island approached with the pirate ship. Keep zooming in. Captain, as long as the film is coated on this island, the ship can enter Fishman Island through the ocean current and head to the Chambord Islands. Roughly how long will it take? 3 days. 3 days. Roy rubbed his brows. Although this time was not long, it was not short. As soon as possible, before the pursuit of the world government arrives, enter the Chambord Islands. Having said that, Roy wasn't too worried. Although there is an admiral-level combat force in the naval headquarters. But that's one radish and one pit. The world government will not just take it out. At least, he is not important enough to make the world government wipe out at all costs. In the entire sea, only the future One Piece Roger and the Revolutionary Army leader Long have this treatment. These two people, one wants to uncover the dark history that was hidden by the world government. The other is even better, directly wanting to smash the grave of the world government. Dig the foundation of the world government directly. In the eyes of the world government and the Tianlong people, they are all unscrupulous people who do not kill enough people to be angry. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everything was calm, not to mention the pursuit of the world government, not even a single naval warship was seen. It's not that the world government has given up on his pursuit. Rather, 2 days ago, the second day of the battle with Sakazuki, the Navy, and Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido and other Rocks pirates remnants clashed in the New World. The participating forces, the 20 World Government Alliance countries, the Great Pirate Roger, the Golden Lion, the Lonely Red. On the newspaper in Roy's hand, there was a bloody battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of navies and pirates fought frantically. The battle that lasted for 2 days and nights ended in defeat for the Navy. This was provoked by the ambitions of the world government, and involved half a great route and a battle of countless forces. In the end, the price paid was that the Navy and the pirates each suffered heavy damage. The world government, which had little control over the New World, was further weakened. The New World has completely become synonymous with chaos. It has become a paradise for pirates. In this battle, the most dazzling Roger, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Lonely Red, and others. Also named a legend. The prelude of the era has completely opened. Roy clicked his tongue, if the timeline was developing. It won't be long before Roger finds out that he is seriously ill. Then, start the life of One Piece legend. All in all, there are still less than 7 years left. In fact, this time may be shorter. Reality is not anime after all, there will always be a certain gap in the details. Moreover, there are many loopholes in the setting of One Piece. And these loopholes disappear under the self-modification of the world will. However, the resulting butterfly effect will make the timeline of this world deviate from the plot setting in his memory. Therefore, Roy never brings his knowledge of anime into the real world. Otherwise, I'm afraid he doesn't even know how he died. The coded pirate ship follows the undercurrent of the deep sea and traverses the long darkness. Enter a strange world. Is this the Mermaid Island? It's so beautiful! Ross Indy exclaimed in amazement. There are corals and pearls everywhere, and the light penetrates through the bubbles, casting mottled light and shadow. The entire Mermaid Island, in the deep sea, is as beautiful as a dream. Boom boom boom. Neat footsteps, from far to near. A group of heavily armed Murloc soldiers surrounded them aggressively. Looks like there's some trouble. Roy smiled with interest, his eyes slightly cold. In this era, the relationship between Murlocs and humans is in a state of hostility because of the slave trade. These murderous Murloc soldiers did not come to welcome them. Zhang. Half of the blade is pulled out. A dim light reflected in the sea water. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped. Roy's pupils were flushed with scarlet, and there was a slight bloodthirsty smile at the corner of his mouth. Since going out to sea, I have killed so many people, but I have never tried the taste of killing Murlocs. Today, he will kill enough. Millions of Murlocs, even killing 1%. It's enough for him to turn the Devil Fruit Ascension to the specialization level. With one enemy, 10,000, for him now. Is it difficult? Given enough time, he could even kill the entire Murloc family to extinction. The Murloc soldiers surrounded by the pirate ship felt inexplicably cold all over, and their blood seemed to be frozen. That's the feeling of imminent disaster. Stop it all. Are you going to treat the benefactors of the Murlocs like this? Suddenly, an angry rebuke exploded in his ear. It interrupted Roy's boiling killing intent, and also awakened a group of Murloc soldiers in fear. Chapter 16 Non My Family, Its Heart Must Be Different. The good show is over. Roy's feet are on the railing. Look at the red-skinned Murloc who is approaching in the distance. The smile on his face was playful. This guy came by coincidence. 1 second later, the entire Fishman Island will be stained red with blood today. Tiger Dage. Why are you here? The mere human pirates, we can deal with it, you don't need to go out in person. The Murloc soldiers looked respectful. Shut up and back away from me. Fisher Tiger's tone was angry. It's so disrespectful to the benefactors of the Murlocs. Do you want others to treat our Murlocs as villains who retaliate for kindness and revenge? Benefactor? But that's obviously a human being. A group of Murloc soldiers instantly burst into an uproar. Doubtful. For a long time, the relationship between the human beings ruled by the world government and the Murlocs and Mermen on Fishman Island has been tense. Due to the lack of understanding of each other, human beings discriminate against the Murlocs and mermaids, and the discriminatory attitude of the world government, the master of human power, is particularly strong. As a world noble, the Tianlong people have been buying various races, including Murlocs, as slaves through human traffickers. A human being the benefactor of the Murlocs? Saying it out loud is going to make my teeth fall out of laughter. This human, 3 days ago, saved hundreds of slaves who were captured by the Tianlong people. Tiger's voice fell, and the crowd was noisy. What? It was this human who saved the Murloc slaves from the Tianlong people 3 days ago. My wife is also one of the Murlocs rescued. Golden hair, and this pirate flag. Benevolent. Looking at a group of fish people who suddenly became enthusiastic like licking dogs. Ronandy couldn't help muttering. These guys change their faces so fast. What a lowly race. Doflamingo snorted coldly, his face full of disgust. As a former world aristocrat, Tianlong Ren. His mentality is the same as that of a normal Tianlong. In his view, the Murlocs were born to be a group of lowly slaves. I'm sorry my countrymen offended you, they just saw you as one of those slave hunters. Tiger walked over with an apologetic face. Actually, I don't really care about that kind of thing. Roy had a gentle smile on his face. These small conflicts were largely ignored. He is not so petty yet. He is just an ordinary pirate, what kind of bad thoughts can he have? It's just a pity that there was no head-on conflict with the Murlocs. After all, in this way, he has a reason to kill these guys with peace of mind. For no reason, it's really not good to start. Look at the gentle smile on Roy's face. Tiger couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This guy. Very heavy murder. Your Excellency, it should be the first time to come to Fishman Island. If you don't mind, I can act as a guide. After dispersing the surrounding soldiers, Tiger took the initiative to invite him. Roy glanced at Tiger. On the surface, it is a guide, but in fact, it is not a surveillance. On his own site, there was a dragon crossing the river, and it was normal to be vigilant. However, is this guy a little too confident in his own strength? Brigadier Major General's first-level strength is not bad for 1 acre of land in Fishman Island. But in front of him, what's the difference with a dog? Good. Roy nodded with a smile. Wait until this guy finds out that he used to be a celestial dragon. I don't know what the expression will be. The relationship between dragons and Murlocs. That's not something that can be said with just one word of hatred. Even if he has now given up his identity as a heavenly dragon. You fish people are really united. Along the way, Roy's only impression of Fishman Island is xenophobia and unity. Except for the Murlocs, the island of Murlocs does not welcome any foreign races. He was able to move around freely on Murloc Island, in part because he saved the Murlocs. But the other part has a lot to do with his own strength. Even so, he could still feel the indifference and rejection on the faces of the Murlocs on the roadside. If it wasn't for Tiger to lead the way, he probably wouldn't even be able to enter a random store on the side of the road. No way, in this environment, if we don't unite, the Murloc family will be destroyed long ago. Tiger's tone was heavy. human persecution, discrimination of all races. Make the life of the Murlocs increasingly difficult. In this case, the only thing that can be done is to cuddle together to keep warm. Everything on Fishman Island seemed normal to Tiger. Unity is normal, but remember that this world will always be dominated by humans. Roy's fluttering tone made Tiger's heart shudder. Out of the corner of his eye, he looks at Roy. He was facing a pair of eyes that were as cold and numb as a cold-blooded animal. What do you see me doing? Am I right? Roy smiled softly. What he saw along the way, he felt a lot of domineering and domineering. Don't look at these Murlocs respecting him on the surface. However, more than 80% of the Murlocs are extreme racists. In their eyes, humans, such fragile creatures, are just inferior races. Fish people are the masters who should rule the world. It's not unreasonable to have this idea. After all, any Murloc has a physique that is more than 10 times that of an ordinary human since birth. It is normal for the strong to despise the weak. But don't forget, in this world, there are the most powerful people. Appear in humans. To put it bluntly, even the future Murlocs would not have the protection of the Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. What is it? Even an evil dragon dares to think of ruling the East Daxia Sea. These Murlocs are really floating. Completely incomprehensible to reality. He would free the slaves of the Murlocs, all because of trouble. But it doesn't mean that he has a good impression of the Murlocs. At the end of the day, he's also a downright racist. Tiger Dage. Tiger looked strangely at the Murloc soldier in front of him wearing gorgeous armor. This dress is from the guards of the royal palace, specially protecting the elite soldiers of King Neptune. What's the matter? His Majesty Neptune invites Lord Roy to the palace. Invited by His Majesty the King. I heard that it is to thank Lord Roy for saving our compatriots. Okay, let's go now. Tiger nodded. Although it is strange that His Majesty the King invited Roy to discuss it with him in advance. But this is what Faye still has to give. Your Excellency Roy, look. Then, go have a look. Roy narrowed his eyes and glanced at Tiger, with a somewhat mysterious smile on his face. A group of people came to the palace and just entered the palace. Boom boom boom. Immediately, tens of thousands of Murloc soldiers surrounded the entire palace. Captain of the Black Emperor Pirates, perhaps I should call you Tien Longren, Don Quixote Roy Saint. A loud voice echoed in the palace. Wearing a crown, a huge Neptune sits on top of a huge black whale. He holds a sharp golden trident in his hand. In his hand, he held a brand new reward order. That's Roy's latest bounty. Captain of the Black Emperor Pirates, a disqualified Dragonite noble, Don Quixote. Roy. The reward amount, 300 million. Tiger's face was full of shock, and he looked at Roy next to him in disbelief. You are, Tien Long. If a person is good enough, he can't hide his charm anywhere. Roy brushed his hair lazily with his hands. The identity of the dragon people was exposed, with the hatred of these Murlocs for the dragon people. The next battle is inevitable. He gave Doflamingo a look of hiding. So, what are you still doing? Swish. The dim light of the knife tore apart the dense crowd. Bring forth the wailing of countless Murlocs. With a bright smile on his face, Roy stepped on blood like a goblin from the underworld. The blood-colored pupils burst out with icy murderous intent. The blood chi, like the substance, poured out overwhelmingly with a bang. Covered the entire great hall. Use all your strength to please me. This is a feast of killing. Chapter 17 Promotion. Specialized level transfer fruit. When the blade rips through the armor, it cuts into the body. The sound of cold iron breaking into the flesh. Make people feel good. Damn human, go to hell. A shark mermaid with a spear charged with a fierce spear thrust. There was a strong confidence on his face. The strength of the mermaid family is more than 10 times that of humans. The power of the shark mermaid is the top among the mermaid races. He has even seen the scene where the shot went down and the heavenly dragon man exploded directly. Click. Covering the purple-black domineering arm, he punched forward. Puff. The violent energy smashed the entire row of mermaids in front of him into slag. The strength is not bad. Roy's eyes are casual. If the mermaid's strength is 10 times that of ordinary people, then his power is to multiply 10 times on the basis of the mermaid. In terms of strength, only the giants in this sea can match him. Dragon Nest Flash. Dragon Nest Flash, the basic sword skill of Feishan Yujian Liu. A random fencing technique that attacks the surrounding enemies with extreme speed. Swish swish. The light of the sword flickered, and the dense slashes were swept in all directions. Ding! Get Soul Fragment, green, x66. Ding! Get Soul Fragment, green, x35. The strength of the murlocs is 10 times that of ordinary people. Even ordinary murlocs drop green quality soul fragments after death. It is equivalent to killing 30 murlocs to synthesize a blue quality soul fragment. Look for Ruo Shui Xiao. Send, group. Number 6, 5, 6 61 8, 89, 6 : group number 3, 0, 0.03.142, 7 here, it's really a treasure trove. Roy exclaimed. There are at least nearly 10,000 murloc soldiers around the palace. Not to mention killing all of them, even if only half of them are killed, his fruit ability is enough to ascension to specialization level. This is not a place for you to be presumptuous. With a solemn expression, Tiger stood in front of Roy. Murloc Karate. Shua Zheng Chuan. The strength of the whole body is condensed and turned into a powerful punch. Tornado Flash. Under the domineering perception, Roy predicted Tiger's attack route. The body twisted in a circle, and while avoiding the opponent's attack, he used the twisting centrifugal force to shoot out the knife. Unleash a powerful slash. Puff. A knife directly hit the fishman tiger. The strength is average, but there are quite a lot of plays. Roy didn't even bother to look at him. Adventurer Tiger, the future Murloc hero who climbed the Red Soil continent with his bare hands and liberated Mary Joa of Sacred Land. The name is very loud. However, in terms of strength alone, it is really not enough. After all, even a few years later, he is stronger than he is now. Not dead in the hands of a mere rear admiral. You guy, actually hurt Tiger Dage. I can't forgive him. Tiger's status among the Murlocs was very high, and seeing him injured, a group of Murlocs were immediately enraged. A group of Murlocs with long mouths spit out water arrows. Transfer. With a click of Roy's finger, the space is reversed. One after another, the flying water arrows directly shifted their direction and shot into the school of fish. Enough is enough, it's time to end. Roy swings a knife. Next to a 4 people hugged, the palace stone pillars more than 10 meters long were cut off. Fingerhook, transfer. Puff. A huge rock pillar appeared out of thin air above the Murloc's head. Drop straight down. Dozens of Murloc soldiers crowded together were smashed into flesh by huge rocks. The huge stone pillar, as if it had become Roy's weapon, smashed down wantonly in the palace. Your Majesty, hurry up and run. The strength of this heavenly dragon is too terrifying. How can I leave my subjects and run away by myself? Neptune shook his head, waved the trident in his hand, and rushed forward on the black whale. People, I am with you. Roll. Roy glanced away, and the stone pillar smashed directly at Neptune. Regardless of Neptune's life or death, Roy's eyes turned to a Murloc at the back of the crowd. A layer of hard transparent bubbles enveloped the Murloc. Protect some Murlocs inside. The Devil Fruit's ability, I don't know what kind of fruit it is. Since killing a Devil Fruit ability user and eating the benefits, Roy is now very interested in these Devil Fruit power users. After all, if you kill one casually, you can harvest hundreds of soul fragments. Just kill one is blood to earn. Sky soaring dragon flash. A knife that no one's eyes can catch, cut out fiercely. Boom. Unexpectedly, this knife was easily blocked. Is this the barrier fruit? Roy frowned. The ability of this devil fruit can be said to be very heaven-defying. Create a barrier that resembles an absolute defense. If there is a weakness, it is the limited area to deploy the barrier. He even suspected that even a general-level powerhouse might not be able to break this barrier. Unfortunately, you met me. Roy hooked his finger, and the figure disappeared instantly. Appears directly inside the barrier. Hello. With a smiling knife, a murloc's head fell to the ground. Since the problem cannot be solved, it would be better if the person who created the problem can't be solved. Ding. Kill the barrier fruit ability, get a lot of soul fragments, get soul fragments, blue, x255. 255 blue shards. It was twice as many as the guy he killed last time. Roy pondered, it should be a question of strength. The ability to block fruit is invincible in some respects, and the lifespan of those with fruit ability is not expected to be too short. If you live for a long time, your strength will naturally not be too weak. The stronger the strength, the more soul fragments that fall. There are still 255 pieces of blue quality fragments left on his body. The number of green quality soul fragments directly exceeds 5,000. System, synthesize 50 blue quality soul fragments. Roy thought for a moment. Ding. Consume soul fragment, green, x5000, get soul fragment, blue, x50. Synthesized blue shards, plus soul shards dropped by devil fruit ability users. The number of soul fragments on him directly exceeded 300. To strengthen the transfer fruit to the specialization level, the required 200 blue shards have been collected. Are you strengthening your skills, superhuman ability to transfer fruit? The strengthening process will consume soul fragments, blue, x200. Specialization level transfer fruit, I don't know what changes will happen. Roy had some expectations in his heart. Strengthen. 200 soul fragments shattered and merged into Roy's body. In an instant, Roy felt the power belonging to the devil fruit in his body, constantly expanding. The range of fruit abilities that can be affected is also expanding. 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters. Finally, the power of expansion reaches its peak. Inside, something seemed to be broken. The envelope of the devil fruit expanded into a huge circular realm with a radius of 1,000 meters. Ding! The enhancement is complete. The superhuman system transfers the fruit ability development degree, ascension to the specialization level. Comprehend the ability of fruit, damage transfer, material transfer, mass transfer. Roy closed his eyes and slowly digested the new abilities obtained after the fruit ability developed to the specialization level. Chapter 18 The Eternal Emperor. After transferring the fruit ascension to the specialization level, 3 abilities were obtained. Injury transfer, material transfer, mass transfer. Damage transfer is the upgrade ability of attack transfer. Attack transfer can only transfer the damage received or not received to other places through kinetic energy transfer. It's essentially a transfer of energy. But the transfer of harm is to transfer the harm that oneself or others have already suffered to others. Including, but not limited to, injury, illness, physical fitness. It's complicated to say, but in layman's terms, no matter how badly he is injured. In theory, as long as he doesn't die on the spot, even if he still has a breath, he can transfer the injury to other people and return to his peak state directly. Very unscientific. However, devil fruit itself is not something that technology can explain. The transfer fruit is developed after reaching the specialization level. It has already touched the conceptual power initially. Mass transfer is easier to understand. For example, he moved a stone to another place. This change in the position of matter is the transfer of matter. After transferring the fruit ascension to the specialization level, this ability was further strengthened. From the transfer that can only be carried out between simple objects, it has become a more subtle level of molecular level transfer. That is, he can now transfer more than objects. Even the basic substances that make up objects. Roy thought, and a rock on the ground disappeared out of thin air. In the hand it converges into a 2-meter-long stone knife. Just wave. The violent slashing directly killed 2 or more Murloc soldiers. Air transfer. Roy waved his hand, and the oxygen in a radius of 1,000 meters was instantly transferred to 1,000 meters away. A vacuum realm was created directly with the power of the fruit. Air is also matter. Roy looked blankly at a group of Murloc soldiers who fell to the ground like dead fish. Although Murlocs are a demi-human race, they also need oxygen to live. If you lose oxygen, you will die. You villain! Tiger roared and rushed to where Roy was. Because of the excessive anger and lack of oxygen, the blue veins on the face are beating. The sword is extremely heavy. Roy raised the stone knife and dropped it lightly, without the smell of fireworks. This level of attack. Tiger's eyes were disdainful, and he threw a punch. Murloc karate. Boom. The next second, unimaginable pressure came oncoming. The ground cracked, and Tiger, who was covered in blood, was directly smashed into the depths of the ground. Puff. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Look of disbelief was written all over Tiger's face. How is this possible? He was sure that the knife just now was definitely just a random blow. But the power is terrifying. It felt as if a mountain was pressing head-on. Idiot! A sneer flashed across Roy's mouth. The knife he just made looked unremarkable. In fact, the weight of all the land within a radius of 1 kilometer was transferred to this knife. Mass transfer, which swaps the masses of different objects with each other. He can make a stone as hard as a diamond. It can also make a mountain softer than cotton. This is the third ability of his Devil Fruit Awakening. Mass transfer. After the Devil Fruit's ability has been developed to the specialization level, the potential of transferring fruit is gradually being discovered. It is no longer inferior to the ordinary nature-type Devil Fruit. Nipton and Tiger, are you going to kill them? Roy rubbed his chin, and now he just had to wave. These 2 Murlocs can be easily wiped out. However, after thinking about it, Roy gave up the idea. As a result, the strength of these 2 guys is average. Even if it is killed, at best it will drop 3 or 5 blue fragments. There are still more than 100 blue fragments on him, and the demand for soul fragments is not too high. Moreover, he needs one of the 3 ancient weapons, the Birth of the White Star. It is unclear whether those supergiant sea kings will drop soul fragments. However, killing by seeing will definitely get a very high-quality soul fragment. At least it's a quality above red. Of course, whether or not to kill Shirahoshi depends on the situation. So, Neptune needs to stay. In the case of a Mermaid King, no one can say whether the Sea King among the 3 ancient weapons will be born. As for Adventurer Tiger, Roy needs him to free Sacred Land Mary Joa's slaves. As for her purpose, just simply want to add a block to those Tianlong people. Harvest all the Murloc soldiers at will. Roy swaggered out of the palace. Dage, are you okay? Doflamingo and Rosanatti, who had been hiding for a long time, sneaked over. Asked worriedly. As for Huo Mingwu, this timid Tianlong man has been shrinking in the boat and reluctant to get off. Because he has a severe deep-sea phobia. Do you think those little bastards can hurt me? Roy smiled confidently. The mind suddenly sank into the system. System, exchange for a purple quality soul shard. Consume all soul fragments and capture souls. The souls of Fan Ma Yongjiro and Hiamura Kenshin are almost digested now. It is also time to start fusing the next soul. With purple souls as sacrifices, there is a high chance of capturing purple quality souls. There is even a small chance of capturing a golden quality soul. Of course, it depends on the face. Ding! Consume soul fragment, blue, X100, get soul fragment, purple, X1. Soul capture begins. Boom! The calm thinking seems to have crossed countless worlds in an instant. In an instant, Roy felt his own soul possessed by a stranger. Countless unfamiliar memories flashed through my mind like watching flowers at a glance. Roy's perspective is somewhere between his own experience and that of a bystander. Feel what's going on around you. But it cannot control and influence what is going on. It seemed that what he experienced was just a fragment of that endless time and space. When the mind awakens from the darkness. Already at the top of a 10,000 jong mountain. The mountain wind howls, the white cloud king dog. At the foot of the mountain, an army of 1 million troops is silent. Behind him, the civil and military officials stood on both sides, bowing their heads and waiting. Looking at the stalwart figure on the high platform with awe, as if staring at the gods. And he, standing in front of the high platform, was holding a roll of bamboo slips. Looking at the magnificent mountains and rivers, my heart is full of pride. Since I ascended the throne, I have swept away 6 kingdoms, abolished feudalism, established prefectures and counties, built up civil engineering, built the Great Wall, invigorated long-term policies and built the Imperial Palace. Forged Daxia's unification, established the achievements of Immortal for thousands of generations, built the 3 emperors, and defeated the 5 emperors. From now on, no, first emperor. The deep voice echoed slowly. The storm stopped and the clouds dispersed. It seems that even the world is shocked by it. At this moment, Roy felt that his own soul was completely integrated with this ancient emperor who established Immortal's achievements. The ultimate sublimation. Endless pride and ambition stir in my heart. There was only one unwavering thought left in his mind. Heaven and earth, I am the only one. Chapter 19 The Emperor is Domineering. Ancestral Dragon. Ying Zheng, Golden Quality Soul. Introduction, Destroying the 6 Kingdoms of Han, Zhao, Wei, Chu, Yan, and Qi, and integrating the Great Unification of Daxia, the title of 3 Emperors of Virtue and Deeds, 5 Emperors of Merit and Demerit, the first monarch to use the title of Emperor in the history of Daxia, self-proclaimed First Emperor. Deeds, abolished the system of enfeoffment and replaced it with the system of prefectures and counties, the same text, the same track, unified currency, weights, and measures, attacked the Xiongnu in the north, conquered Baiyu in the south, built the Great Wall, built the Linghu, and communicated with the Yangtze River and the Pearl River system. First fusion, no consumption. The Qin dynasty was still water, and lived in it with the virtue of water. In front of him, Qin Shi Huang was a phantom, dressed in a mysterious black imperial robe and wearing a bead curtain and jade crown. The waist is 3 feet across. Qing Feng, the eagle, looks at the wolf and looks at him, and the corners of his eyes are narrow and mean. The imposing manner on his body is like a wolf, like a tiger, the standard appearance of an emperor. Soul of golden quality. This is the first time Roy has seen it. I don't know what abilities will be obtained after fusion. The soul of Qin Shi Huang he captured was the soul of an ordinary person. Neither does Fan Ma Yongjiro's physique that can be called a devil. There is also no Kendo realm that is close to the ultimate in Kenshin Hiimura. But just an ordinary person. In the system's judgment, it has the potential of golden quality. What kind of abilities will be obtained by fusing his soul? Roy said, looking forward to it. Fusion. The phantom in front of him shattered in an instant. Turned into countless rays of light and melted into Roy's body. This feeling. There is a hidden power in the mind, as the soul merges, it seems to be stimulated. Thoroughly boiled. Roy's eyes widened slightly, and his tone was a little surprised. The Overlord is domineering. Incorporating the soul of Qin Shi Huang, unexpectedly, it activated the domineering hidden in his body. The overlord is domineering, known as 1 in a million, and only those with the qualifications of the king can awaken the domineering. Whether a person can awaken the domineering arrogance or not has nothing to do with strength. The most important thing is vision and will. However, the domineering arrogance he awakened seemed to be somewhat different from the others. Roy thought, looking up. Densely packed, with a total of more than 100,000 murlocs, the entire street is surrounded by water. Human, what have you done to His Majesty the King? This damn human must have killed His Majesty the King. Kill these celestial dragons. Avenge Tiger Dage and His Majesty Neptune. The angry faces showed hatred. Then, Roy saw the crowd, tied together by several murlocs. And, Huoming, who was seriously injured and in a coma. When these murlocs decided to attack him, they planned to spare none of them. Dage, what to do? Rocindy's face paled. The number of these murlocs is simply too many, adding up to nearly 200,000. No matter how strong his Dage is, fighting so many murlocs would probably kill him. Rosanati, don't lose the dignity of the Don Quixote family. Brother Doflamingo, who was as pale, seemed much calmer, although his legs were still shaking. Rosanati, only 200,000 people, are you afraid of this? You're too timid to be a man, you can't be a real man. Roy walked towards the crowd step by step. The expression on his face is mysterious and calm. Go on. Kill them. Angry murlocs rushed over. The dense crowd, like ants, can't see the end at a glance. What is the concept of 200,000 murlocs? There are 24 hours in a day and 86,400 seconds. Even if he kills one a second, it will take at least 3 days to kill all these murlocs. Who allowed you lowly bastards to look me in the eye? The footsteps stopped, and Roy raised his head slowly. In the pupils that suddenly contracted, a deep and vast force swept out unscrupulously. The mountains and rivers are manifested behind him, turning into a miniature world where the phantom and reality overlap. All murlocs are enveloped. A stalwart figure wearing an emperor's robe and a long sword of the emperor on his waist stands on the top of Mount Tai, which is tens of thousands of feet high in the center of the world. His face was 90% similar to Roy, his expression was neither sad nor happy, overlooking the whole world. There was an awe-inspiring emperor's majesty. The corners of his mouth opened, and the low voice was like thunder, turning into panic. Tore the whole world apart. Kneel down. Click. The purple-black aura spreads around like a storm. The whole world is shrouded in the pressure of that terrifying overlord. Where the storm spread, the angry murloc's brain was instantly blank. The body was under that heavy, unbreathable pressure. Kneeling down involuntarily. In the blink of an eye, more than 2/3 of the 200,000 murlocs were kneeling on the ground. Brain blank, loss of consciousness. The remaining 1/3 are also crumbling and may faint at any time. Ta-da-da. Roy strolled around the unconscious murlocs. With Doflamingo and Rocinante, he came to the unconscious Huoming and a group of crew members. Looking at the embarrassed Huoming, Doflamingo's eyes flashed with disgust. This foolish father has pushed his endurance to the limit. Roy put one hand on Huoming and directly transferred his injuries to a murloc. Wake up the crew, it's time to leave here. Roy's eyes were a little tired. After all, he is also a person. After experiencing such a high-intensity battle, even if the body does not feel tired, mental fatigue can also occur. Of course, that doesn't mean his knife will slow down. His knife, except death, can kill at any time. I'm glad I got my life back. Next time, it won't end so easily. The Buddha smiled only 3 times. This time, it was just a small punishment. Although, for the fish people, the price of this punishment is too great. But that's also his purpose. Let this group of self-righteous murlocs deeply carve their reverence for people into their blood. Passed on forever. A ship with a pirate flag crosses Fishman Island. After a long deep sea, a ray of sunlight came in. Finally, is it coming? Roy looked up, a look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Chambord, where the Great Root and the New World meet. Pirate's paradise. For him, this is an excellent hunting ground. Puff. The pirate ship leaped out from the bottom of the sea. The coating wrapped around the hull completed its own mission and shattered with a snap. Boom. A cannonball hits straight. Roy's eyes turned cold. This welcome ceremony is really special. With a click of the finger, the flying shells flew back the same way. His pupils narrowed and he looked towards the direction where the cannonball was flying. An aura full of oppression, like the presence of an emperor, swept the surroundings wantonly. The sea sank deeply, and a layer of fish and shrimp floated up. Overlord is domineering. No, this kind of special tyrannical domineering that belongs to him. Roy prefers to call it. The emperor is domineering. Why, there are always people who like to dance on the tightrope. Roy's expression was a little helpless. He couldn't even despise the three-legged cat's trash fish. But he never expected that these people would take the initiative to provoke him without knowing how to live or die. Roy can only say, is it bad to live? Since someone is courting death, he can only be rude. Well, let's start with you first. Roy's eyes were bloodshot. The feast of this killing has already begun. All the prey, he took all the prey. Chapter 20 Harvest. Ghost Tears Muramasa. Looks like something interesting happened over there. Neil, do you want to go over and watch the fun? Chambord Islands, Block 13. The man standing at the door of the auction looked at the distant coast with interest. This level of power fluctuations made his hair almost stand up at such a distance. Is there such a monster-like powerhouse among the newcomers this year? Barrow, you really can't change this nasty interest. Neil, whose right hand was wrapped in a layer of black metal, glanced at Barrow, who was full of excitement. The captain of the Storm Pirates, Iron Arm Neil, has a bounty of 130 million. The captain of the Barrow Pirates, the Ghost Knife Barrow, with a reward of 110 million. Both of them are pirates from the East Daxia Sea. He is also one of the strongest among all the pirates on the Chambord Islands. Even among all the pirates who have gone out to sea in the past 2 years, the bounty of the two of them can also be ranked in the top 10. And currently ranked first among pirate newcomers. It was the captain of the Black Emperor Pirates who suddenly rose up, and in less than half a month, the reward amount soared to 300 million Bailey. The former world aristocrat Tianlong, Don Quixote. Roy. However, the vast majority of pirates will erase the Black Emperor Pirates from the rankings. After all, what strength can a former Tianlong person have? The reward amount of 300 million Bailey, let alone water. I guess it was a sea. Putting him in the first place is simply unconvincing. Boom. Suddenly, a huge meteorite fell from the sky above. Smashed straight towards the door of the auction house. Humph. Neil's eyes turned cold, and a large amount of metallic liquid instantly appeared on his arm. In the blink of an eye, a tens of meters long steel arm condensed. Boom. With a punch, it directly smashed the meteorite that fell into the sky. It looks like it's coming for us. The smiling expression on Barrow's face subsided. He stared up at the sky with dignified eyes. This depressing breath made him smell death. The last time he felt this way was when he met a big pirate with a reward of 500 million. If it wasn't for a sudden storm, he'd probably be dead. Now is not the time to be emotional, opponents are difficult to deal with. Neil looked at the sky, and a large amount of metallic liquid gathered from all directions. Completely wrap his body. Condensed into a steel giant over 20 meters in size. Get me down. Neil roared and threw a heavy punch at the figure in front of him. I prefer others to look up at me than to look down. Roy stretched out his finger and drew a circle. Puff! A huge pothole suddenly appeared under the 20-meter-high steel giant. The whole person fell straight in. You calm down first. Reaching out and stroking, the pothole was filled with a large piece of soil. Swish! Behind him, an icy sword light struck. Roy's bloody eyes swept away. Do you want to dance too? Attack diversion. A sharp slash, returning directly at a faster speed. Puff! The defenseless Barrow was directly hit by his own slash. This is the strength of the bounty over 100 million pirates. Roy wasn't very satisfied. This level of strength is only able to touch the bottom line of the king's kaiwohe. Even if the soul fragments of purple quality are dropped, the number is very limited. You are the captain of the Black Emperor pirates, Don Quixote. Roy. Barrow, who had always felt a sense of déjà vu, suddenly widened his eyes. Is it difficult to recognize my appearance? Although not very harmful, it is extremely insulting. Roy felt offended. With a reward of 300 million, he should be a celebrity now. Are you only now recognizing labor? Roy was angry. Puff puff. On the ground, thorns emerged one after another through Barrow's body. This is an application method of transferring fruit. Transfer the matter to construct a new form with the same essence. It looked as if he had mastered the power to control the elements. However, it is essentially an application of material transfer. Ding! Get soul fragment, purple, x3. 3 purple shards. The harvest at this time is comparable to the entire harvest he slaughtered on Fishman Island. Sure enough, it is still the most cost-effective to kill the strong. Roy's eyes were on the ground. The flat ground, ups and downs, as if something wanted to rush out from the ground. Devil fruit ability person, the vitality is really tenacious. After being buried in the soil for so long, he is still so energetic. Roy sighed inwardly and held it with an empty hand. The surrounding soil is madly pouring towards the center. In an instant, the density of the soil ascension increased tenfold. Boom! A shot rang out. Interrupts Roy's movements. Let our captain go. Dozens of pirates rushed over from the end of the street. Roy's bloody eyes flashed. The next second, the terrifying pressure suddenly hit. Kneel down. The majestic anger, accompanied by Huang Huang Tianwei, fell in an instant. Centered on Roy's feet, the ground cracked and spread like a spider's web. Under the suffocating pressure, the pirate's mind was blank. With a thud, he fell to his knees in dizziness. The only pirate who can still stay awake under such terrifying pressure, his body is already shaking. Puff! A knife slashed in the leg, forcing himself to wake up. The arrogance of the overlord. The pirate looked at Roy in horror. According to legend, only those who possess the qualifications of a king can awaken, and the domineering 1 in a million. This man actually possesses such terrifying aptitude. I prefer to call it monarch, erotic domineering. How did this man's voice become choppy? The pirates were a little strange, and then they discovered that their own body became very light. The perspective of the head is also constantly rotating. A familiar body flashed before his eyes. The expression on the pirate's face was a little strange. That, isn't it my body? Turns out, he's already dead. A comprehension rose in the pirate's heart. Profound meaning, Tianxiang Longshan. The belated voice sounded slowly. The dark blade is a little strange under the rendering of blood. Roy had a strange thought in his mind. This knife seems to be swallowing blood. Spirituality, or is it magic? Roy couldn't help but think. What is the relationship between this knife and the knives of the Guiche series? Is it also a cursed knife? Interesting. Ding! Get soul fragment, purple, x200. Neil, who was buried in the soil, struggled in vain for a while. Died unwillingly in despair. Roy didn't have any thoughts of pity in his mind. A real pirate is not the kind of adventurer who goes out to sea for a dream in anime. Whether it's these two pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, or the pirates he killed before. Picking one out at random is an executioner with blood on his hands. If tried according to their crimes. Even if they die hundreds or thousands of times, they can't pay for their sins at all. 200 pieces of purple shards should be regarded as repayment of your interest. After a battle, he gained a lot. These two pirates, plus a few pirates I encountered before. The purple fragments accumulated on his body amounted to over 200. However, the number of blue-quality soul fragments has accumulated to about 500. I have to admit that the Chambord archipelago is indeed a pirate's paradise. You can catch a lot of pirates at will. With so many soul fragments, you can strengthen a wave of skills next. Chapter 21 The knife cuts the body, the heart cuts the soul. First, bring the 6th Navy and Domineering Ascension to the specialist level. As the strongest physique of the Navy headquarters, the 6th form of the Navy will not be outdated even if it is used at the level of an admiral. With the strength of the Ascension, the simple proficiency in the 6th naval style is almost unable to keep up with his strength. Whether to strengthen the skills, Navy 6th form. The strengthening process will consume soul fragments, blue, X120. Strengthen. A lot of information and insights were poured into Roy's mind. Caw caw caw. There was a sound of bones popping from within the body. Roy's height increased by 5 centimeters. Muscles became more symmetrical, and the overwhelming pressure suffocated. Navy 6 forms are the top physique. The way of cultivation is actually the process of constantly breaking the limits of the human body. With every breakthrough of the limit, the level of life will leap forward and evolve to a higher level. This process is equivalent to the transition from the flesh to God. He now, even without the help of devil fruit and kendo. With the power of the flesh alone, it is possible to suppress pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. The entry-level Naval 6 style is only a preliminary grasp. Proficient in the 6 naval styles can be used proficiently. And the specialization level Navy 6th form has completely mastered the essence of the 6th form. You can create your own derived meanings through your own understanding of the 6 naval styles. Flying finger gun. Roy stretched out a finger, and the muscles suddenly compressed, bursting out with great force under the pressure. Puff. A hole several meters deep appeared on the ground. The power of this strike can even kill the first-level powerhouse of the Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters head-on. According to the skill level of the system. Mastering an entry-level ability, the strength can be comparable to a million-level bounty pirate. Mastering the ability of the master level can be comparable to the pirates with millions of bounties. And master the ability of the specialization level, you can kill the pirates with a bounty of over 100 million head-on. Master several specialization level skills at the same time. Even the first-level pirates of the Kaiwahe under the king can be easily killed. Enhanced skills, seeing and hearing domineering. The strengthening process will consume soul fragment, blue, X80. Enhanced skill, colored arm domineering. The strengthening process will consume soul fragment, blue, X80. Ding. Strengthening completed, skills, domineering, colored arm, ascension to master level. Powerful knowledge and domineering appeared overwhelmingly. Covering the entire Chambord archipelago. The entire Chambord archipelago, because it is the only place to go to the New World. It's not just the pirates who gather. And tons of navies, bounty hunters. After the strengthening, the sight and hearing color is domineering, the range has been expanded several times, and the perception ability has also been strengthened. It is already possible to initially perceive the strength of each person. The colored arm domineering changes are more crude and simple. Domineering capacity cap ascension tripled. Roy glanced at the remaining soul fragments. Soul shards of purple quality are not consumed. There are more than 200 soul fragments left in blue quality. Let's just turn domineering directly to the specialization level. Roy thought. Expert level domineering, the upgrade consumes blue quality soul fragments. Only the number increased to 200. Roy breaks the 2 purple shards into 200 blue shards. Gathered the soul fragments consumed by the domineering strengthening, and started strengthening directly. 400 blue quality soul shards were used up. Ding! Strengthening completed. Skills: Seeing domineering, Colored arm domineering, Ascension to specialization level. Powerful knowledge and domineering arrogance accumulates in the body, constantly brewing. After reaching an extreme, it spewed out uncontrollably. Boom! The overwhelming sense of seeing and hearing is domineering, covering half of the sky. The entire Chambord archipelago was connected to the surrounding waters, and was completely covered by the astonishing arrogance. As soon as Roy's thoughts moved, his purple-black arrogance instantly wrapped around his body. The heavy domineering, like a layer of hard armor, faintly glowing with strange patterns. It is more domineering than the proficient colored arm, and the upper limit of the amount has been tripled again. Colored arm will be consumed, and the speed of consumption will vary according to the intensity and amount of use, and it will recover on its own through rest. The ascension with the upper limit of capacity not only increases his combat endurance. Even the hardness and toughness are greatly ascension. Roy frowned, then let go. The high-level seeing and hearing are domineering and have the ability to temporarily predict the future. High-level overlords are domineering and can substantively interfere with reality. And the high-level colored arm is domineering, and the specific capabilities are unknown. He also thought that after domineering was upgraded to the specialist level, he would awaken to a higher first-level power. It seems that domineering should not change qualitatively until it reaches master. System: Strengthen the tyrannical domineering. Ding! Strengthen the overlord's domineering power. Daiwei: Consume soul fragments, purple, x 1000. Insufficient soul fragments cannot be strengthened. Roy's face contorted into a ball. Saw the colored domineering and colored arm domineering ascension to master, consumes 400 purple shards. Transferring the fruit ascension to the master consumes 500 purple shards. What the hell is the consumption of these 1000 purple shards? Why did he suddenly fail to understand? 200 purple shards, it seems that you can ascension Kendo and Navy 6. Roy looked helpless. He wanted to directly strengthen the domineering to master. However, the strength he does not allow. Roy had no choice but to retreat, and first ascension of Kendo to master. Enhanced skill, Kendo. The strengthening process will consume soul fragments, purple, x 160. Countless soul fragments shattered and merged into Roy's body. Clang! In his mind, an invisible hammer fell. Roy's brain was completely blank. Clang clang! The hammer formed by the power of the soul keeps falling. Roy felt his own spirit was like a rough blade, with the hammer of the soul honed to hone an unparalleled edge. The last trace of the power of the soul is exhausted, and the thinking returns to reality. Roy opened his eyes slowly. In the pupil, a purple halo circulated, as if there was a blade of light. Slash the sky. Hum. The long knife in his hand hummed for a while. It seems to be fused with the body, like an arm swing. Master's other kendo is strengthened, and the direction of evolution is very special. In addition to the strengthening of the slashing power, there is also the transformation of the spiritual level. Ding! Strengthening completed. Skill: Kendo level ascension to master. Understand Kendo talent, heart sword. Roy narrowed his eyes slightly. The knife cuts the body, the heart cuts the soul. With the heart and the sword, you can kill the gods. After comprehending the heart sword, the sword in his hand cut off more than just the flesh. The beheading is also the spirit. This kind of ability is a bit restraining for those with the ability of the devil fruit of the natural system. Roy said with some sigh. The elementalization of the devil fruit of nature, which can be immune to physical attacks. However, it is not immune to damage at the spiritual level. The power of the heart and sword, even if there is no way to directly kill a person's soul. However, the pain of annihilating a trace of soul can make most people collapse directly. Chapter 22 Plan to recruit crew members. The news is really fast. Roy pouted. In the domineering perception of seeing and hearing, the figures that were locked one by one. As if they had negotiated, they suddenly rushed towards Block 1 of the Chambord archipelago. These pirates, who usually dislike each other, suddenly gathered together. Or something attracted them. Or, a huge crisis forced them to come together. Now in the entire Chambord archipelago, he is the only one who can be called a threat. In the first half of the New World, there were only a handful of pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million. And now, 2 died in an instant. How could those pirates not panic? It's better to get together and clean up together. Roy rushed forward unhurriedly. Barrow and Neil are dead. These 2 guys are pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, why did they die suddenly? Is it captured by the Navy? No, I heard from several crew members of the Storm Pirates that he died in the hands of the captain of the Black Emperor Pirates. Black Emperor Pirates? Never heard of it. Who is the captain? Don Quixote. Roy. This name is a bit familiar. That dragon man. The crowd fell silent. Don't be kidding, how could a former Tianlong person be so strong? A pirate with a scar on his face laughed, attracting a group of echoes. Each of them is a pirate who resounds on one side. The lowest bounty was 50 million Baileys. How could he admit that he was not even a Tianlong person? I suggest that everyone form a pirate alliance. Just kidding, is a partner pirate still a pirate? Compared to this, it is better to discuss how to kill the guy who killed Barrow and Neil. I have a plan, everyone can tie themselves up, kneel in front of him and beg for mercy, maybe he will let us go out of mercy. A voice suddenly sounded. Who's the ghost idea? With a reward of 120 million, the captain of the giant lion pirates had a dangerous tone. The big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, let him go to his knees and beg for mercy. Blind your dog's eyes. Who are you, and why do you look so good-natured? In the shadows shrouded in darkness, Roy slowly raised the face full of jokes. Don Quixote. Roy, if you don't know me, you can call me the captain of the Black Emperor Pirates. Boom. The crowd seemed to have fallen into a bomb and instantly boiled. The person they are talking about is right beside them. The point is that they still don't know when this guy ran in. A group of pirate captains blushed. 2F*ck ashamed. How did this guy get in? FK him. A brief silence. The pirate next to him pulled out his musket and aimed at Roy. Extensive fire coverage. A group of turkeys and dogs. Covered by gunfire, Roy's eyes were unusually calm. The fingers moved slightly. The fruit ability activates. Puff puff. Bullets, fire, slashes. Sitting in the shadow of the corner, Roy is like an immortal deity. All the attacks disappeared without a sound when they approached him. Hey, what kind of monster is this? Seeing Roy unscathed, the pirates took a deep breath. You've finished attacking, is it my turn now? Roy looked up. After Kendo was promoted to master, he hadn't really made a move. However, he has a rough estimate of his own strength. Comparable to the top lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters. The mid-level king of the Seven Wohei. Although it is slightly weaker than the general level combat power, the opponent he is facing is not a strong one. A mere group of pirates with a bounty of only 1 or 200 million. As long as you have a knife in your hand, you can cut it at will. Roy narrowed his eyes and reached for the hilt at his waist. The blade engraved with the 100 ghosts of purgatory was unsheathed in an instant. Biting murderous intent filled the air, making the light in the house dim instantly. The dark blade light enveloped all the pirates. Slashed with a knife. House collapse. Dust is everywhere. A group of pirates fell to the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Everyone is a pirate, why are you attacking us? Are you going to be the enemy of all pirates? The pirate who escaped, with a look of horror in his eyes, shouted sternly. When will you garbage represent all pirates? Roy's eyes were cold as if he were looking at a group of dead people. Knife. Shocked. A knife swung down, and the suffocating pressure rolled over. The spirit was instantly shocked by the strong shock. Why can't my body move? A group of pirates stared. Consciousness is clear, but the body seems to be out of control. This is an application of the Kendo talent Heart Sword. Sword intent manifests the spirit of suppressing the opponent. The essence of sword intent is similar to the domineering arrogance of Overlord. It is a kind of spiritual power transformed into after the manifestation of spiritual will. When facing the enemy, the manifestation of sword intent can suppress the opponent's mental energy. It can not only weaken the strength, but also affect the judgment. If the strength gap is too large, the enemy's mental energy will be completely suppressed. Direct loss of control over the body. Puff. A head flew straight up. Ding. Get soul fragment, purple, X5. It would be great if it was a devil fruit person. Roy smacked his lips. The big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million only dropped 5 purple quality soul fragments. If it is devil fruit ability, it can be at least 20 times. The profound truth of Feishan Yujian Liu. Roy put the knife into the sheath, and Gailei village was placed on his waist. Lower your body and make a posture of drawing a knife and slashing. Ha ha ha, this idiot, how can he hit such a long distance? A few pirates who seized the opportunity and fled quickly. Turning his head to look behind him, he couldn't help sneering. 9-headed dragon flash. The corner of Roy's mouth twitched. Who said that a long distance can't kill people? Swish swish. Draw the knife. Slash. 9 sharp slashes came in an instant. If you are hit by such an attack, you will underestimate us too much. The eyes of a few pirates were relaxed. With a distance of several hundred meters, even if the power of the slash was strong, wouldn't it be easy to escape? After all, it is also a big pirate with a reward of tens of millions. This kind of attack can't be avoided, so what kind of pirate is it? Go home and fish. The sharp slash was easily dodged by a few pirates. Even from a few meters away, you can feel that biting edge. The soul seems to be cut off. Monster. This kind of attack, if you take it hard, will definitely kill you. Fortunately this guy is careless. The pirates were fortunate in their hearts, looking at the gradually clear coast in the distance. They couldn't help but get excited. Just get on the boat and get rid of this monster. Innocent. Roy squinted slightly, clenching his fingers. Transfer. Swish. The 9 slashes disappeared out of thin air and were transferred to the pirates. From a distance, it seems that these pirates actively slammed into the slashes. Ding. Kill the steam fruit ability, get soul fragments, blue, X200. Ding. Kill the berserker fruit ability to get soul fragment, blue, X150. Ding. A series of system prompts rang out from his ears. Make people feel good. In an instant, 800 blue shards and 15 purple shards were directly harvested. Roy's heart didn't waver, so little soul fragments didn't make him excited. Plus the remaining 40 purple shards from the previous enhancement. The number of purple fragments on his body now adds up to more than 50. Speaking of which, we should expand our power. Roy touched his chin. So far, the only combat power of the Black Emperor pirates is him. followed by Doflamingo and Ross Indy, these two little devils. He planned to take in a few crew members, but he never found a suitable one. The world government will definitely increase the bounty on him for the killing of the Chambord Islands this time. Therefore, it is indeed necessary to recruit a few reliable crew members. Perhaps, you can try it from the system. Roy's mind moved, and he suddenly remembered that the system's soul capture function was in addition to fusion. But there is also the function of summoning. Chapter 23 Golden Soul. Bailey keep the promise. The two major functions of the system are soul capture and soul strengthening. The captured soul has two uses, fusion and summoning. Soul fusion, Roy has tried many times and is more experienced. In theory, as long as it can withstand the impact of soul fusion. Unlimited soul fusion. In fact, the memories of multiple souls collide with each other, which can have serious effects on the soul. For example, his character and habits will move closer to those souls that he has merged with because of the influence of soul fragments. In the end, it is likely to become a schizophrenic patient. Therefore, after each fusion of the soul, it must go through a long period of adaptation before the next fusion can be carried out. Roy has just merged his soul not long ago, and he is still a fusion of high-quality golden soul. It will take a few days to completely digest the effects of soul fusion. However, soul summoning does not have this side effect. I don't know what kind of thing can be summoned. Soul fragments of purple quality have a high probability of capturing souls of blue and purple quality. There is a small probability of capturing the soul of golden quality. The specific quality of soul that can be captured is related to the number of soul fragments, but more importantly depends on luck. Stud is impossible to stud. For the first soul summoning, it is better to be safe. System. Consume 10 blue shards, 200 blue shards, and start soul capture. The bizarre worlds overlap one by one. Ding! Soul capture completed. In the phantom of the broken world, a golden brilliance emerged. Bailey keeping promise, golden quality soul. Introduction, a mixture of demons and humans, with an unparalleled talent for firearms, keeping promises and delivering results. First fusion, no consumption. He has short silver white hair and a pair of wolf-like ears. The mutilated cloak swayed with the wind. In his hand was a huge sniper rifle. Looking at this familiar figure, a big question mark appeared on Roy's head. Bailey keeps the promise, isn't this a character in the Glory of the King? The soul of golden quality shows the potential of having the first level general. A&D. Still a sniper. System, you are like a roundworm in my stomach. Roy gave a thumbs up. Call. Ding. Please choose the summoning stage, 100% combat power synchronization, consumption of golden quality soul fragments X100, general level combat power, 90% combat power synchronization, consumption of golden quality soul fragments X50, junior general level combat power. 80% combat power synchronization, consumption of purple quality soul fragments X100, top lieutenant general combat power. 70% combat power synchronization, consumption of purple quality soul fragments X50, combat power of ordinary lieutenants. 60%. Looking at the string of prompts, Roy felt a little overwhelmed. This is a bit excessive. Summoning the soul actually requires the consumption of soul fragments. Isn't this deceiving consumers for secondary consumption? Bailey keeps his promise with 100% synchronized strength, and directly possesses the first level combat power of a general, which sounds very tempting. But those 100 golden quality soul fragments really made Roy feel a little sad. So many soul fragments, even if he sold him, he couldn't get together. He now has 600 blue quality soul fragments left all over his body. 40-odd soul fragments of purple quality. If you scraped together, you could barely get 50 purple quality soul shards. Forget it, Call it out first. The first level combat power of the Lieutenant General is not bad. After all, within the world government, how much is the combined combat power of a Lieutenant General? Not to mention 100, I can't even make up 50. With an extra lieutenant level combat power, he has a lot of things to try. The big deal is that when he collects the soul fragments, he will add them. Anyway, the soul summoned by the system can also be strengthened. Moreover, you can cultivate by yourself. When the soul fragments are collected, and the strength of Bailey's promise is synchronized to 100%, and then learn about the domineering and colored arm domineering, isn't it still taking off from the spot? Roy didn't doubt Bailey's aptitude for keeping his promise. A soul that can be systematically rated as a golden quality will have at least a first-level quasi-general in the future. If you can't even learn to be domineering, it's just ridiculous. Even if he really can't learn it, it's a big deal for him to let it go. Strengthen it casually, and master the two-color domineering. Isn't the combat power soaring in an instant? Summon, 60% combat power is synchronized. Ding! Summon golden quality soul, Bailey keeps promise, 60% combat power is synchronized, consumes purple shards x 50. The call begins. Bailey's promise-keeping blank eyes flashed with a bright light. The illusory body, with the consumption of a large number of soul fragments, becomes real. Who am I and where am I? And who are you? Faced with this series of 3 questions in life, a warm smile appeared on Roy's mouth. I am your father. Bailey Xiaoyu looked at Roy in shock. How could there be such a brazen person in the world? Then why don't you have ears? Although he has no memory, it does not mean that he is a fool. Are you fooling the devil? Well, I'm actually my father's friend. Your father entrusted you to me before he died and asked me to take good care of you. Roy's face changed to a distraught expression. Said tearfully. Although I know you are lying to me, but I don't know why, I feel you are very kind. After some flickering, Bailey kept his promise and scratched his head, looking a little tangled. Then I'll follow you until I get my own memory back. Seeing that Bailey kept his promise so foolishly, Roy was not surprised. The memories of the summoned souls will be washed away, and only their own abilities and characters will be retained. Although he doesn't even know him. But these souls summoned by him are themselves equivalent to the children created by him. If you compare reality to a game, the friendship between the two is a fixed cap of 100 points forever. Don't say he just made up a reason, no matter how outrageous he is. The end result is the same. In other words, even if he killed someone in front of Bailey's promise, Bailey's commitment will also automatically make up his mind, how many difficulties and reasons he has. Then he was so moved that he voluntarily followed and protected him. After all, he is a consumer, and in this age when the consumer is God. If the dog system does not even have this after-sales service, he should file a complaint. Such a large sum of soul fragments can never be spent in vain. Why is this place so messy? The great heavenly dragon man, Chuck-Rose Saint, went out. Why didn't the 2 pariahs kneel down to greet him? Is that how your CP organization does things? The world government has cultivated you rubbish for so many years. An angry roar sounded from behind. Sorry, Your Highness Chuck-Rose. I'll fix it now. A low voice, with a serious tone. The man in the black suit disappeared instantly behind Roy and Bailey. Give you 3 seconds to kneel down to greet His Royal Highness. It's too long-winded, these stupid pariahs, just kill them directly. The celestial dragon with a musket in his hand had a cruel look on his face. Let me kneel down. Blind your dog's eyes. Look who your father is. A faint mocking sound rang out. Chapter 24 Kill a Dragon Man. Blind your dog's eyes. Look who your father is. Chuck-Rose Saint was stunned for a moment, then an angry expression appeared on his face. You pariah, how dare you be so rude to the descendants of the Creator? Descendants of the Creator. Roy's smile was mocking. I don't want this kind of rubbish title. You are. With a bubble helmet on his head and a pig-like body riding on the back of a Murloc slave, Saint Chuck rose. Looking at the familiar face turned around, his pupils suddenly widened. Don Quixote. Saint Roy. Why are you here? No, you have now been removed from the Tianlong people, you are just a humble pariah. The expression on Zacro's face was indescribable, whether he was excited or annoyed. I haven't seen you for such a long time, it's really a dog who can't change to eat shit. Roy sneered. In memory, the Don Quixote family had not left Sacred Land before Mary Joa. This little fatty was bullied a lot by him. Humph, you who have been demoted to civilians dare to speak to me in such a tone. Zacro snorted coldly, and a cruel smile suddenly appeared on his face. Oliver, arrest these two for me, I want to live. I have so many pets, and I have never kept a former Tianlong person as a slave. This time back in Sacred Land, those guys must be green with envy when they see Saint Roy become my slave. Yes, Your Highness Zacros. The expressionless man in black reached out and grabbed Roy. Even the former Tianlong people, after being deprived of their rights, are no different from ordinary civilians to him. What's more, Roy now seems to be a pirate wanted by the Navy. With mere Major General level strength, who gave you confidence? Roy squinted and stood still. Indifferent eyes, as if looking at a dead person. Boom. A shot goes off. An indescribable sense of crisis struck quickly, causing the faces of the man in black to distort. This feeling will definitely die. Iron block. The Navy sixth form is activated. The flow of blood suddenly accelerated, and the tense muscles were instantly as hard as steel. Should be able to stop it. A thought just popped up in my mind. The violent bullet shattered the arm of the man in black. Broken flesh, splashing everywhere. I will never allow it to hurt the person I protect. Bailey's promise-keeping figure slowly disappeared and merged with the surrounding environment. Swish swish. The next second, figures dressed up by CP organizations appeared out of thin air. When the Tianlong people travel, it is naturally impossible to have only one guardian beside them. Even if this place is the Chambord Islands, like the back garden of the Tianlong people. Boom. The slash drawn by Lan's feet engulfed the place where Bailey Xiaoyu was originally standing. Squeak. Terrifying energy. After a short brewing, a pitch-black bullet shot out of the shadows. Puff. A blood flower exploded on the head of a CP organization member. Even if only 60% of the strength is synchronized. The power of his gun is comparable to that of an ordinary lieutenant general. These are at best members of the first-level CP organization of the school officials, and they can't even stop a shot. Bailey kept his promise and retreated with one blow. Rolled over into the shadows. Over there. Several CP organization members besieged the past. Click. A mechanical eye emitting a dim light lit up. Silent eye. Click. A deadly breath enveloped him. Breath of the wind. Accompanied by a low murmur. A bullet wrapped in a storm came across hundreds of meters. Colored arm. Iron nuggets. The man in black who was locked by the muzzle instantly captured the position where Bailey kept his promise and hid. Wrapped around the black and domineering wrist, blocking the front. He is the most powerful of all Tianlong guards. It is also the only one who has mastered the domineering colored arm. As long as he blocked the shot, he was sure to kill the mouse that was hiding its head and its tail with one blow. Puff. The cold bullet ripped through the dark domineering armor. The penetrated body was directly torn into two halves by the terrifying force. A whole row of CP organization members were all killed under this shot. Bailey Xiaoyu held a sniper rifle and walked out of the shadow not far away. Just now, he was hiding in this shadow through his hidden ability. As for what the man in black perceived, it was just a perception trap he left behind. Is used to induce others. One of the first lessons he learned when he became a qualified sniper was to be calm. Stay sane and calm at all times. Second, is to know how to hide, no matter when. The most important thing for a sniper is to know where to hide, because there is output only when you are alive. He didn't know why he did it either. It seems that his foes were very good at sentient type abilities from a long time ago. Hide aura, even shield perception, find flaws at critical times, and snipe at the core of the opponent. Only the one who survives to the end is the winner. Ding! Get soul fragment, purple, x3. Ding! Get soul fragment, blue, x5. In an instant, the number of blue fragments increased by 150. The number of purple fragments also broke through double digits. Roy raised his brows, his eyes widening involuntarily. What's the situation? People are killed by Bailey's promise, why did the soul fragments come to him? Could it be the soul that was summoned by him? Killing the fallen soul fragments will also be counted on him? That was wonderful. Roy couldn't help but get excited. If he summoned a few more souls, it would not be several times the happiness. At that time, it is really just sitting every day, and the number of soul fragments will skyrocket. Just thinking about it makes me feel happy. Solved those annoying guys in the CP organization. At the same time, I also tested the strength level of Bailey's promise. The result is perfect. Roy's eyes turned to Zakros, who was completely sluggish. What do you want to do? I am a great world noble, a descendant of the Creator, a Tianlong person. If you dare to move a finger on me, the slaughtering order from the Navy headquarters will arrive in an instant. Saint Chai Cross fell down from the back of the Murloc. He looked at Roy, who walked over step by step with horror on his face. You want to arrest me as a slave, weren't you arrogant just now? Roy's mouth twitched. In the eyes of Chukros, this smile is like the devil. Boom! Roy stepped on it without mercy. That fat pig-like bloated head wrapped in a bubble head cover. Recognize, accurate as the head of water. Send group, number 656 61 8.8 9 6, group number 3 000 31427. In under the power of his foot, it exploded directly. Looks disgusting. These stupid fat pigs. Roy wanted to do this for a long time. They kill the Tianlong people. The Tianlong people killed the Tianlong people. FK, what are you still doing? Hurry up, the Navy's demon slaughter order is coming soon. Pirates and civilians are hiding all around. From dumbfounded to dazed, and then with a look of disbelief. Tianlong people actually died? The pirates who reacted directly began to flee frantically. The only thought in my head was that the sky was falling. The world aristocrat Tianlong is dead. Let the former Tianlong nobles be killed. It's incredible to say it, but no one has the time to think about it anymore. Because next, the entire Chambord archipelago will suffer the wrath of the world government. The Navy headquarters, which symbolizes the highest military organization of the world government. The general-level powerhouse with the strongest combat power will be dispatched to start the legendary slaughtering order of the highest specification. There have been a lot of things recently, and the update is relatively late, so I can only stay up late and code slowly. Chapter 25. Bailey keeps the promise, strengthens the domineering. Boom! In the naval office, Marshal Sora suddenly slapped the table. The expression on his face was angry. It's so daring to actually kill the Tianlong people. This guy, who used to be a Tianlong person, doesn't know the price of killing a Tianlong person. Kong, what's the use of being angry? Things have already happened anyway, let's think of a solution now. The General Sengoku said calmly. Is there any way to send generals and lieutenants to immediately launch the Demon Slayer order? The Tianlong people are the face of the world government. If this matter is not dealt with seriously, the world government will lose its prestige. Although I say so, but with the current situation of the Navy, the price of launching the Demon Slayer order is too high. Warring States said somewhat helplessly. I know. Sora rubbed his forehead, this is where he has the most headache now. A few days ago, the war in the New World had severely damaged the Navy. Several generals were seriously injured, and the only better one, the Warring States period, will now be in the headquarters. Lieutenant General Garp was besieged by Whitebeard and Roger, and is still in the Naval Hospital. Even the Army generals and the top combat power of the CP organization who were urgently transferred by the world government were crippled. As a price, the big pirates such as the Golden Lion, Ryder, and Whitebeard on the pirate side. Now he's hiding somewhere in the New World and licking his wounds. At this stage, the Navy and pirates are at their weakest. At this time, the Demon Slaughter Order was launched rashly. It is likely to arouse the vigilance of the pirates, and then cause a large-scale counterattack. The Navy has lost control of the New World because of this. If you do it again, each member country of the world government will be affected and cause dissatisfaction. That's a big problem. These allied countries are the foundation on which the world government can stand for thousands of years. Without the support of these allied countries, the world government is nothing. General-level combat power needs to sit in various sea areas and cannot be easily mobilized. Then send out Sakazuki, Paul Salino, Raymond, Amos, and Ghost Spider. After thinking about it for a while, Sengoku suggested 2 lieutenant generals with first-level natural devil fruit abilities, and 3 major generals of the headquarters. Is it easy to deal with a Roy? Moreover, 2 nature-type devil fruit abilities. If nothing else, it means that the future Navy will have 2 more general-level combat power. It can be regarded as an alternative to highlight the muscles of the Navy. Shock those who have other ideas. Just do it. Marshal Kong is resolute. Mozamoxi, I'm Marshal Sora, help me pick up Lieutenant General Sakazuki and Polo Salino. Sengoku looked at Marshal Sora who was giving orders. Lightly rubbed his eyebrows. There should be no surprises. Going through it in my head, is there anything I overlooked? But I don't know why, he always has a feeling of trembling. Ding! Get Soul Fragment, White, X3. After killing a dragon man, he likes to mention 3 white fragments. It's really rubbish. Roy pouted. Although he had no expectations for these Tianlong people. Bailey, how is the strength of the guy just now? Roy looked at Bailey who came over and kept his promise. Among the members of the CP organization just now, the most powerful one, although he did not have the ability of the Devil Fruit, had mastered the Colored Arm Domineering and the 6 forms. The combat power is comparable to the first-level Brigadier General. But in the hands of Bailey's promise, he didn't even go through 3 rounds. This made him a little doubtful whether the lieutenant-level combat power divided by the system was based on the standard of top lieutenant generals. You must know that even if they are all strong at the lieutenant level, there is a huge disparity in the level of combat power between them. The weak one is not much stronger than the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The kind that are outrageously strong, they can jump twice when they meet the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and they can run after the jump. If the distance is enough, he can't even touch my clothes. Bailey Xiaoyu thought for a while, and said seriously. It's not that he's bragging, it's the truth. As a sniper, 90% of all his combat power is on this gun. Sacrifice everything, in exchange for the ultimate attack. However, the black energy and special physical skills on him are a bit weird. If they are used at the same time, my gust of wind can barely penetrate. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have a more powerful skill. It is more than 10 times more powerful than the breath of the wind. However, no matter how much I think about it, I can't remember what it was. It's been pretty good. Roy looked very satisfied. Although the man in Black's Navy 6 and Colored Arm are domineering, at best they are only proficient. However, with the domineering iron block, the defensive power is enough to withstand the full-strength attack of the Major General of the headquarters unscathed. Bailey's promise to kill the man in black with one shot is enough to prove how strong he is. However, that's not enough. Roy continued. This time I was lucky, and I only met a domineering CP member specializing in colored arm. If you encounter the kind of navy that masters the domineering and domineering, no matter how good the marksmanship of Bailey is, 10 shots may not be able to hit one shot. Roy glanced at the soul fragments on him. Just killed so many members of the CP organization, and the number of purple quality fragments is only 6. However, the number of blue quality shards added up exceeds 500 pieces. It is provided by Devil Fruit ability users in 2 CP organizations. Therefore, he intends to strengthen Bailey's physical skills and domineering at the same time. In terms of physical skills, let alone killing a lieutenant general in melee combat, at least run faster when being chased. After all, in real combat, the enemy's primary kill target must be the sniper. If the sniper didn't run fast enough, he would probably face the embarrassing situation that the sniper in his own family hung up first before the battle started. In terms of domineering, it is natural to know the color and the colored arm. High-level knowledgeable domineering can disrupt the perception of low-level knowledgeable and domineering. For snipers, the level of arrogance and domineering is not high enough, and when encountering a strong man, he may not be able to hit a single bullet. And colored arm domineering is equally important. Colored arm is not domineering, and it is a waste when encountering a natural devil fruit ability. Choice. Bailey keeps the promise. Enhanced skills, see and hear the domineering, colored arm domineering, and the 6 naval styles. Ding. Strengthening is completed. I have seen colored domineering, colored arm domineering, Navy 6 style ascension to entry level. Ding. Strengthening is complete. I have seen colored domineering, colored arm domineering, Navy 6 style ascension to mastery. Ding. Strengthening is complete. I have seen colored domineering, colored arm domineering, Navy 6 style ascension to specialization level. The 3 skills ascension to the specialization level cost a total of blue shards x 760 pieces. There weren't enough blue shards on him, so Roy broke down a few more purple shards. After the reinforcement was completed, Roy suddenly had a strange thought in his heart. If he strengthens the strength of Bailey's promise to the general level first, then 100% of the combat power is synchronized. Combining the two, will Bailey's promise-keeping strength directly break through the limitations of the quality of the soul? Chapter 26 Cut off the 5 old stars. Number 1 Auction House. Roy took Bailey to keep his promise and walked unhurriedly to a huge auction house. This is the largest auction in the entire Chambord archipelago. The nominal owner of the auction house is the president of a certain chamber of commerce in Zihai. In fact, standing behind them are the top leaders of the dragons and the world government. On the surface, this is just an auction house, mainly engaged in grey transactions such as human trafficking and auctions. But in fact, this seemingly ordinary auction house has a large number of chambers of commerce and fleets behind the scenes. There is even an astonishing illegal armed force. Weapons, fresh water, food, drugs, all kinds of legal and illegal trade around the world. More or less, there will be some involvement with this force. Among the Tianlong people, this is a secret that is not a secret. As for why? Of course it's because of the money. The daily consumption of each Tianlong person is a huge amount. Can you buy a chicken chop with just that little bit of gold provided by the world government every year? Therefore, many Tianlong people have put their minds on human trafficking. The huge amount of slave trade brought about 10 times the huge profits. From the beginning of the sneaky, the development has formed an amazing chain of interests. The area involved has also gradually developed from the initial human trafficking to an all-encompassing monopoly market-style business. The wars and factional conflicts behind each world government member country are more or less influenced by these people. After all, War money will always be the easiest way to make a fortune. Does the world government know about this? The answer is, of course. However, they choose to turn a blind eye. To some extent, this event was brought about by the world government. Not only do not have to bear the infamy, but also satisfy the endless greed and selfish desires of the Tianlong people. Why not do it? And, to the top of the world government. Continued wars between countries can better highlight the status of the world government. If countries communicate with each other in a friendly way, the world government will cease to exist in name over time. Of course, one thing cannot be denied. Up to now, even if the world government wants to stop it, it is somewhat powerless. Behind this incident involved more than just one or two Tianlong people. It is a huge community of interests that affects all aspects. As far as Roy knew, at least 2 of the 5 old bastards of the 5 old stars had something to do with this auction house. And he came here today to pluck the hair out of the tiger's mouth. Find some happiness. What the world government does, it also needs to consider the consequences. However, Roy says he doesn't need to. Labor and capital Tianlong people dare to kill, you tell me the consequences? Joke? Bailey, I'll bring you some fun today, rob the rich to help the poor. Bailey kept his promise with question marks on his face. Boom! With a loud bang, the auction house was able to withstand several hours of artillery bombardment of its doors unscathed. Got kicked to pieces. Between the cracks in the broken door, 2 swaggering figures walked in. The man is on the left, the woman is on the right. And the dead eunuch who is neither male nor female is in the middle. Squat on the ground with your head in your hands, and give me all the money. Now, start looting. Didn't you say rob the rich to help the poor? Bailey Xiaoyu couldn't help asking. Do I look poor enough now? Roy pointed to himself, puzzled. The silent auction house has long been empty because of the previous fighters. In the entire hall, only the person in charge of the auction house was left, and a few bodyguards who were obviously not easy to mess with. Your Highness Don Quixote. Roy, you should know where this place is. Please think about the consequences before doing things. The expressionless person in charge warned with a threatening look. I dare to kill Tianlong people, what do you think? I dare not. Roy's mouth twitched, and the smile on his face gradually became bloodthirsty. Gui lay in his hand slashed forward with a knife. Boom! The terrifying sword aura that spread hundreds of meters directly cut the entire auction house in half. A bunch of trash, dare to stop me. Roy smiled disdainfully, stepped on a few corpses, and walked towards the second floor. If you guessed correctly, there should be a lot of good things on this. The knowledge and color expanded, and Roy quickly found what he wanted. A huge safe, built into the wall. The camouflage is very covert. If it weren't for his domineering ascension to the advanced level, he wouldn't even notice it. The safe mixed with halo stone debris is worthy of being used as a treasure for the 5 old stars. The protection is really tight. Roy clicks his tongue. With the hardness of the sea floor stone, unless there is a key. Otherwise, even a lieutenant general of the headquarters would not be able to break this safe with brute force. As for the capable, not to mention. Any devil fruit ability will be instantly invalid as long as it touches the sea floor stone. Perhaps after his devil fruit ability is awakened, he can break this restriction. Fortunately, it's not purely made of halo stone. Roy observed it carefully for a while, then suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. If it is a safe made of pure sea floor stone, even his ability to transfer fruit will be isolated. But safes stoked with other substances are different. With just a tiny gap, his fruit ability can easily penetrate. Slash with a knife. The space in front of him was fluctuating like ripples. A lot of junk fell out. Oh, the harvest is good. Roy was stunned. In addition to a large number of Baileys, the first thing that caught his eye was 3 devil fruits. And a knife. The icy blue scabbard is engraved with chaotic snow patterns on the blade. The volume is only half the size of Gailia Muramasa, the front end is sharp and convex, and it gradually enlarges in the back. Like the fangs of some kind of beast. It looks like a chill all over the body. 21 big and fast knives, frost blade, and ice teeth. Except for 3 unknown devil fruits and a big sharp knife. The rest are also some rare treasures. Great value. But there was absolutely no temptation for Roy, he didn't want money easily. The first half of the great route, the pile of gold on the empty island. All moved down, it is estimated that at least hundreds of billions. At this time, the boy Anilo still doesn't know where to pee and play with mud. With his strength. When he arrived at the corner of the empty island, wouldn't he just kill him? Roy frowned. It suddenly reminded him. On this sea, there have been people with the ability to wring the thunder fruit for hundreds of years. Since according to the development of the plot, Anilo will take the thunder fruit in the future. Does that mean that the thundering fruit now exists somewhere on the empty island? If that's the case, you'll have to find some time to go to the Sky Island. After all, it was the most powerful thunder fruit in the natural system. A middle school-aged young man with a sick mind like Anilo is so strong when he eats it. If you change to Doflamingo and eat it, won't it take off in place? With Doflamingo's aptitude, a thread fruit can be developed to this extent by him. If you replace it with the thunder fruit with stronger potential. In the future, not to mention the 4 emperors, at least it is also a powerhouse of the top general level. I didn't expect this. Roy's eyes lit up, and he found a book from the pile of rare treasures. A devil fruit illustration with a total of more than 7,000 pages. It's about as thick as a fist. Ordinary devil fruit illustrations are more than 300 or 500 pieces. This book has more than 7,000 pages. It is almost comparable to the one in the collection of Sacred Land Mary Joa, known as the world's most complete devil fruit illustration. This is also a baby. That's right, I don't know the abilities of these 3 devil fruits. Chapter 27 Devil Fruit plus Demon Tears Village Masa equals? Roy opened the devil fruit illustration. Compare one by one. The 3 seem to be superhuman devil fruits, which are a lot easier to find. Roy's eyes were calm, which was normal. Among the 3 types of devil fruit, the superhuman type has the largest number. 7 out of 10 devil fruits on average are superhuman devil fruits. Devil fruit from 2 animal types. The remaining 1, with a 1 in 10 chance, may be a natural type or a certain type of devil fruit among the phantom beasts and ancient species. However, what kind of power it is, you can only know it after eating it. Devil fruits all over the world, the number exceeds at least 5 figures. Some never even show up. Moreover, not all strong people will leave information about the devil fruit they consume after they die. Even the world government dare not say that it knows the abilities of all devil fruits. So, in this devil fruit guide, can you find the abilities of these 3 devil fruits? No one can tell. I found it, this is the superhuman star fruit. Roy quickly found the illustration of the first devil fruit. Superman is a staring fruit, able to see through objects and people, and tears that can be used as weapons. This devil fruit is very suitable for you. Roy glanced at it and threw the devil fruit to Bailey to keep the promise. This devil fruit, in the original book, is Violet's ability. Ability to see through objects and see through a person's current thinking. Turn tears into weapons stronger than steel. Moreover, it can expand its own field of vision to a radius of 4,000 kilometers. Obtaining information or observing the enemy through this is like the eye of a bird. Eyes that see through all objects, beyond the limit of human viewing distance. It is simply a devil fruit specially prepared for snipers. Of course, this devil fruit actually has a lot of development directions. Ordinary, staring at someone who is pregnant, staring at a dead person. Go high-end and get a glimpse of karma, the future, and even a person's life. See the weakness in life and death, longevity, and talent in people. It can only be said that the only limit to the strength of the devil fruit is the human brain whole. Roy told Bailey about his own idea. As for what direction he will develop in the end, it depends on personal thoughts. Everyone has their own choice. What suits him is not necessarily suitable for Bailey to keep his promise. Too much expression of own ideas will only lead to his thoughts. See someone's weakness. Bailey's promise shines brightly. He has little interest in seeing through a person's karma and the future. However, for a sniper, seeing through the enemy's weakness is definitely the most coveted ability. There is no absolutely invincible defense in the world. Everything has its own weaknesses. It's like Rupert's tears. The teardrop itself is much harder than ordinary glass and cannot break under 8 tons of pressure. However, if you grab its slender tail and apply a little pressure, then the whole glass tear will burst and shatter in an instant. All that is missing is an eye that is good at catching. If his eyes could see anyone's weakness. So, even if the strength gap is huge, he can also kill enemies that are much stronger than himself. Bailey kept his promise and couldn't wait to bite the devil fruit directly. As for the so-called side effects, he was afraid of seawater and could only take 1 devil fruit. It's nothing at all. Greed for more is not rotten, 1 devil fruit is enough. Moreover, he has mastered the 6 naval styles and domineering. With his strength, the probability of falling into the water is almost 0. Rounding up, doesn't that mean that devil fruit has no side effects? Pfft. Take a bite, and the juice splashes all over. Bailey's expectant expression stiffened on his face, and his twisted facial features were wrinkled. His face instantly turned ashen. Yuck! Look at Bailey, who is vomiting a lot. The corners of Roy's mouth moved indistinctly. Even after so long as he thinks of that smell, he still has lingering fears. Good brother, everyone's blessings are shared, and I can't be alone in any difficulties. Roy smiled brightly, like a spring breeze on his face. Yes, he did it on purpose. How can sin be suffered by itself? It's just that there is no mobile phone to take this picture. In the future, it will definitely be a black history that can kill people with poisonous milk. Roy, who is in a happy mood, continued to look at the picture book. This time, I quickly found the introduction of the second devil fruit. Is it a coincidence? Roy frowned. The name of this devil fruit is Barrier Fruit. It was the devil fruit ability of the Murloc he killed on Mermaid Island. After taking it, it can create a barrier of absolute defense. Roy made a preliminary estimate. Even a general-level combat power may not be able to break the barrier created by the barrier fruit. Unexpectedly, this devil fruit turned upside down for a few times. Fell into his hands. This devil fruit is very suitable for Roxanne. Roy had a plan in his mind. Roxanne's temperament is mild, and he doesn't think he's fit for combat at all. If you take this devil fruit, it is more suitable. As for the last devil fruit, it is called the slashing fruit. The ability is to convert any power into the form of slashing through any part of the body and release it. The power and range of the slash varies depending on the strength. In other words, if a general-level powerhouse consumes the slashing fruit, the slash released is comparable to the might of a great swordsman-level swordsman wielding his sword. If the fruit person is himself a swordsman, the power of the slashing will merge with each other. A stronger power can be exploded. This devil fruit is very suitable for me. Roy's eyes flashed, and he fused the power of the slashing fruit with his kendo realm. Then the power of his swordsmanship will inevitably advance to another realm by leaps and bounds. Pity. He has eaten a devil fruit. If he took 2 devil fruits at the same time, his body would explode like a bomb. Maybe. Roy's eyes flashed. Blackbeard has the ability to devour both devil fruits. According to the explanation in the original book, Blackbeard's body structure is different from ordinary people, so it can withstand the power of 2 devil fruits. although there is no official confirmation of this statement. But there is at least an 80% chance. Also, Roy remembers reading a commentary by chance. Some people speculate that Blackbeard has 2 hearts, so he can have the ability of 2 devil fruits at the same time. Now that I think about it, it's very possible. If the special body structure of Blackbeard is transferred to me. A bold idea flashed through Roy's mind. Transferring the body and bloodline structure is impossible now, and it does not mean that it will not be possible in the future. It's not right. The essence of devil fruit is actually to change the bloodline factor of human beings. Roy reacted suddenly. If he could transfer his bloodline, he would simply remove the side effects of devil fruit on himself. Eat as many devil fruits as you want. What more is there to do? However, if you want to remove the bloodline defect, I guess at least the devil fruit must be developed to the Grandmaster. Roy shook his head. Although at his growth rate, it is estimated that this day will not wait too long. Although human body modification is not possible for the time being, there are other ways. Since eating this devil fruit directly is not feasible. Roy looked at Gailia Muramasa in his hand. A bold thought came to mind again. Although he can't eat it, isn't there still Gailia Muramasa? Transfer Frostblade Ice Fang and Devil Fruit to the front of Gailia Village. Will Gailia Village inherit the abilities of these 2? Become a stronger weapon. This is not a fantasy. Vegapunk can develop technology that combines Devil Fruit and objects. Why can't he? Moreover, this kind of transfer between dead objects is different from blood transfer and memory transfer. As long as the human body is not involved, it is still part of the mass transfer. As long as it is feasible, develop the degree with his fruit ability. Totally easy to do. Chapter 28. So, have you ever been slashed by a knife? Roy felt as if he had opened a door to a new world. If this idea is feasible, then the operation may be too great. Try it, it won't hurt anyway. Roy put the 2 knives together with the devil fruit. Mass transfer. The fruit ability activates. The fusion process of the 2 large sharp knives is smooth and natural. Just like water and RU blending together, the blink of an eye becomes one. But when it was the devil fruit's turn, Roy's face changed. FK. At that moment, Roy couldn't help but let out a foul language because of his physical strength, which was consumed as fast as running water. In less than 3 seconds, his monster-like physique was almost drained. Seeing that his stamina was exhausted, Roy's lean body began to shrink. The vitality of every cell is constantly being squeezed. Space transfer. The fruit ability was activated, and the figure appeared directly in the middle of a group of pirates. Don Quixote. Roy. That iconic face was instantly recognized. In the previous battle, the pirate powerhouses in the entire Chambord Islands were almost slaughtered. Even a dragon man died. Roy's reputation had already spread completely in half a day. Now in the Chambord Islands, all the pirates alive. You may not know Whitebeard, or you may not know Golden Lion. But the face must be recognized. Buzz. Roy didn't bother to talk at all, and the mutated emperor's domineering swept through. All the pirates around were stunned and knelt on the ground. Just grab a pirate. The fruit ability is activated directly. The surging life force poured in. The pirate caught in Roy's hand is like a sponge that has been drained of water, and it air dries in an instant. Ding! Get soul fragment, green, X5. Not enough. Ignoring the system's prompts, Roy felt like he was going crazy. He wanted to interrupt the fusion of devil fruit and Oni Muramasa. But these 2 things don't know what's crazy, they can't be separated at all. It also caused his physical strength and vitality to flow like a flood. In a few minutes, he transferred the physical strength and vitality of the hundreds of pirates around him to himself. The speed of the loss of vitality finally started to slow down, and then stopped completely. Almost killed you. Roy moved back to the auction house with a worried look on his face. I knew earlier that merging devil fruit with items would have such a terrifying consumption. He's a fool to do such a stupid thing. Almost killed myself. It took so much physical strength and was almost drained. If the change is not big, it will be a big loss. Roy is not afraid of serious consumption. You can always get it back anyway. I'm afraid that with so much effort, the fusion of the devil fruit and the weapon fails. It was a waste of his precious devil fruit. Buzz. The dark light of the knife came out of its sheath, and the icy edge made Roy's skin sting. After the fusion, Gylia Muramasa, the blade has not changed much. It's just that the purple-black color is deeper. The tip of the knife is long and narrow, with a touch of silver brilliance, and it looks like a wolf's tooth. Ghost Tears Village Masa and Frost Blade Binja. These two large sharp knives are 21 quality knives. After fusion is complete. In terms of pure sharpness and material, it has reached the quality of the 12 craftsmanship of the supreme knife. That's not where Roy is concerned, though. He wanted more than a sharp weapon. I don't know how powerful it is. Just wave. A huge slash of hundreds of meters. Directly cut the messy auction house into pieces. Ascension has nearly doubled the power and size of the slash. No wait, Roy's face beamed with joy. A slash of the same scale flew out from the top of Gylia village. It's not over yet. Swish swish. Back and forth, at the same time cut out 4 successive slash. Criss-cross marks 100 meters, almost the entire auction house is razed to the ground. Roy whole people are stupid. He would just hit the knife, the rest of that is several times what? Do not. Roy frowned, carefully feeling a bit own physical fitness. Frown release. Sure enough, a lot of physical exertion. This is a ghost village is the new ability to tear it. Roy thoughtfully, in addition to the power and scope of Kendo/strengthening beyond. The village is now ghost tears, but also a copy of the attack on the autonomy of the user. Then take the initiative released. However, every release of an attack will consume part of his strength. Even so, Roy has also been very satisfied. Because he has been confirmed, the possibility of convergence between the devil and the fruit of the object. Although the process of integration of consumption terrible. But the ascension and strength compared to those on a bit trivial. Think about the future of his crew, staff a few devil fruit weapons. What world government, what is the Navy headquarters, the 4 Wang, 7 weapons C. Count A. This is just a start. Sooner or later, he stepped to 5 old stars' face, so that they understand to understand. Who is the real father? Roy talking about, his eyes suddenly looked to the distant sky. Knowledge of color perception domineering, there is a very dangerous atmosphere. It is growing at incredible speed, fast approaching. That is, a shell it is not fly over at us. The same perceived color through knowledge domineering berry compliance, blinked. But why a man standing on that shell? Cough. Shells landed right on Roy on a clearing not far from them. Boom. Burst fire, sparking a sky of dust. Ta-da-da. A flapping body figure emerged from the dust. Mosey Moses Y's department. Reach the destination. Funny voice, his face wearing a touch of color cannot erase the lazy. Dressed in a striped suit and gold, will be engraved coat draped behind the word justice. Watching the auction houses surrounded by raised to the ground, his face revealing a puzzled expression. Little brother, please ask things, number 1 auction house how to go. I remember clearly is here fishes, do not come here too long, it moved away. Roy interesting to see himself. Did not make the move, it wants a piece of ruin your feet. Slightly she surprised. He looked down, suddenly realized expression. We have reached the destination yet? Thanks. However, little brother you look like a very familiar Watching the iconic face Roy goes, eyes slightly narrowed. Some seriously lazy expression. A lot of people said of relationships when they are saying. Roy smiles. Smile disappeared, a powerful pressure, the same as if the sky enveloped down. He felt the two strands, called the deadly breath. This time, came too early, hasty. A burst of dazzling golden light filled. That is the speed of weight, little brother, you are the light played it. Faint voice came from behind. Exude a bright shining, raised his right foot. Boom. Represents the ultimate speed kick, kick him in the cold knife. Gold and purple gas field collision. Violent atmosphere, like a thunderbolt, toward spread around. Roy slowly raised his head, contracted pupil in a layer of color. A touch of cold Daoguang brewing. Then you, was knifed over it. Chapter 29 Knife cut the yellow ape. Hit Akainu. Light speed kick. Boom. Boom. A foot wrapped in golden flames collided with a domineering knife wrapped in purple black. The violent air waves shattered the earth. The golden figure flashed, dodging the slashing knife. A huge slash smashed dozens of houses behind him. It's scary. Paul Salino spoke in a bashful tone. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and the casual expression became solemn. Looking at Roy from a distance, I couldn't even think of getting close. It is comparable to the domineering colored arm of the lieutenant general level, and comparable to the slash of the swordsman level. Plus that inexplicable monster-like physique. What the hell is this? And those Tianlong people who could be killed with one finger in his impression, are they really a creature? The knife just now means that he runs fast when he sees the opportunity. If you insist, people may be left there. It really made the guy Sakaski a pit, what the strength of an ordinary lieutenant general. If this guy had the strength of an ordinary lieutenant general, he would be butterfly swimming in the cesspool. The top lieutenant general is at this level at most. This level of domineering is simply a monster. Boom. Before Paul Salino's sigh was over, a bullet suddenly shot. Puff. Paulo Salino was shot in the left shoulder. The shattered light and shadow reassembled into an arm in an instant. Nature. In the distance, Bailey Xiaoyu, who tentatively fired a shot, narrowed his eyes slightly and put away his sniper rifle. His current colored arm is domineering and can be temporarily attached to bullets. However, the attack range is not far enough. With such a long distance, colored arm's domineering has long since dissipated. Sniper. Paul Salino narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone surprised. With his domineering looks, he couldn't even feel the shot. Didn't you say that the Black Emperor pirates only have Roy? Where did this lieutenant-level combat power come from? If you can't solve the Tianlong people, killing you is also an explanation for Kong. Pick the persimmons softly. As for the rest, leave it to Sakaski. With a flash of thought, Paul Salino made a decision, and the golden light in his hand converged into a circular mirror. 8-foot mirror. Swish swish. A streak of golden light refracted from the building. Paul Salino's figure suddenly disappeared, and appeared in front of Bailey's promise with the trajectory of the golden light. Brother, how are you? On the fingers, the rich golden brilliance gathered. There was a deep light in Paul Salino's eyes. Bailey kept his appointment unhurriedly, a shave and a monthly step to separate the distance. Backhand shot. Breath of the wind. The raging storm swept through and shot at Paul Salino's chest. Bailey kept his promise with calm eyes. At such a close distance, the domineering colored arm he attached to the bullet wouldn't completely dissipate. With his attack power, as long as it hits, even a natural devil fruit ability user would be seriously injured in an instant. He was just betting that this devil fruit person would not perish with him. Are these guys all monsters? With domineering bullets wrapped around it, it feels a bit outrageous. Seeing the color domineeringly perceive the dangerous bullet. The corners of Paul Salino's mouth twitched. If he could hit this strike. Bailey keeping the date will not die, I don't know. However, that bullet would definitely kill him in an instant. A sniper capable of threatening nature-based devil fruit abilities. It was the first time he had lived so long. Paulsolino immediately gave up his plan to attack. The body turned into a streak of light. 8-foot mirror. The beams of light were refracted and spread to the back of Bailey's promise again. Puff. Do you think I don't exist? The dark blade cut off the golden trajectory created by the 8-foot mirror. The expression of Paulsolino, who appeared in mid-air, froze. His 8-foot mirror was interrupted for the first time. The profound truth of Feishan Yujian Liu. Sky-soaring dragon flash. The purple-black colored arm is domineering around the whole body, and blood chi spreads. The ultimate knife, beyond the speed limit that humans can achieve. Even if he saw the domineering look, he could only feel the vague sword light slashing past. Puff. A knife cut through the body. At the last moment, Paulsolino elementalized part of his body. The blade cuts through the body. Because of the elemental evasion in advance, this knife did not cause any damage. Innocent. Roy gave a bloodthirsty smile, and the rich blood chi rushed towards him. Colored arm domineering is unable to attack the natural ability who have been elementalized in advance. However, with his knife, it wasn't just the body that beheaded. It can also break the spirit. The elemental body is essentially a part of the body. What? Face livid, cold sweat straight down. Some funny old head goes all twisted together. Just that knife, as if his soul directly ripped off a piece. That moment of pain, people simply rather die. What's the situation? He has elements of, and why can this knife he cut? Distance, Barry raised his rifle compliance. Suspicion pointed at his face life. No Huangguo lie from the misery, his mouth a little bitter. After the tiger in front of the wolf, Wu Ming have died. Who gave you the courage to own one singled out the two of us? You have been so brave it. Roy shook tears. Ghost Village is a step by step to the over. Flash fruit quickly. But the fruits of his transfer speed is not slow. And when he was fighting, and fled, the word is a luxury. Beat, you have to die. Face more suffering. If he knows these two guys are so tough. Air Marshal is killing him, he would not come off. Boom boom boom. Suddenly a violent roar of gunfire, a large number of shells covering the shampoo to the island's one neighborhood. Finally come off. Face surviving expression. Really embarrassed. Deep voice sounded slowly. End of the street, 4-figure walking. Sokka headed by Sharansky, frowning as if to drop water. The same. Spearhead, the thought that if not arrested Roy, at least be able to hit him. I did not expect, even came close to being killed. Navy is simply shame. I twitch, almost did not give this guy a salt soda water spray die. Proceed if you can. Roy, met again, the last time you did not catch, this time, will not let you run away. For justice. Hot lava flow. Sarkar ki no nonsense, it is only the opposition camp life and death, stepping 6 Navy rushed Roy. Is it? Roy strange smile. Sarkar Chomsky obviously do not know what is who do 3 days as impressive. Impression on his mind. It is estimated to stay a few days ago. The knife, you blocked lives it. Roy gentle knife, such as feathers falling. Contraction of the pupil, filled with domineering and sword intent as instant tsunami swept. Sarkar Sharansky's mind, late in time only a cut that split the sky's edge. Cry. Puff. Zanla knife, large spurt of blood. A hideous scar, appeared before Sokka Sharansky's chest. It has spread from the shoulder to the waist. Sarkar Chomsky suddenly understand a little bit why will look so miserable. This is the absolute strength of the gap. But this guy's strength, why would suddenly become so strong? Last met, and he obviously also comparable. A few days' strength has grown tremendously to this level is impossible. Roy looked at the young ghost some innocent face. Saka Sharansky, my heart, there is an incredible thought. This guy, the last time and the time he fought, even hidden strength? Sarkar Chomsky heart emerged an indescribable anger. Under tremendous blow, Saka Chomsky a blood sprayed out directly fainted. Just knife, Admiral Department, the Department of Natural Devil Fruits ability Sarkar Sharansky. Seriously injured dying. Stop. 3 Navy Headquarters Major General Roaring rushed over. The Roy catches hold. Zion Shivo Miao. A sideways carry the wounded dying directly on foot. Look at this form, they take 2 Black Emperor is no way the pirates. However, this time the 2 magic order, anyone can die. He and Sarkar Sharansky alone must escape. The loss of a few major general level of the Navy headquarters at best, only a little pity. But if the 2 died of natural fruit-based devil's capabilities. Rutang, it is not so simple. 2 future admiral death, Mad World government had estimated. People really cynicism day. Feel confident that being the fruit's natural ability system must be broken. Roy squint and let these 2 guys to leave. Leak yet mature, of course, again long before harvest. Now kill them, most will get hundreds of pieces of purple quality of the soul of debris. However, if you wait for them to grow upwards, his harvest would be golden, red, and even the quality of the soul of debris. But you guys' life, I accept the blunt. Roy's eyes turned to look ignorant. Forced 3 of Rear Admiral. Rear Admiral 3 of them as one. Spontaneously rises a thought. Run. Sarkar Chomsky and ran off. They also stay here to diet. Chapter 30 Target Empty Island. Shamboard Islands. Broken streets, as if swept by a hurricane. The battle is over. The bodies of the 3 rear admirals fell to the ground. 2 of them were pierced by bullets in the chest. For the remaining 1, the entire body was chopped into 2 pieces. It was an unpleasant walk. Devil slaying order, this is it. Roy's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. It's almost the same as the future. Are a few lieutenant generals coming to court death? Thank you Navy Dage for the great package. Gone. With a hello, Roy returned to the shore with Bailey keeping his promise. Cannon fire roared on the shore. Several pirate ships are crumbling under siege by the Navy. Apparently, these navies still don't know what's going on in the Shamboard Islands. It really sells thoroughly enough. Roy shook his head, smirking in his heart. That's it? The righteous Navy? If it were pirates, they wouldn't sell their people so thoroughly. Not to mention that they were all rescued, at least they had to be notified. Justice shall prevail. You evil pirates! Kill them! A roar came from the Navy ship. Justice wins, of course. Roy's eyes were calm. But what is the measure of good and evil? Is it morality and quality? Or ideals and behavior? The answer is because only the victor is justice. The truth exists only within the range shrouded in artillery fire. Roy walked to the shore on a seemingly unremarkable pirate ship. I glanced at the pirate ships that were larger than a circle next to them. Roy's eyes were suddenly dissatisfied. I didn't think so before, but now I'm looking at it. Those pirate groups with a bounty of 7 or 8 million, the pirate ships are more luxurious than him. What makes him feel bad? After all, he is also a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. In addition to the pirates of the New World, the first half of the Great Route is a pirate with a higher bounty than him. Hardly. How can you get on this boat? This ship should indeed be replaced. Roy's eyes were thoughtful, and the technology of shipbuilding must be the best in the 7 waters. But I want to make the best pirate ship. The material of the hull also needs to be of high quality. First go to the empty island and turn around, then turn to the capital of 7 waters. Compared to a ship, the most important thing now is the devil fruit on the empty island. That is the most powerful nature-type devil fruit. Set attack, speed, control in one. With it, Roy can create a top general level powerhouse. Dage, who is this person? Doflamingo and others were hiding in the cabin because of the battle between the Navy and the pirates. Hearing the movement, he ran out. Watching Bailey keep his promise beside Roy, Doflamingo couldn't help asking. One of the subordinates I just received is not bad, Roy said casually, and threw the barrier fruit in his hand to Rosanatti. This is the barrier fruit of the superhuman system, you decide whether to eat it or not. Roy briefly talked about the ability of the barrier fruit. Rosanatti's eyes lit up. The ability of this devil fruit suits him very well. As soon as he took a bite, his face suddenly changed. Doflamingo on the side looked at Roy expectantly. Don't worry, you have it too, but we need to get it ourselves. Roy touched Doflamingo's spiky head, feeling a little relieved. Doflamingo looked strange. Get it yourself? Where to get it? Bailey, you will be responsible for training these two little guys in the future. Give me the training to the death, as long as I don't die, no matter how severe the injury is. Roy watched Bailey keep his promise and ordered. Anyway, with his devil fruit ability, no matter what kind of injury he suffers, he can transfer it to other people. Ship, target the empty island. Yes, Captain. The sailing pirate ship slowly accelerated. Not long after, a pirate hurried over. Captain, the front is blocked by warships. Keep going. Yes. Several crew members bit the bullet and drove the ship forward. Roy stood on the bow, looking at the battlefield that was getting closer. Black cannonballs swept past the ship from time to time and fell into the sea. The huge waves set off made the entire pirate ship shake. And this slowly approaching pirate ship also attracted the attention of those warships. Immediately, several warships turned around and rushed over. Is it bad to live? Roy's expression was a little helpless. He has no interest in killing these ordinary navy. But no matter what, there are always people who don't know how to get up. Swish! The ghost tears on the waist quietly unsheathed. The dark blade light turned into a huge slash. A warship was directly cut into two pieces. The chaotic sea suddenly calmed down. The Navy pirates stared at the crashed warship in amazement. Gudong! The sound of swallowing saliva sounded one after another. Captain is awesome! There was a piercing cry from the pirate ship. In this way, a pirate ship swaggered through the chaotic battlefield. Wherever they passed, all the warships and pirate ships retreated. Ha ha ha, this kid is really impressive. Naval Hospital. Carp, who was recuperating in the hospital bed, looked at Sakaski, who was in a coma next to him. Tears of laughter came down. Sakaski is usually so arrogant, but he didn't expect to be beaten like this by a kid. After laughing enough, Carp's expression suddenly became serious. Polo Salino, what do you think of Roy's strength? Top Lieutenant General, maybe even stronger. Paul Salino was a little unsure. The gap in strength was too great, and he and Sakaski hadn't tested Roy's true strength at all. Top Lieutenant General. Carp nodded. At the age of 10 years, he can have this kind of strength. Even he himself is a bit inferior in comparison. Among the lazy worms who eat and wait for death, Tianlong people did not expect to be able to produce a real dragon. Pity. Let these idiots out. After sighing for a while, Carp started yelling again. My injuries are all healed, and I will be discharged from the hospital today. A female nurse came over with a headache. Lieutenant General Garp, I have said it many times, absolutely not, your injury is not in good shape, and if this happens, I will call the Warring States General. Today, even if the marshal is empty, the old man has to leave the hospital, I said. Cap, what did you just say? I just said that I will never go out unless I take care of my injuries. Marshal, why are you here? New World, aboard the Whitebeard pirates. The slaughtering order was launched, and as a result, 3 major generals were killed and left swaggeringly. Although it's not a real slaughtering order, the Navy is a shame this time. However, Daddy, this Roy can beat Sakaski and Paul Salino. And his strength should not be underestimated. Gudu. Whitebeard drank a bowl of wine, his body was full of pressure at his peak. Yang Tian let out a long smile. Hey la, it seems that another big pirate is about to appear in this sea. However, this is interesting. Dad, I just received the latest news that the pirate group of the Golden Lion appeared in the first half of the Great Route. Marco, who came over, said in a low voice. The smile on Whitebeard's face disappeared. What kind of calculus is this guy who only knows conspiracy and tricks? Roger pirates, Kaido pirates. The attitudes of each pirate group are different. Overnight, the name of the Black Emperor pirates resounded throughout the Great Route. Chapter 31 Soul Capture. Uchiha Madara. The most evil person, Don Quixote. Roy, the captain of the Black Emperor pirates. Amount of reward, 500 million. Sniper King, the sniper of the Black Emperor pirates. Amount of reward, 350 million. The world government is really willing to spend all its money. Roy looked at the bounty in his hand. A reward of 500 million. Those who can have this bounty are all world-famous big pirates. At least he is a quasi-general level powerhouse. Not to mention the first half of the Great Route and the 4 Seas, even if it is placed in an impossible place like the New World where the powerhouses come out in large numbers. All have the right to dominate. Even Bailey kept the reward amount of about 350 million. Not much in the New World. After a while, Roy turned his head and threw the matter out of his mind. This kind of bounty is just the last face of the world government. For low-level pirates, it was a reminder. But for a pirate of his level, the bounty amount is a symbol of strength and honor. It's not just strength, but also influence and power. Whitebeard's multi-billion bounty. A normal person who dares to chop off his head in exchange for a bounty. It has dozens of fleets and tens of thousands of elite pirates. There is more than one combat power at the general level. Even the Navy and the world government dare not attack it easily. Want to get a bounty? Afraid of not even dying. Roy's strength, although not as exaggerated as the Whitebeard pirates. But it's not those 3-legged cats with a reward of 300 to 200 million that can be remembered. The pirate ship swayed through the horror bark. Cross the capital of 7 waters, the uninhabited island and the long roundabout. The whole process took several months. It's so boring. Roy was lying on the bow, doing nothing. For the past few months, he was all at sea, but he wanted to have some fun. But reality doesn't allow it. Along the way, I haven't even encountered a decent pirate. In other words, there are no pirates at all, like the Straw Hat Pirates. No matter what kind of opponent they encounter, they will go up and do things. Ordinary pirates and navy saw the pirate flag hanging on his ship. Don't talk about making trouble, one by one can't wait to soar to 180 miles, quickly get out of his sight. The 500 million bounty has represented everything from a certain point of view. The Black Emperor pirates completely completed their transformation in less than a month. From unknown to one, to comparable to those big pirates who have dominated one side for several years. And all this is because of strength. Roy's strength. Captain, we are almost at our destination. But there is a question, where exactly is the empty island? Why can't I find it? The navigator looked at the eternal pointer in his hand, and the expression on his face was very strange. Since arriving at this sea area, the eternal pointer in his hand seems to have gone crazy. Up and down, left and right. Have you heard the story of Golden Township? Roy was lying on the bow, looking up at the sky. The voice said calmly. Of course I've heard of it, isn't that a story? The crew looked puzzled. Story? You could say the same. However, the Golden Township does exist. As soon as these words came out, even Doflamingo and Ross Indy, who were cultivating with high intensity under the supervision of Bailey's contract, were cultivating with high intensity. He couldn't help but raised his head, showing a listening expression. Continue cultivating, don't be lazy. Roy glanced at Doflamingo and moved his fingers. The surrounding air density suddenly increased. Doflamingo's face flushed and he almost fell on the ground. The pressure on his body doubled or tripled in an instant. Every action seems to be burdened with tens of thousands of pounds of pressure. Roy looked back, although he couldn't adjust the gravity as freely as Fujitora smiled. But by shifting the mass of the air, an alternative effect can be achieved. In just a few months, Doflamingo's strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Part of it was his aptitude, but more importantly his help and training. Every now and then, Roy would come off in person and give the two cute little brothers a practical lesson. Commonly known as education from brotherly love. Masters kendo, the slashing at the body, the pain from the depths of the soul. Let Doflamingo and the two fully understand what it means to be painful and happy. It is simply a shadow of the heart. When Roy was training, he wouldn't be as merciful as Bailey kept his promise. His idea is that the exercise is the actual combat. The trick is deadly, and the murderous aura is exposed. Several times, Doflamingo and Rossinetti were beaten to death. Then came back to the rescue. Compared with him, the serious and rigid Bailey keeps promises, and it is heaven during training. Of course, although the process is very torment. However, it is also an indisputable fact that the strength is advancing by leaps and bounds. Every time I struggle to death, I push through the limits of my body again and again. Even by chance, Doflamingo successfully activated the domineering hidden in his body. That is like a king, and there is no one in a million qualifications. Even so, the fear is still fear. A strong-willed man like Doflamingo now sees when Roy draws that sword. Heart will be frightened. It was really cut out of the shadows. Golden Township was originally an island in the sea, but in an accident, the pressure from the bottom of the sea rushed the island into the sky. So, the so-called empty island is formed. The island floated into the sky, wouldn't it fall down? Bailey Xiaoyu looked at the sky and asked a soul question. This touches my knowledge blind spot. Roy tapped his forehead, if carefully explained. There is so much knowledge involved. Explaining this to a group of illiterate people is no less difficult than asking him to hack a general to death. Even he prefers to choose the latter, at least he can't beat and run. But you can imagine that when the height reaches a certain level, the sky will generate a special force and support the island. Roy took it once. Next, as long as we find a huge undersea current, we can reach the empty island directly. Where is the undercurrent? You can know with a glance at the domineering look. However, the super-large ocean current that can reach the empty island is not always available. Roy is ready for a long fight. Anyway, he has plenty of time. It doesn't really matter if you're delayed for a month or two. In my mind, an electric shock-like feeling suddenly flashed across my mind. Roy paused slightly. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Finally digested, it took longer than expected. Since the last time he merged with Qin Shi Huang's soul. Several months have passed. In other words, it took him a few months to completely digest the remaining consciousness in Qin Shi Huang's soul. And now he can finally fuse a new soul again. He glanced at the remaining soul fragments on his body. There are 5 more purple soul fragments. There are quite a few blue soul fragments, about 100 or so. It doesn't feel like enough. Too few soul fragments of purple quality. Roy felt that he might not be able to summon any powerful souls this time. However, isn't this still in case? System, soul capture. Consume all the soul fragments and get a stud directly. Even if a blue quality soul is summoned, it doesn't matter. Such a little soul fragment, he can afford to lose it anyway. Thinking across endless worlds, he saw the fall of the gods and demons, the twilight of the gods. It also witnessed the arrival of the evil god, and the darkness devoured everything. Distortion. Fall. In the confusion, thoughts descended into a fragile body. Roy felt his body being lifted up high. An excited and deep voice came from his ears. "My son, you will inherit and bear witness to this great surname, and from now on, you will be called Uchiha Madara." Chapter 32 3-Hook Jade Writing Wheel I. Uchiha Madara. Thinking back to reality, Roy's eyes widened. Even if Samsara's eyes are not awakened, turn on the 6 paths mode. The strength of Madara Uchiha during the whole province was at least the level of the 4 emperors. Corresponds to the red quality soul. Purple soul fragments, even if there is a small probability, can capture the soul of golden quality. It is impossible to capture the soul of this level. Is there a bug in the system? Just in Roy's look of anticipation, a phantom radiating purple radiance emerged from the overlapping worlds. Purple soul. It's not showing up wrong. Roy's face was full of question marks. With a height of 1.45 meters, he looks no more than 15 years old. Wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform with red layered armor on the outside, the immature face is full of maturity and iron blood that does not match his age. He held a short shuriken in his hand. Uchiha Madara. Juvenile stage, purple quality soul. Introduction: the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan in the era of turmoil, the reincarnation of Indra, the eldest son of the 6-path immortals. First fusion, no consumption. Tisk, teenage, no wonder. Roy understood instantly. If it was Uchiha Madara in his youth, he would have awakened the kaleidoscope writing wheel I. The evaluation of strength is at least the general level. That is, the soul of golden quality. As for Uchiha Madara in his youth, the writing wheel I has obviously not been opened to the level of a kaleidoscope. In terms of pure combat power, Madara Uchiha in this period is barely a blue quality soul. Very hip. Not even purple. More than half of the souls that can be rated as purple quality are because of the pair of writing wheels. As for why there is such a huge disparity in combat power, that's all because of Naruto's plot setting. The plot of Naruto has been bleeding all the way since Pain appeared. When it comes to the big late stage, it appears with the setting of the power of 6 paths and the power of immortals. Just turned into a fairy fight. In the early stage, the ninjas of the elite ninja level will also be killed by ordinary people because of insufficient chakra. The shadow level powerhouse didn't see where the power was. But starting from the super movie level, the big settings are unfolded, and the style of each painting has changed dramatically. Destruction at every turn. Immortal. Just dead and alive. It feels like 2 completely different worlds. Fusion soul. Roy's eyes flashed, and he directly chose fusion. Although it can be summoned, it is not necessary at all. Madara Uchiha's abilities do not conflict with his abilities. It can even be said to be complementary. If they are integrated with each other, it is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Why bother to seek farther? More importantly, the growth rate summoned by purple quality souls is too low. If you can capture Madara Uchiha at his peak in the future, you can try to cultivate it. Once developed, it is a peak 4 emperor level combat power. If luck is better, I accidentally summon Uchiha Madara in 6 paths mode. Tomorrow's newspapers will have more news that the world government was overthrown by one person. 6 level combat power is so arrogant. Fusion begins. The phantom of the soul in the void shattered into a ray of light in an instant. Crazy poured into Roy's eyes. What? Roy covered his eyes, an unimaginable sting, as if cutting directly into his mind. It made him cry out loudly. An extreme emotional force emerges from the brain. After passing through layers, it merges with the eyes. This emotional force is like a switch. opened a seal in his eyes. Swish! Along with 2 lines of blood and tears slid down. Roy's eyes were instantly stained blood. In the blood-colored eyes, the black pupils turned into goo. The jade-shaped pupils, after 2 splits, were separated into a 3-talented formation, and were connected in a line. A sudden turn. Roy's eyes widened, and a substantial amount of mental energy emerged. The violent coercion caused all the pirates on the ship to fall directly into a crazy illusion. Even if the will is firm like 100 miles to keep the promise, there is a momentary trance. 3-hook jade writing wheel eye. Open. Ding. The fusion of souls is completed, and a special bloodline is obtained, the 3-hooked jade writing wheel eye, the power of Indra's reincarnation. The sound of the system beeps in my ears. Roy's violent mental energy gradually calmed down. The crew members who were surrounded by crazy fantasies woke up one by one. His eyes were filled with confusion. Have no idea what just happened. Roy didn't explain, but was silent in the perception after soul fusion. Accepting the inheritance of the ability to write round eyes. The writing wheel eye is divided into single hook jade, double hook jade and triple hook jade. The color is red. The more hook jade, the stronger the ability. But this is only for the ordinary Uchiha clan. In fact, the evolutionary sequence of Sharingan is far more than that. Except for the most basic 3-go jade. There are also more advanced kaleidoscope shakers, eternal kaleidoscope shakers, samsara eyes, samsara shakers. Kaleidoscope shaker is the end of shaker's evolution. And the higher first level eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, it is no longer a simple stimulus to wake up. People who have awakened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye need to integrate into the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of a pair of blood relatives, and absorb the pupil power contained in them to complete the evolution. The eternal kaleidoscope shaker eye is essentially a kaleidoscope shaker eye. The difference is that the pupil power is stronger and the side effects of pupil surgery are eliminated. Above the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is the legendary samsara eye that controls the power of life and death. However, not everyone is qualified to awaken samsara eye. The eyes of samsara, only the chakra reincarnation of Indra can be opened by transplanting the body or cells of the chakra reincarnation of Ashura. If you can have the power of samsara at the same time, and absorb the power of the 10 tails, you can awaken the end of all eye surgery. Samsara writing wheel eyes. Of course these are all far away for him. Now he only has a pair of ordinary 3-go jade writing wheel eyes. It has powerful abilities such as observation, copying, and hypnosis. The holder has extraordinary insight and can observe the flow of chakra. Can inflict and see through illusion art, replica body jutsu, and non-blood ninjutsu. The ability of Sanguyu to write round eyes is not as heaven-defying as that of kaleidoscope, but also very powerful. System. How many soul fragments are needed to strengthen the 3-column jade writing wheel eye to the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? Ding. To strengthen the 3-hooked jade writing wheel eye to the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, you need to consume golden quality soul fragments x 200. 200 golden quality soul shards? This is not too much. After all, after the kaleidoscope is awakened, it is at least close to the level of top generals. If all the pupil power is released, Susanoo can open the full body. It can even briefly exert a combat power that surpasses that of a general and is comparable to that of the 4 emperors. 200 soul shards of golden quality. Definitely not much, even a little less. Roy estimates that this should be the cause of the side effects of the kaleidoscope. After all, he used 200 golden fragments to buy just a pair of consumable eyes. How many soul fragments does it take to break through to the eternal kaleidoscope? Ding! Fusion of 2 different writing wheels will cost 400 golden shards. Ascension both of the 2 writing wheels into a kaleidoscope writing wheel, it can be merged into a higher first level eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel. Fusing a kind of writing wheel eye, ascension to the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, consumes 200 red fragments, can break the bloodline limit, and advance to the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. The system directly gives two methods. Red shards. Roy was speechless. Gold shards and red shards. This is a difference of nearly 100 times. It seems that in the system's judgment, the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye should belong to the ability of the four emperors. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is only a general level ability. The reason is very simple, because the pupil power of the kaleidoscope writing wheel is limited, and if it is used frequently, the user will gradually lose sight. After being promoted to Eternal Kaleidoscope Shaker, it is completely different. It is equivalent to installing a perpetual motion machine for the kaleidoscope. Of course, the combat power has grown by leaps and bounds. There is no need for direct blood, as long as it is a different writing wheel eye. Roy touched his chin. This reduces the difficulty a lot. If you are lucky in the future, you might be able to capture the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. And you don't need to be famous, as long as you have the blood of the wheel eye, it is enough. Chapter 33 Arrive at the empty island. Devil fruit in hand. Dage, your eyes. It's okay, I'm wearing a makeup lens. What is the beauty contact lens? Doflamingo looked at Roy's bloody eyes in confusion. I don't know why, but I always feel that there is an unspeakable evil in these eyes. It seems full of killing and bloody taste. Get ready, the oversized ocean current is coming soon. Roy shouted. In the sense of domineering and domineering, a force that is so strong that it makes people tremble is gathering. The pirate ship accelerated and entered the top of the current at the moment when the current erupted. Rosanati. Barrier fruit. Roy shouted loudly. Okay, Dage. Rossindi crossed his fingers, and a glass-like barrier instantly enveloped the entire ship. Devil fruit ability, although cannot touch the sea water. But the ability of the fruit ability person can. The impact force that erupted at the moment when the current was ascending could lift a ship to a height of tens of thousands of meters. If the hull's bearing capacity is not enough, it will be directly washed away by the terrifying force at the moment when the current erupts. Roy thought about it and felt unsafe, and backhanded a mass conversion to reinforce the mass density of the hull. Hey! The calm sea suddenly set off a huge storm. The swirling ocean current spreads toward the bottom of the sea, gradually forming a huge vortex. The ship is immersed in the depths of the sea with the rotating current. Doflamingo's group of people instantly turned pale. The pressure of the seabed, coupled with the restraint of the sea on devil fruit ability. If they were swept into the depths of the sea by the whirlpool, they would be dead. Only Bailey kept his promise and remained calm. Accompanied by a terrifying fluctuation, the ocean current reached its maximum speed. It was like a repressed volcano, which completely erupted under the extremely repressed power. Boom! The waves hit the barrier, and the violent impact penetrated the barrier and acted on the hull. Creak creak! The swaying hull made an unbearable sound. The huge pirate ship flew directly into the sky with the ascending current. From a distance, it looks like an angry dragon in the sea, sending an angry blow to the sky. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. In the blink of an eye, the height of the pirate ship has reached an altitude of more than 1,000 meters with the impact of the current. The gushing current continues to rise. 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. When the height of ascension reaches 7 kilometers, the pirate ship seems to have broken through a boundary. Reached another world. White Sea. Roy muttered. The boat continued to drift with the current. Slowly coming to a huge portal, this is the gate of heaven that must be passed to the Sky Island. Qinghai people, welcome to the Air Island, please pay the entry fee of 1 billion ik. The guardian of the gate of heaven is a cunning mother-in-law with a face like a sour plum, and her name is Amazon. A camera hangs from his chest. Roy glanced at her, and she looked ugly decades later, but she didn't expect it to be so bad decades ago. A billion. Brother Doflamingo raised his brows. Why didn't you grab this old woman? Although he doesn't know what Ike is, he should be similar to Bailey. What if you don't pay? Roy crossed his chest with his arms. His eyes a little indifferent. According to the currency exchange on the air island, 1 Bailey is roughly equivalent to 10,000 gram. A billionic, or 100,000 Baileys. Although there are not many, but he is a big pirate with a bounty of 500 million, and he still has to pay the entry fee? What a joke! What is being a pirate? If you don't pay, then let's go. Amazon smiled treacherously. According to the laws of the sky, if it illegally invaded, it would be hunted by the priest. At that time, you will have to pay 10 times the entry fee. The pirate ship swaggered through the gate of heaven. Roy's domineering look immediately spread. He didn't want to look for devil fruit with arrogance. That's too inefficient. After all, the scope of the empty island is not small. With such a large area, I want to find a fruit the size of a fist. It would take a few days for him to search every inch. The place where Anila was born is Bika. How far can a child go? So the devil fruit should be near Bika. Narrow your search from an entire empty island to a town. The efficiency is greatly ascension. Bailey, come with me, the others stay here and watch the boat. With Roxandy's barrier fruit, it's almost impossible to be dangerous on the Sky Island. It took half an hour for Roy and Bailey to keep an appointment to find Bika. The two expert-level witnesses were domineering and searched around Bika inch by inch. Found it. To the southwest, an abandoned pirate ship 10,000 meters away. Bailey kept the promise and shouted. Roy's figure flashed, and the space shifted. A few seconds later, he appeared in an abandoned sea of clouds. Above the sea of clouds, there is a large pile of abandoned pirate ships. This is Sky Islander, the place to dispose of garbage. Over the years, there have been many people looking for empty islands. However, 99 out of every 100 ships are destroyed by the current before they can enter the Sky Island. And those abandoned ships will come all the way to the empty island under the impact of the current. Over time, a large number of pirate shipwrecks have accumulated here. Roy swept away domineering when he heard it, and appeared directly on an abandoned pirate ship. In the dark cabin, there are dense spider webs. A rotting skeleton in a captain's suit. Holding a treasure chest studded with diamonds and gold to death. Roy picked up his finger, and the fruit ability was activated. Swish! The diamond chest appears in the hand. Open the treasure chest, and a devil fruit appears in front of you. The strongest of nature, the thunder fruit. It's in hand. Roy put away the devil fruit. A few spaces shifted and came to Bailey's side. Several priests in white uniforms were found lying in a pool of blood. These guys, just for some reason, attacked me as soon as they appeared. Bailey Xiaoyi looked inexplicable. Although he can't kill indiscriminately, he is not the kind of character who is beaten and fights back. Can only win 3 kills with tears. The priest of the Sky Island. Roy glanced at the costumes and immediately recognized the identities of these people. The supreme controller of the Sky Island is called God, and the priest is the subordinate of God. A type of law enforcement team. Killing a priest in the sky is a capital offense. But he didn't even to put in one's eyes that so-called God, let alone a group of low-level priests. Kill is kill. Now that the devil fruit has been obtained, the next thing to do is to find the golden land. This is much simpler than finding the devil fruit. Golden Township exists on a piece of land. And there is only one place on the land on the air island, and that is the sanctuary of the air island population. Seeing and hearing domineering shrouded the entire Sky Island, and found the place where the sanctuary was located in an instant. Gold, shellfish in the sky, these are the goals of Roy this time. Since he wants to conquer the sea, he must have his own power. The world government will not watch him develop its own power. Therefore, Sky Island, an area beyond the jurisdiction of the world government, became his best choice. Moreover, he intends to subdue these winged birdmen in the sky by the way. Children make choices. Adults are packed away. His next goal is to conquer the entire Sky Island. Made up his mind, Roy had an idea in his mind. Want to conquer the entire Sky Island. The first step is to kill the so-called god. Kill that god, no one takes the lead in resisting, and the rest is much simpler. With the characteristics of Sky Islanders submissive, it is enough to directly suppress and gradually assimilate. Chapter 34 Destroy the Palace of Gods. God has fallen. Lord God, he has dispatched priests to hunt down those Qinghai people who entered the country illegally. In the Palace of God, Ganfuer in armor sat in the upper position. The priest holding the document in his hand said respectfully, "As the god of the Sky Island, he possesses supreme power and majesty. Even if Gonfort usually behaves mildly, these ordinary priests will also feel a strong pressure when facing him. Only those closest to them knew what another face this gentle god had behind his back. How can he be a pure and good person who can become the god of the empty island? It's just that the vast majority of the residents of the empty island can't see the wrath of this god's thunder. Don't care about these stupid Qinghai people. Is there any news from the Shandia people recently?" Ganfuer asked with some headache. "The Sandians have been attacking the sanctuary with increasing frequency recently." Ganfuer snorted coldly, although the sanctuary was originally the hometown of these outsiders. But how can such a treasure of miracles be handed over to those savage guys? Only their Sky Islanders are the masters of this land. The young and vigorous Gonfer has more than once wanted to completely exterminate these outsiders. It's a pity that these mice are hiding too deep. Report to God. The traces of those Qinghai people were found around the sanctuary. Suddenly, a hurried priest ran in. Qinghai people. The expression on Gonfort's face froze. Didn't he have sent a priest to arrest those Qinghai people? Immediately afterwards, a mass of anger ignited in his heart. He didn't go to arrest these Qinghai people personally. These guys dared to take the initiative to approach sacred sanctuary. Call all the priests and follow me out to defend against the enemy. Ganfuer raised his spear high and roared. Boom! A cold bullet pierced through the priest's head. Blood splattered Ganfuer's face. Hundreds of god attendants hurriedly ran into the Palace of Gods. Lord God, Qinghai people came in. What? Ganfuer was completely stunned, but there are thousands of gods guarding the Palace of the Gods. How could it be captured so quickly? You are God. Inside the empty Great Hall, a calm voice sounded. The strength is average, but the tone is not small. I dare not say that I am a god. Bold, who is disobeying the gods? Ganfuer snorted and looked up at the unknown guest who suddenly appeared. He was wearing a black tuxedo with a purple-black blade on his waist. Sitting in the void, on a looming blood-colored throne. The man in the upper seat rests his chin in his hand. The blood-colored breath spread, like Tathagata from the King of Ghosts in the underworld. In the blood-colored pupils, 3 black guyu are connected in a line, which is a little strange. There was an expression of sarcasm or pity on his face. Compared to the future Ganfuer who had been beaten in reality, the current Ganfuer looks much younger. With a 3-point arrogance in his eyebrows, he doesn't seem to put everything in one's eyes. But in terms of strength, even the major general level is not comparable. God? If you can hurt me, just admit your name in the name of the Black Emperor. A pirate with a reward of 500 million, one of the powerhouses in the New World. His recognition, in itself, represents a high honor. Furious. Gonfort snorted coldly. Riding a pink heavenly horse, the spear in his hand suddenly stabbed at Roy. Puff! Roy, who had no resistance, instantly fell into a bloody mess. Hey, is that the extent? Ganfuer's eyes were arrogant, and he couldn't even catch a single blow. These Qinghai people were really trash. Where are you looking? A faint voice sounded behind him, and Ganfuer was taken aback. The Qinghai people who found that they had been killed by him suddenly became a priest under his command. What happened? Gonfort's eyes were blank. He just obviously killed that Qinghai talent. It must be some sorcery you used.
Yes, it must be.
Gonfar looked at Roy angrily. With the spear in his hand passing like a falling meteor, he will be called the Knight of the Sky. The strength is definitely the top level on the empty island. Puff! The cold spear ray penetrated Roy's body. This time, the killed Roy just disappeared. Gonfar felt as if he had fallen into an infinite samsara. Every time you kill a Roy, another Roy appears around. As if he was immortal. An hour flies by when Gonfar's spear kills Roy again. Hey! Hey! The deep gasping sound echoed. Gonfar felt that his own physical strength was about to reach the limit. From the beginning of self-confidence, to the madness during the period, to the numbness at the end. His spirit is like a string that is tightly broken, and it will break at any time. He had no idea how many times he had killed this Qinghai native. Hundreds or even thousands. But, every time without exception. The Qinghai people will always appear from other places. Where the hell are you? Come out quickly if you have the ability, and fight me fairly. Gonfar held a spear and roared up to the sky, his pupils reddened. Blue veins throbbed violently on his forehead. Fair fight, are you sure? An indifferent voice came from above. Snapped. A crisp snap of fingers. Gonfar felt that the world in front of him was like a mirror moon in the water, with violent waves. Roy, who was sitting on the scarlet throne, supported his chin and yawned lazily. Looking down at Gonfar condescendingly. Look around you. How come? Glancing at the surroundings, Gonfar felt like he was hit hard. A pair of eyes became blank, full of look of disbelief. At his feet, pieces of corpses fell to the ground. Every priest's face was filled with bitter hatred, fighting each other. Among them, most of the priests who have died have a blood-colored hole. It was the priest who was killed by him. A simple illusion art, let you fight till this point. It's pathetic for the weak. Roy looked at Gonfar, who was completely stunned, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Like the devil is laughing. From the beginning to the end, he did not take part in this battle. Just a simple psychological suggestion to those who looked him in the eye. Fight each other. End to death. With his current strength, even the powerhouses of the Kaiwahei level under the king will be affected. Since you want to challenge me, then let you see how powerful the powerhouses in this sea are. Roy slowly pulled out the ghost tears from his waist. It fell lightly with a knife, without a trace of incense. Swish! The purple-black slash is like a crescent moon. Boom! The huge palace of the gods fell with a knife. Suddenly, it turned into ruins. Ding! Get soul fragment, blue, X5. Ding! Kill the devil fruit ability. Get soul fragments, blue, X200, Gonfar's mount, heavenly horse fruit ability, dot. God? But that's it. Roy snorted coldly, claiming to be a god? You too? With the collapse of the palace of the gods, it also means the complete end of the reign of the gods. How about it? It's all settled. Bailey Xiaoyu, who appeared beside him, had a lingering smell of blood on his body. Just now, he killed all the hundreds of god attendants patrolling outside the Palace of Gods. As for the support troops that came from all over the place, they were handed over to Doflamingo and Ross Indy. These two people, after Bailey's promise and his devil training during this period, have improved by leaps and bounds. In addition, the natural devil fruit and barrier fruit have the absolute defense ability. Even the navy of the rear admiral level can deal with it. Letting them out to see blood is what Roy meant. Cultivation is cultivation, and actual combat is actual combat. No matter how good a sword is, if it is not tempered by blood, it is all good. A sword that can kill is a good sword. Chapter 35 Call. Red Sand Scorpion. Million volts. Thunder chain. The fiery thunder beat, spreading like a chain. Dozens of menacing Sky Island fighters lost consciousness in that powerful electric shock. The rubbish of the empty island, how on earth did you provoke this monster? The Shandian, who was covered in tattoos, spat fiercely. In the battle till now, hundreds of people have died without even seeing the opponent's face. Even when he was fighting against those Sky Island chops, he never felt so suffocated. The ghost knows why this sudden attack turned into blocking the gun for the Sky Islanders. Boom! A gushing flame burst out from the flame shell. Ross Indy bit his mouth and stood in front of Doflamingo. Fingers crossed, a transparent barrier, keeping all flames out. Although he didn't like killing, he wouldn't just watch his own relatives being killed. Although, Doflamingo, who took the fruit of thunder, would not be hurt by these people who did not even grasp the domineering. Dage said, "Kill everyone you meet." So. Doflamingo floated in mid-air, his eyes filled with fiery electric light. 10 million volts. Thunderstorm. Boom. The raging electric light contracted, then turned into a ring, and exploded in a more violent posture. Wherever he passed, everything was annihilated in the raging thunderstorm. Doflamingo gasped and fell from the air, not long after he ate the thunder fruit. Being able to develop the fruit ability of tens of millions of volts is already his limit. But he is very confident, just give him a little more time. He has the confidence to develop the thunder fruit to a higher level. Kill them all, Ron Andy, go back. Every town on the empty island has expressed their willingness to surrender. Current statistics show that the number of Air Island residents willing to return exceeds 300,000. As for more specifics, it has not been determined. The god attendant with a respectful face looked at Roy with deep awe in his eyes. Overnight, the palace of the gods was destroyed. This lord, with his strength, shocked all Sky Islanders. Although facing Qinghai people, there is a kind of arrogance from the bottom of his heart. However, under the power of despair, the servility hidden in the blood of the Sky Islanders made them not dare to resist. Instead, I chose to accept it. Whoever the ruler is, it's all the same to them. Very well, from now on, all the residents of the empty island will be disrupted and the residential areas will be redivided. Disrupting the residential area of the residents, surrounded by strangers, will reduce the chance of resistance. Coupled with militarized management, it only needs to be domesticated from generation to generation. These Sky Islanders will be obedient like dogs sooner or later. Have the Shandian tribe found it? Roy clicked on the armrest of the throne. Not yet. It doesn't matter, it will show up sooner or later anyway. Roy's mouth twitched, smiling disdainfully. A group of mice that hide their heads and show their tails, as long as they dare to show their heads, he can easily run over these guys to death. Of course, if he is willing to surrender, he doesn't mind accepting it. With so many soul fragments, you can summon another follower. Roy looked at the remaining soul fragments. Hundreds of blue-quality soul fragments. Instead, it can synthesize a few purple-quality soul fragments. He just merged with Madara Uchiha's soul. Because of the special nature of the soul, it takes at least a week to fully digest. Fortunately, this is just Uchiha Madara in his youth. If it is replaced by Uchiha Madara at his peak, it is at least a golden quality soul. Not a few months, or even a year, after fusion can't be digested at all. And in the blank period of this year, he simply couldn't fuse his soul again. Therefore, the best choice for him is to integrate the soul of purple quality. As long as he has enough soul fragments, he can enhance his ability to ascension to golden or even higher quality. And the direct fusion of powerful soul, of course, can instantly obtain powerful power. But the flaw is that it takes longer to digest the will of these soul residues. As for the soul fragments consumed by the upgrade ability, it was second to him. As long as there is enough time and energy, it is very simple to put together these soul fragments. System. Carry out soul capture. Consume all soul fragments. Start soul capture. A space crack tore open before his eyes. In front of Roy, a red-haired, handsome boy appeared. It looks unremarkable. But the dazzling golden light that filled the layer blinded his eyes. Soul of golden quality. This is the third golden quality soul he has captured so far, apart from Qin Shiwang and Bailey keeping their promises. Red Sand Scorpion, golden quality soul. Introduction: one of the members of Xiao, codenamed Yu, Jade Girl. Known as a genius puppet stylist, known as the Scorpion of Red Sand. First fusion, no consumption. It turned out to be this guy. Roy was stunned, but unfortunately he wasn't interested in puppets. Otherwise, you can try to combine them. Call. Ding. Please choose the summoning stage. 100% combat power synchronization, consumption of golden quality soul fragments X100, general level combat power, 90% combat power synchronization, consumption of golden quality soul fragments X50, junior general level combat power. 80% combat power synchronization, consumption of purple quality soul fragments X100, top lieutenant general combat power. 70% combat power synchronization, consumption of purple quality soul fragments X50, combat power of ordinary lieutenants. 60%. Roy looked at the exaggerated synchronization requirement and rubbed his head with a headache. He doesn't even have a single soul fragment on him now. Not to mention 100% combat power synchronization, 1% combat power synchronization cannot be achieved. When I return to Qinghai, I will find a chance to kill a few more powerful people. Roy felt a sense of urgency. But now, I can only temporarily give up the idea of summoning. Spending a few more weeks on the empty island, encountering Shandians who wanted to raid. After being killed by Roy's strongest warriors, the Sandians' choices are the same as those of the Sky Icelanders. Surrender. In the face of that power beyond the understanding of the mind, it is simply unimaginable. Only the word God can describe it. It took less than a month before and after to completely calm down the chaotic situation on the empty island. The power of the old gods was completely destroyed and replaced by a new powerful interest group. Dark Council. The geographical location of the Air Island is special, and it has unique specialties such as the Golden Country and the Air Island Shell. So, Roy decided to send one of the 12 Black Knights of the future Dark Council to sit here. However, the current 12 Knights of the Dark Round Table are seriously vacant. Even Bailey Xiaocheng and Doflamingo, who have the potential of generals, can only be regarded as the Black Knights. At least after they have grown to general level combat power, they will be eligible to become official Black Knights. And it's only temporary. The future general level combat power under his command will definitely not be only 12. The total number of Black Knights will not change. Therefore, the emergence of the ranking system is certain. Only the top 12 in combat power are eligible to become Black Knights. And the rest, even if they have general level combat power, it can only become a lower first level Golden Knight. To some extent, this is also an incentive. It's time to leave. Roy stood up from the throne. No matter how good the Sky Island is, it is not the destination of the strong after all. If you want to pursue stronger power, only Qinghai. He looked back at the empty island behind him. When he comes back next time, he may already be at the top of this world. Look down on thousands of heroes. Chapter 36 Kill Bondi Wald. Golden Shards. Boom. The pirate ship, wrapped in a layer of barrier, hung with a huge octopus balloon, fell from the sky. The hull inside the barrier has become shaky after going through violent turbulence. The barrier fruit can only protect the things inside the barrier from being affected and impacted by external forces. But the collision inside the barrier is completely unavoidable. Vomit. Doflamingo lay on the bow and vomited. Falling from a height of 10,000 meters is an excruciating experience. Several times he almost thought he was about to die. "Navigator, take a look at what this place is." Roy grabbed the smaller octopus and threw it into the sea. "Captain, this should be around Judiciary Island," the navigator said after distinguishing for a while. Judiciary Island. Roy frowned. This was the world government's territory. How could it fall directly into this place? The route is too far off. "Look for the pointer to the 7 waters," Roy said calmly. "Completely ignore the world government. The current state of the world government is overwhelmed. Where is the time to provoke him? Unless he goes to the Navy Department mouth to dance about. However, he doesn't have that spare time now. After solving the matter of the empty island, the most important thing for him next is to change to a better ship." The idea of changing ships had already existed in Roy's mind. The capital of 7 Waters is the top shipyard in the world. That's his purpose this time. Boom! Shortly after the vessel left the waters around Judiciary Island, a loud shelling sound came suddenly. The pirate ship was shaking violently. Roy's eyes were cold, and on the sea in the distance, a huge pirate ship was slowly approaching. The shells roared, apparently taking them as prey. Is there still a guy who doesn't have long eyes? Roy's sense of sight unfolded domineeringly, and a powerful aura instantly enveloped him. Squinting, a little surprised. In this sea, he dared to attack when he saw the flag on his ship. Except for the newcomer and Hannon who just went to sea and don't know anything. There are only those who are really strong and stand on the top of the sea. The enemy on the opposite side is obviously the latter. Bondewald. World Breaker. Like him, the big pirate with a bounty of over 500 million. Superman is the ability of Momo Fruit. It can magnify the volume and speed of everything it touches by 100 times. I don't know if it's my luck or his misfortune to meet this guy. Roy sighed a little. Bondewald's strength is very strong. To be crowned the world destroyer by the world government is enough to prove everything. This guy used to be a big pirate who could fight Roger many times. Although he is not a top general, he is also a strong general at the general level. However, more than half of his strength comes from Devil Fruit. Through the Momo Fruit, the attack will be 100 times as powerful and fast as the Ascension. Even with the same strength, it is likely to be defeated by him. Even decades later, after being frozen by the world government for 30 years, when facing the protagonist Luffy. Still showing a crushing general combat power. However, unfortunately, this ability is naturally restrained by swordsmen. If you are fighting with a swordsman-level swordsman, Bondewald's strength is, at best, the level of a brigadier general. And he happened to be one of the only remaining swordsmen in the world. Just use you to be the first stepping stone for me to step into the general level. Roy tiptoed a little. Swish! The entire moment disappeared and appeared thousands of meters away. Several flickers appeared over the pirate ship. The ghost tears hanging upside down, cut out a ferocious blow. Momo Fruit. 50 times. Boom! A cannonball with a size of dozens of meters flew into the sky. Collision with Roy's slash. This kind of power is acceptable. Roy's mouth twitched, if he was only 60% sure just now. Well, after this strike, his confidence in defeating Bondewald has reached 90% ascension. A guy who relies solely on the Devil's Fruit ability, when the fruit ability is completely restrained by him. Almost like a lamb to be slaughtered. Wald, don't be careless, this guy is very strong. Don't worry big brother, I will definitely beat him. The corners of Wald's mouth grinned, and his body was instantly wrapped in a domineering black-colored arm. He felt the breath of a strong man. Momo Fruit, 100 times. The shells thrown in his hands rose to a size of more than 10 meters in the face of the storm. This method is useless to me. Roy hooked his finger, and the fruit ability was activated. Consume a lot of physical strength, attack diversion. Boom! The violent attack instantly hit Wald's body from behind. the attack with all his strength, and then the blessing of Momo's fruit is multiplied. Even Wald's colored arm was domineering as master, and he was seriously injured in an instant. The profound truth of Feishan Yujian Liu. Sky-soaring dragon flash. A knife smashed into the air, dazzling like a meteor, and fell instantly. Puff! A huge wound appeared on Bondewald's chest, where the colored arm domineering rapped. Traditional Hyuxia medicine fist technique. An unspeakable smell of Hyuxia medicine came from behind. Roy glanced out of the corner of his eye, and a woman in a cheongsam punched him. In terms of breath perception, it probably has the combat power of a lieutenant general. As expected of a veteran pirate group. In addition to Bondewald, there are at least 3 or more crew members at the rank of lieutenant general in his perception. Transfer. Dodging a blow, Roy appeared behind Bondewald. In those blood-colored pupils, 3 black hook jades spun. The terrifying mental energy blends domineering and swept out like a tsunami. With the increase of the 3 go-jade riding wheel eye, all the pirates on the ship fell into a short-lived illusion. Goodbye. Roy held Gailia Muramasa in his hand, and the rich-colored arm wrapped around him domineeringly. After fusion, it is comparable to the sharpness of the supreme knife. Plus the domineering colored arm at the pinnacle of the professional level. With just one knife, the colored arm domineering on Bondewald was broken. Roy instantly felt that Gailia Muramasa in his hand woke up with a special power at that moment. This is Ghost Tears Village's fusion of Frostblade Binja, which has been hiding the power that has never been awakened. Only the real powerhouse, who has been recognized by the spirituality of the sword, can fully awaken this power. And now, after drinking the blood of the strong, this power was finally awakened. An ice-blue flame spread from the wound. This is an unquenchable flame from the depths of the underworld. The cold flames spread all over the body along the blood vessels and nerves, freezing everything. With a blank mind and a stiff body, Bondewald has no power to resist. Immediately beheaded by a knife dropped by Roy. From the beginning to the end, this legendary pirate has the power of terror that both the Navy and the world government fear. Not even the slightest bit of resistance. It can't be beat in melee combat, but can be transferred from a distance. This is not a gap in combat power, but a restraint in pure ability. Like the fruit of silence, the seemingly useless devil fruit. But it can make Whitebeard's superhuman-type shock fruit and turn it into waste. Roy's transfer fruit absolutely restrains Bondewald's Momo fruit in terms of ability. As the head fell to the ground. Crossing the sea for decades, and Roger's era as the world destroyer of the legendary pirate, Bondewald. His era and legend have come to an end. And with this, witnessed the rise of a new legend. After today, his name will be remembered by the whole sea. Ding! Kill those with devil fruit ability to get soul fragments, gold. Chapter 37 Tyrant Territory. Ding! Kill those with devil fruit ability to get golden quality soul fragments x 300. The sound of the system sounded in my mind. 300 soul fragments, and they are of golden quality. The harvest of killing Bondewald is more than expected. Roy's eyes turned to the remaining pirates. Wald. The big brother of Bondewald looked at the fallen little brother with a blank look in his eyes. His little brother, just died like that? Now you have 2 choices, surrender or destroy. Roy's eyes were cold. It doesn't matter to him whether or not to kill these pirates. Killing it is just adding a dozen purple fragments. It is more valuable to stay. After all, his pirate group is very short of people now, so far only him, Bailey Xiaoguan, and Doflamingo are considered combat power. Ross Indy counts half. The crew of the Ward pirates went from angry to calm. No one is a fool. Their captain can be as famous as Roger, Whitebeard, and others. This world-famous pirate died just like that? It's not that he is too weak, it can only mean that the opponent is too strong. And it's still incredibly strong. With their current strength, let alone revenge, they are not even cannon fodder. Captain. We are willing to join the Black Emperor pirates. Fragmented voices sounded. Soon, all the crew of the Ward pirates, except Bing Jack, chose to surrender. Roy is not surprised, the Whitebeard pirates are in the minority after all. The vast majority of pirates are profit-oriented. In the face of desperation, he can fight to the death, but after the death of the captain, he went his own way. This is the pirate. Swish! Roy raised his finger, and the air around Bing Jack suddenly froze. In a few minutes, it was crushed into pieces by a strong pressure. Others can live, this guy must die. Let Bailey keep the promise and Doflamingo take care of the aftermath, while Roy goes directly into the captain's room. Harvesting so many soul fragments, the first thing of course is to strengthen it again. 300 golden fragments were neither too much nor too little. Shakers are promoted to kaleidoscope level, consuming 200 golden shards. Master Kendo is promoted to Grandmaster, which consumes 320 golden shards. 3-color Domineering Ascension to Master, consumes 1,800 purple shards. Equivalent to 18 golden shards. Transfer Fruit Ascension to Master, consumes 5 golden shards. Navy 6 Ascension to Master, consumes 120 purple shards. Kendo consumes the most soul fragments because it has reached Master. Even more than the consumption of Writing Wheel Eyes to promote Kaleidoscope. Considering that kaleidoscopes are consumables, this is not difficult to understand. System: strengthen the writing wheel into a kaleidoscope. Transfer Fruit ability: Overlord Colored Domineering. Daiwei: Colored Arm Domineering, Scene Colored Domineering, Navy 6 style strengthened to Master. Strengthen in one breath. The accumulated golden soul shards instantly left 75 pieces. Depend on. Several abilities are transformed at the same time. The great pain made Roy feel as if his body and soul were torn apart. Instantly fainted. That's why he doesn't strengthen his abilities in battle. Don't know how long has passed. When Roy woke up, it was found that Bailey, who was wiping his sniper rifle, kept his appointment, and Roxanne, who was nervous, was standing beside him. Feeling slightly. Doflamingo with a vigilant look, like a fried golden retriever, is patrolling back and forth outside the door. I'm all right. Roy shook his head, he didn't expect the strengthening this time to be so violent. It just knocked him out. Before he could explain too much, Roy felt a huge change in his body. All over the body, every cell and hair seemed to resonate, emitting a harmonious rhythm. That flawless feeling even made him feel as if he had become a god. Immortal is not bad. The Navy's 6 style breakthrough to Master, the potential of the flesh is perfectly activated. Now, he can suppress an adult giant clan with his own brute force alone. What's more, he has mastered the profound art of physical art, which is higher than the 6th form of the Navy. Life is returned. It stands to reason that if you want to comprehend this ability, you can do it when the Navy's 6th style breakthrough reaches the specialization level. The principle of the return of life is to activate the potential of the cells in the whole body, and through the infusion of consciousness, you can perfectly master your own body, including hair and breath. However, his background is too strong. With a small body, it can rival the power of the giants. Therefore, it created an embarrassing situation in which the specialist-level Navy 6th form could not activate his full body potential at all. It was not until the 6th form of the Navy was promoted to Master that he mastered the profound meaning of the return of life. The range of perception of the domineering has become wider, and Roy listened carefully, the chirping of seagulls and the whispers of pirates echoed in his mind. The arrogance of being promoted to Master is not just a more delicate perception. Even awakened a special ability, the sense of hearing. He can now hear other people's words through seeing and hearing domineering. If the distance is very close, you can even simply feel a person's thoughts. It's a weakened version of mind reading. The colored arm domineering changes. First of all, the domineering capacity ascension, has been 5 times the original basis. And, more cohesive. The condensed colored arm is domineering, not only greatly ascension's defense and aggression, but can even leave the body for a short time without dissipating. In other words, with his slashing, he can now slay the devil fruit of the nature department. Suddenly, a palpitating pressure spread from Roy. The unpredictable Rocinante fainted directly. Bailey on the side kept his promise, his brain seemed to be hit hard, and it went blank. Caw caw caw. The fragile cabin, as the breath spreads, seems to be under strong oppression, cracking inch by inch. It's no wonder that ascension consumes so many soul fragments. Roy taps and collects. The domineering arrogance of being promoted to master will affect even the powerhouse at the general level. If the expansion time is too long, the ordinary pirates outside will probably become idiots because of their brain injuries. Moreover, this is not the full power of his tyrannical domineering. If his domineering is full of domineering, after reaching a certain level of domineering, it will condense into a special realm. Tyrant territory. Every person who awakens the tyrannical domineering will condense his own tyrant's territory when the tyrannical domineering reaches master. According to different abilities and personalities, the effect of tyrant's realm is different. Roger, the Pirate King, is to combine the territory of the own tyrant with the domineering style of seeing and hearing. Awakened a powerful ability to listen to the voice of all things. Integrate into the surrounding nature, communicate with all things in nature, and get the allegiance of all things, and even change the natural laws of the surrounding world. And his tyrant's territory combines kendo and colored arm domineering. Only pure destruction. In the tyrant's territory, all objects will be subjected to a domineering impact like a slash. Even the devil fruit ability of the nature department is not immune. If you are full of arrogance, this ship will instantly crumble into slag under his tyrant's territory. Except for Bailey's promise, no one on the ship could survive. Roy suddenly understood why the future red-haired Shanks could rank among the 4 emperors with Whitebeard and others just by virtue of his kendo and arrogance. At least Grandmasters domineering and kendo, the territory of the tyrant formed by the fusion of each other. Once you step in, it is equivalent to having a strong swordsman level attacking you every second. In addition, Shanks himself, who is at least a top general. If you fight him one-on-one, it is equivalent to fighting 2 strong swordsmen at the same time. Simply a disaster. Chapter 38 Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel I. Heavenly Emperor. Shenyu. Lifetime transfer, memory transfer, energy transfer, thinking transfer. Roy tapped his eyebrows, and the fruit ability was sent to the master. To be honest, it was more powerful than he imagined. The first is the transfer of lifespan, which is probably more important than strength to many people. If he uses this price as a weight, those Tianlong people who are about to die of old age are estimated to be willing to pay everything. However, he doesn't really need this ability. He is at his peak now, and he is still a long way from being a young adult. Death and aging were too far away for him. Moreover, the stronger the strength, the more difficult it is to transfer life. If he wants to transfer all his opponent's lifespan in an instant in battle, his strength is at least first level higher than his opponent's. However, in that case, is life transfer necessary? Therefore, under normal conditions, this ability has almost no practical effect. Unless you encounter the kind of strong man who is half in the earth and has a few years to live. Energy transfer is a type of attack transfer, but a more advanced application. For example, the ability of the natural devil fruit ability person. The vibration of the shaking fruit, the power of time that rewinds time. As long as it is the ability activated by the devil fruit, it is a kind of energy concept. The original transfer fruit can only transfer tangible and qualitative attacks. Now any form of energy can be transferred. Memory and thinking transfer are more like an auxiliary ability. The specific actual combat effect is yet to be developed. Roy was pleasantly surprised by the ability he gained after being promoted to Kaleidoscope. These eyes, in the evaluation of the official formula book, are the most powerful and earth-shattering pupil technique to see through the three realms. The Kaleidoscope Shaker will not only greatly strengthen the original Shaker ability, but also match the realm that the user is good at. After the power of illusion art is amplified by the Kaleidoscope, it can make the quasi-general level powerhouse fall into illusion. In addition, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan will give birth to different pupil techniques according to the personality and ability of different people. Madara Uchiha's Hitomitsu is able to strengthen the power of all ninjutsu used. A simple B-rank ninjutsu, after being strengthened by Hitomi Jutsu, has a range and power comparable to S-rank ninjutsu. If he is directly integrated with Uchiha Madara's Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye, then the awakened pupil technique will be exactly the same as Uchiha Madara. That's pretty shit. After all, he can't do ninjutsu. But his Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye was upgraded through system strengthening and consumption of soul fragments. It is not completely inherited from the power of Uchiha Madara Kaleidoscope Shaker. At the moment when the writing wheel was promoted to the Kaleidoscope, his Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye has evolved two exclusive pupil techniques based on the characteristics of his own soul. The left eye Heavenly Emperor can strengthen all the skills, scope, and power related to spiritual energy without limit. The right eye Shinryu can strengthen all the abilities, scope, and power related to Kendo and Taijutsu without limit. The upper limit of pupil enhancement depends on one's own strength and the body's endurance. Roy's eyes were satisfied. Although all of them are passive type of pupil art, but for a strong physique and Kendo like him, this simple and rude ability is more suitable for him than Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu and Tsukiyomi. With his strength, coupled with the increase in the Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye, only the top generals can compete with him. System. Strengthen Bailey's promise and synchronize the combat power to 90%. Looking at the remaining soul fragments, Roy thought. Ding! Follower, Bailey's promise-keeping combat power is synchronized to 90%, and it needs to consume golden soul fragments x49 and purple soul fragments x50. The combat power is synchronized to 90%, which requires 50 golden soul shards. When summoning Bailey to keep the promise, Roy consumed 50 purple shards. So, after subtracting 50 purple shards, you are left with 49 golden shards plus 50 purple shards. Enhancement begins. In the void, countless lights and shadows emerged, slowly blending into Bailey's body. The momentum of Bailey Xiaoyu suddenly reached the level of a quasi-general. The ascension of this power doesn't seem sudden. It felt more like a seal in his body was broken. A power that originally belonged to him was liberated. The rank of Brigadier General is not enough. Roy looked at the remaining soul fragments, and simply put Bailey's colored arm domineering, known color domineering, and Navy 6 styles. All strengthened to master. A total of nearly 10 golden soul fragments were consumed. 90% of the combat power is synchronized, plus the skill bonuses of the three masters. Bailey's half-foot, who kept his promise, directly entered the threshold of the general level. SHH. Bailey, who was lying on the ground fainted, kept his promise and opened his eyes in an instant. Before I could figure out what was going on, I felt a sense of crisis beside me that made my scalp tingle. The strong oppressive force seems to be shrouded in a cloud over the head, and the depression is suffocating. He felt as if a knife was hanging over his head, and it would slash down in the next second. A subconscious tumbling left Roy's side. Pull out the sniper rifle and aim at the source of danger. After seeing that it was Roy, Bailey kept his appointment and put away his sniper rifle. What just happened? I feel like I remember. Something happened in the past. Bailey Xiaoyu frowned, his expression a little puzzled. Is it? Roy's expression gradually became solemn. Do you remember a father named Roy? Bailey kept his promise and glanced at Roy speechlessly. Why does this guy like to take advantage of people so much? You wait here first, I still have something to do. Roy found a reason to leave the pirate ship. Coming to an uninhabited sea, Roy paused. What he's going to do next? It is to let the red sand scorpion come to this world. System. Summon the soul red sand scorpion. The combat power is 80% synchronized. Ding. Summoning begins, combat power is synchronizing. Dage, who is this? Doflamingo wakes up from a coma. Looking at this extra boy in front of him, not much older than him. Red hair, finely sculpted, looks like a delicate puppet. No, it should be said that his body is a puppet pieced together. The expression on Doflamingo's face was inexplicably wary. It felt like falling out of favor. This is the red sand scorpion, a subordinate I just received. Roy glanced at the side with a blank face, as if everyone owed him millions of red sand scorpions. In order to summon this guy, he threw almost all the remaining soul fragments into it. Consumed 100 purple shards to summon, synchronized combat power to the top lieutenant general level. Coupled with the domineering, colored arm domineering, and the 6 naval styles are strengthened to master. 13 golden fragments were consumed before and after. There are only 2 golden soul fragments left on his body. However, as a reward, he also got a puppet master whose combat power was comparable to that of a quasi-general. Although the domineering and the 6 naval styles have been strengthened, the combat power is only at the level of a quasi-general. But just give him enough time to develop. The performance of the red sand scorpion on the battlefield will not be inferior to that of the top generals and powerhouses. Never use strength to measure the combat effectiveness of a puppet master. After all, their fighting power doesn't just come from themselves. What's more, he is a genius among puppet masters like the scorpion of red sand. Anyone who underestimates him will repent in the sky filled with puppets. If nothing happens, I'll go make a puppet. The red sand scorpion left a word in a cold voice. Turn around and leave. The only thing in this world that can make him care is to create puppets. In his world, there are only puppets. If it wasn't for this man, give him a very kind feeling. He's not going to stay on this ship at all. Dage, this guy is so rude. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, his expression a little unhappy. It may be that the age is similar and the personality is different, so the opposite S*X repulsion occurs. He always felt that this arrogant guy was not pleasing to the eye. The feeling that I want to beat. Chapter 39 The Capital of Seven Waters, the Battleship of Hades. Don Quixote. Roy, the most evil person, the reward is 550 million. The Black Emperor pirates encountered the Ward pirates in the Judiciary Island waters. The two sides fought. The Ward pirates' captain Bondewald fell into the sea. Bondewald, that arrogant guy, didn't expect to die at the hands of a newcomer. On floating islands in the air. Look at the brand new newspaper and reward in hand. The golden lion with a cigar in his mouth had a mocking smile on his face. These guys really don't live longer than a year, and I persuaded them to make an alliance with me. When I become One Piece, they will at least be One Piece's crew. Thinking of this, the golden lion snorted coldly. His flying pirates have dozens of fleets and more than 10,000 elite pirates. The only person who can rival him in this sea is the guy with the white beard. If Bondewald joins him, he has captured another great pirate, Roger. He can take advantage of the situation to launch an attack on Whitebeard and swallow Whitebeard by fire. At that time, who else will be his opponent in the whole new world? Conquered whole new worlds, even if not to the final land. He is still the king of the sea. It's a pity that these guys don't put him in one's eyes at all. It's really irritating. That guy, Roger, still refuses to agree. The golden lion's face was gloomy. This time he came to the first half of the new world. Just to find Roger's whereabouts. Once found, he will directly attack, forcing Roger to agree to join the flying pirates. At worst, let him hand over the whereabouts of the ancient weapons. The legendary ancient weapon with the power to destroy the world. King of Heaven, King of Sea, King of Pluto. Every ancient weapon has the power to instantly destroy an island. And Roger at least has the whereabouts of one of the ancient weapons. As long as the ancient weapon can be obtained, what can even the world government do with him? City of Seven Waters. A famous sea city, a city floating on the sea. The city is world famous for its water conservancy and boat building. Most of the world's top shipbuilders come from here. Tom Shipbuilding, this is it. The sailing pirate ship came to a remote shipyard. Pirates. Next to the shipyard, two lazy boatmen glanced at the flag on the ship. His eyes widened, his eyes filled with horror for a while. This is the banner of the Black Emperor Pirates. A boatman stammered, pointing at the flag, and said, "In today's sea, there are very few people who can be called big pirates. The strongest men in the world are Whitebeard, Red Rider, Kaido, Big Mom, Roger and the Golden Lion. And then there's Bundy Wald, the world breaker who has died. And recently, the most popular one is the Black Emperor Pirates in front of them. A few months ago, it rose into the sky, killed the Tianlong people, and repelled the slaughtering order of the Navy headquarters. Letting the Navy return, although it is only a weakened version of the demon slaughtering order, it is enough to prove its strength. And what really made the Black Emperor Pirates famous in the sea, and was recognized by many forces as the Battle of the Big Pirates. It also belongs to the waters around Judiciary Island and destroys the Ward Pirates. By other good pirates, honored as the Judicial Sea Battle. Use the great pirate Bundy Wald as a stepping stone to reach the top of the world. After the First World War, the reputation of the Black Emperor Pirates reverberated throughout the world. Step into the legend. In less than a year, Roy's experience was seen in the eyes of other pirates. Completely a legendary hero in a story novel. Of course, that's only in the eyes of pirates. For these ordinary civilians, it is a completely different matter. During this time, under the propaganda of the world government, the Black Emperor Pirates have been deliberately promoted as a group of pirates who burn, kill, and loot. The world government is really an old school. Roy, who sensed the thoughts of the two pirates aggressively, shook his head. That's the importance of fishing reels. The world government controls the fishing reels of this world, and all forces that threaten them. They will all be smeared as outlaws who do all kinds of evil. It didn't make any difference, but it was kind of annoying. This is also one of the reasons why the world government can stand for hundreds of years. They have the tongue of the world. Symbolizing justice and hope, it will naturally be accepted by the vast majority of people. Ordinary civilians don't think about whether this is true or not. Are there any other secrets? Some say they will believe it. This is the prestige that the world government has established for nearly 1,000 years. It has been integrated into the blood of every civilian. It simply cannot be broken. It's like holding a black piece of paper and telling people it's white since childhood. When the person decides that the piece of paper is white, go and tell him that the piece of paper is black. He just sees you as a lunatic. When a person says this piece of paper is black, he is a lunatic. But when everyone around said the paper was black, that piece of paper is black. Knowing this kind of thing, once a habit is formed, can be very scary. Because, when the vast majority of people are on the opposite side, truth becomes stupid. And the world government is now the one who can decide black and white. I want to find Master Tom to help me build a boat, you go and find him. There was a dim light in Roy's eyes. With a simple psychological suggestion, the two boatmen walked into the shipyard in a moment of despair. Not long after, a chubby Murloc appeared in front of Roy. "Hello, I'm the owner of this shipyard, Tom." Tom first looked at Roy suspiciously, and then glanced at the large group of pirates on the ship. Then, he said in a low voice, "Excuse me, what are you doing to me?" Roy looked at the fat Murloc calmly. Tom, the legendary craftsman, the horned Murloc among the Murlocs. He is the capital of Seven Waters, the top shipbuilder. In terms of shipbuilding skills, there are no more than 3 people in the world who can compare with him. The ship of the future One Piece Roger was made by him. And Roy's purpose here this time? Just want Tom to build him a powerful pirate ship. I want to ask you to build a ship. Roy looked at Tom calmly. What kind of ship is it? Tom frowned. If it was a small boat, it could be completed in a few days. But if it is a large pirate ship, it is the first time he has built it. Most of the ships built in the past were merchant ships for transportation. Merchant ships and pirate ships are similar in appearance. But the inner structure is completely different. I want a very special boat. What kind of ship? Tom's heart throbbed for a while, and he couldn't help but have a bad feeling. No, that was his secret. This person should not know. Knowingly asking. Roy looked at Tom and snorted. I don't know when, in the blood-colored pupils, 3 pitch-black goo appeared. The rotating hook jade quickly connected into one piece. The screen freezes. The 3 black hook jade disappeared. Instead, it is a straight kaleidoscope riding wheel like Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. I want ancient weapons, battleships, Hades. Roy took every word. The 3 ancient weapons, the King of Heaven, the King of the Sea, and the King of Pluto. Among them, what the king is still unknown. Aquaman will appear on Mermaid Island a few years later as a mermaid princess named White Star. Pluto is a terrifying warship that can destroy an island with a single shell. And the design drawings of this battleship now exist in the hands of the shipbuilder Tom. Chapter 40 The most vicious battleship, the Pluto is born. I don't know what you are talking about. If you say such inexplicable words, I can only drive you away. Tom is clearly not a liar. When he spoke, his hands were pinched white. It is absolutely impossible for him to hand over the blueprint of the Hades battleship to a guy who does not know the details. No one knows better than him how terrifying the power of this battleship can be. Can be called the 3 ancient weapons. That was enough to make the world governments tremble. If some people with sinister hearts get the power of the Pluto battleship, then the whole world will be enveloped in disaster and artillery fire. Do you think I'm discussing with you? Roy looked at Tom blankly. What he wants, no one can refuse. Pupilism. Heavenly Emperor. Mental energy, like a substance, emerged from Roy's pupils. A celestial emperor sitting on the frosty sky, dressed in a splendid crown, emerged from behind Roy. The figure raised his left hand, and the palm of his palm seemed to evolve into a world with all beings. Slowly, the heavenly emperor phantom stretched out his right hand and moved it in the world. Countless dense silk threads fell, controlling the body of a murloc like a puppet. I need Hades. Build him for me. Roy's deep voice sounded like magic in Tom's ear. After the illusion art, which is enhanced by the power of the kaleidoscope shaker eyeball technique, even a general-level powerhouse can be temporarily confused. Tom, who is just a shipbuilder, immersed himself in the world of illusion art after a second of hard resistance. I see. Fishman Tom's eyes became blank. His mind and body were all shrouded in a terrifying force. Only one thought kept reverberating in his mind. Build the Hades battleship. The Pluto battleship was jointly created by the top shipbuilders of the Seven Waters hundreds of years ago. Has the power to destroy an island in one shot. The purpose of its existence is itself to destroy the world. End the rule of the world government. Therefore, it is called the worst warship by the world government. The world government fears Pluto's power, but longs for Pluto's power. So they have been looking for traces of the Hades battleship. If nothing else, in a few years, the world government will find that the blueprint of the Hades battleship is here with Tom. Then send the CP organization to steal the blueprint. But now, it has been cut off by him in advance. Does it take so long? Roy looked at the materials listed by Tom and felt a little overwhelmed. That's when I found out that I thought it was a bit simple. As one of the 3 ancient weapons, the Pluto battleship can be built with a single blueprint. If only it were that simple. The group of people who created the Pluto battleship had already had a Pluto battleship. Flatten the world government. To build a Pluto battleship, several conditions need to be met. First of all, a top shipbuilder who is proficient in the drawings of the Hades battleship is required. Then a lot of manpower and materials are needed. The future Wanli Sunshine can be regarded as an infinite castration version of Hades. The real power is less than 1/10 of the complete Pluto battleship. Even so, it has the power to destroy a town with one shot. And to build a 10,000 miles of sunshine, it needs to consume nearly 300 million Baileys before and after. Just the atom treasure tree constructed by the hull is close to the consumption of 200 million Baileys. And building a complete Pluto battleship is a huge project. The atom treasure tree required by the main structure of the hull needs to consume 3 billion Baileys. Together with other accessories, the cost of this Pluto battleship is as high as tens of billions of Baileys. Roy doesn't care about money. The gold he got on the empty island is worth more than hundreds of billions. Even if it were 10 Hades battleships, he could afford it. The key is the manpower and time consumed. The volume of a complete Hades battleship is equivalent to the size of an aircraft carrier. It is 400 meters long, 100 meters wide, and has a draft of 13 meters. If you rely on the boatmen of Tom's studio alone, it is estimated that even a year or two may not be able to build a complete Hades battleship. Therefore, in order to save time, Roy can only capture a large number of top shipbuilders to cooperate with Tom to build the Pluto battleship. To prevent someone from leaking this thing out, Roy's approach is simple and crude. Directly control all the top shipbuilding studios in the entire Seven Waters with illusion art. As a result, a large number of top shipbuilders disappeared, and the entire Seven Waters was in complete chaos. Time passed little by little. It has been 3 months since all the top shipbuilders in the Seven Waters went missing. During this period, the world government and the Navy, respectively, sent a large number of spy members and the Navy to conduct searches. The entire sea area around the Seven Waters was completely filled with warships. The disappearance of a large number of top shipbuilders, coupled with the special place of the Seven Waters. The first thing that reminds the world government is the battleship Hades. The alarm level is directly full. To say you're not nervous is a lie. That is the Pluto, one of the 3 ancient weapons. If someone invents it, then shoot it at the Navy headquarters. The entire naval headquarters is estimated to be destroyed. The Pluto battleship that was created in the capital of Seven Waters. But it brought unimaginable and deep wounds to the world government. And the Pluto battleship was not destroyed in the end. Those shipbuilders who created the Pluto battleship felt that the destructive power of the Pluto battleship was too amazing. Hid it in some unknown place in the New World. And left a piece of historical text leading to the burial site of the Hades battleship. A Pluto battleship that has not been discovered is enough to give the world government a headache. If there is another one, the high-level officials of the world government estimate that they will sleep with one eye open. These guys from the world government are coming more and more frequently. Roy sitting on top of the shipyard, looking at the CP members wandering around the shipyard like headless flies. A Pluto battleship that has been almost completed is placed in front of these CP members. But they seem to be invisible and walked by subconsciously. Because he has covered the surrounding area with illusion art. Only the strong at the lieutenant level have the chance to see through this illusion art. Although the world government suspects that someone wants to build the Pluto battleship, but not crazy enough to send a large number of advanced combat forces to search for a conjecture. And the members of these CP organizations, the most powerful is to reach the major general level. It's almost finished. Roy looked at the Pluto battleship that was gradually being completed. It took a month to get all the materials together. 2 months to build. It took 3 months before and after, and dozens of top shipbuilders worked together to build it. This ancient weapon, which can be called a miracle, has gradually shown his hideousness. The pitch-black hull was like a dragon in the darkness, and the dragon head on the bow opened, revealing a huge cannon barrel with a diameter of 3 meters. There is a row of small gun barrels on each side of the hull, a total of 12. Although the power is not as exaggerated as the main gun can destroy islands, it is also enough to destroy small towns. Most of the ships in the world of One Piece are wind-powered. There is no wind and the threat of sea kings, so the windless belt will become a restricted area for pirates. And because the world government has mastered a higher first-level steamship and can expel the sea kings, it can sail freely in the windless zone. But the Pluto battleship is different from ordinary pirate ships and warships. He has a unique energy system. Its guns can be sailed and activated by devouring specific energy. The Wanli Sunshine can release an energy cannon that can destroy a village by absorbing coke. The complete Pluto battleship effect is even more exaggerated. It can independently absorb daily energy such as wind, water, solar, and electrical energy and store it. These stored energy are released through naval guns during combat. The energy that burst out at that moment was enough to destroy an island. Time comes to the third month and a half. When the last plank lays on the boat, the second ancient weapon, Pluto, came to the world. Chapter 41 The Might of Hades. The dark battleship is divided into 4 layers. Divide life areas such as swimming, recreation, training, storage, etc. There are also plenty of dorm lounge areas. Captain's cabin and wheelhouse on level 2. This is our future pirate ship. Roy looked at the flag of the Black Emperor pirates slowly rising on the Hades battleship. They are probably the only pirates who ride on the Pluto battleship. It is impossible to say that there is no pride in my heart. Is this the Pluto? It is said to be an ancient weapon that can destroy an island with one shot. Doflamingo's eyes twinkled. The red sand scorpion's eyes flickered. There was no ups and downs on the surface, but what he thought in his heart was how to integrate the energy system on the Hades battleship into his puppet. With his puppet, plus an energy cannon capable of destroying an island. It's not about catching someone and killing someone. However, although the blueprint is there, how can such a huge energy conversion system be engraved into his puppet? This is a question worth thinking about. Let's test the power of the Hades battleship first. Roy said. Although the Pluto battleship has been built, it is still unknown whether its power is as powerful as the legend. Destroy an island with one shot. Even the smallest island, that kind of power is scary enough. After all, even a powerhouse of the 4 emperors level would not be able to destroy an island in a short period of time. If it is just to wipe out the creatures on the island, it is somewhat possible. This is like the difference between a broken star powerhouse and a natural disaster grade powerhouse. The former is enough to be called a god. And the latter are just the stronger ones. From another point of view, the damage that a general level combat power can cause is equivalent to the nuclear weapons of his previous life. However, the combat power of the generals is all nuclear weapons equipped with perpetual motion machines. Mass destruction can be done anytime, anywhere. If it can really destroy an island in an instant, then the destructive power of the Pluto battleship is beyond his imagination. I don't know what the above is thinking. I have searched here dozens of times. If there is any Hades battleship, it would have been discovered long ago. Those guys from the world government are really idle. Ancient weapons, Hades, does this kind of thing really exist? 2 men in navy uniforms walked over talking. The voice of discussion stopped abruptly. Looking at the huge warship on the sea with a volume of more than 400 meters. Deep down, a feeling of doubting about life suddenly emerged. Such a big thing, they passed by dozens of times, why didn't they find it at all? Roy, who had lifted the shroud of illusion art, also found these 2 uninvited guests. However, he didn't care at all. What if the world government finds out that he owns the Pluto battleship? Sitting on the Pluto battleship, he also has 2 men under his command who are comparable to the generals. It also annexed the heritage of the Ward pirates. It is no longer a soft persimmon that the Navy and the world government can squeeze at will. Really irritating him, he dared to touch the Navy headquarters sneakily. One shot destroyed the Navy headquarters. The Pluto battleship has been built, and even the blueprints of the Pluto battleship are in his hands. Roy sent back all the shipbuilders on the island and all the memories of the Hades battleship. At present, only Tom the Murloc remains on the Hades battleship. This determined Murloc, after being baptized by his illusion art again and again. He has firmly become a crazy fan of the Black Emperor pirates. The huge battleship slowly left the capital of Seven Waters. Turn on the energy acceleration mode. Dover. Roy said hello. Doflamingo stepped forward, holding a black ball on the console in his hand, and a blazing electric light burst out from his body. Buzz. The circuit boards in the cabin, which are full of modern technology, light up instantly. The empty space, representing energy, fills up at a rate visible to the naked eye. Boom! The accelerator behind the stern spewed violent waves. There was a huge tsunami. In an instant, the speed of the ship soared to 800 km per hour. It feels like flying. Roy standing in the cab, watching the scenery flying by both sides. The speed of the Pluto battleship is now comparable to that of ordinary civilian airliners. Moreover, this is not the pinnacle of the Pluto battleship. If the speed of the Pluto battleship is pushed to the extreme, it can explode at a speed of up to 4,000 km per hour. What is this concept? The speed of sound transmission is 1,224 km per hour. The speed of 4,000 km per hour is almost 3.5 times the speed of sound. If this collision force hits a person, ordinary lieutenant-level powerhouses will also be instantly torn apart. However, at this level of speed, even the Pluto battleship can only last for a short period of 10 minutes. Beyond this speed, the engine and energy converter go to sleep due to overload. The hull is also damaged. Repair is required to restart. Moreover, the consumption of energy is nearly 100 times ascension as compared to the normal state. Roy wouldn't enable this overloaded state if it weren't for a desperate situation. The pirate ship sailing fast is like an indestructible blade. Ride the wind and waves. What is that? Get out of the way. Boom. On a Navy warship cruising at sea. The Navy who was chatting only felt a dark shadow appear in front of him. The next second, the terrifying impact directly smashed the entire warship into pieces. The surface of the Pluto battleship appeared with a few loops. This is the autonomous protection function of the Pluto battleship. It will automatically trigger when it encounters an attack, forming a layer of hard shield that can resist the attack of the general-level powerhouse. After smashing the warship, the Pluto battleship seemed as if nothing had happened. Continue sailing forward. All that was left was the blood-stained sea behind him. Passing through layers of naval blockades, we continued on for about 100 kilometers. In Roy's domineering perception, an uninhabited island appeared. The range is not small, roughly equivalent to a medium-sized island. No trace of human life. The galloping Pluto battleship stopped instantly. The uninhabited island is about 20 kilometers away from each other. Roy narrowed his eyes and pressed his hands on the gun launcher. Turning the ball-like device. Correct the direction of the shelling. The main gun in front of the Pluto battleship protruded from the dragon's mouth. After a while of adjustment, he aimed at the distant island. Glancing at the data on the display. Electricity can be charged up to 35%, and hydro and wind energy can be charged up to 15%. Solar recharge up to 5%. Try the power first. Roy regulates the energy input to 30% electrical energy. Emission. Hum. On the main gun of the Pluto battleship, a dazzling white light flickered. Then there was a roar like thunder. In that pair of shocked eyes, the uninhabited island in the distance instantly turned into a purgatory of thunder. The raging thunder continued for nearly 10 minutes. When everything subsided, the sea water poured back. The huge island on the sea has completely disappeared. Is this the Pluto battleship? Good dong. One after another, the sound of swallowing saliva sounded. Looking at the island that has completely disappeared, no one can calm down. Even Roy was slightly absent-minded. This level of attack has definitely surpassed the boundaries of the general level. He even doubted that if the Pluto battleship would be powered to the highest overload. Is it possible to blast the entire Red Earth continent out of a channel with one shot? The only pity is that this attack has been brewing for too long. There is simply no way to escape the domineering perception of the general level powerhouse. Otherwise, he would dare to drive the ship to the naval headquarters now. One shot sent away all the advanced combat power of the Navy headquarters. Chapter 42 Golden Lion. Susanoo. This ship is the Pluto battleship among the legendary 3 ancient weapons, right? Suddenly, an exclamation sound came from the sky. Then a huge shadow fell from the sky. The fleet and islands that covered the sky seemed to cover the whole sky like a cloud. A man with golden hair and bold as a lion. He exudes a domineering arrogance that is too strong to be seen directly. Like a god, it slowly fell from the sky. Golden Lion. Roy squinted his eyes. This iconic devil fruit ability, he could not think of anyone except the Golden Lion. I didn't expect to meet the Golden Lion here. You shouldn't be in the New World? Why did you return to the first half of the Great Route? Roy narrowed his eyes, his tone slightly cold. But it's also a little weird. The New World is a paradise for hatching the strong. If the weak enter it, they will surely be destroyed, but the strong will not like it. As one of the dominant forces in the New World, the Golden Lion will appear in the first half of the Great Route. Roy is confused. Is this guy not afraid of the Navy at all? The New World is a paradise for pirates, and the Navy dare not enter it rashly. Otherwise, it will cause all pirates to resist. However, if the Golden Lion, the overlord of the New World, rashly breaks into the first half of the New World, that can enter the territory of the Navy. As long as it is discovered, it will definitely be encircled and suppressed by the Navy. Aren't you the same? The Golden Lion glanced greedily at the Pluto battleship and suddenly turned to Roy. Don Quixote. Roy, a former Tianlong person, a nobleman of the world. The Golden Lion slowly fell to the top of the Pluto battleship. Looking down at Roy condescendingly. I appreciate you very much. Come. Join my fleet. You will become the deputy captain of the flying pirates with one person under 10,000 people. Your strength plus my strength, and the huge help of the Pluto battleship, what Whitebeard, Roger, these rotten and immortal old stubborn, will be eliminated by us. A new era is coming, and we will stand on the cusp and become the masters of this world. Your status will be more noble than the former Tianlong people. The Golden Lion stretched out a hand with a frenzied expression on his face. Come on, conquer this world with me and become the master of this world. I have to say, your words can impress others. Roy looked at the Golden Lion without the slightest fluctuation on his face. However, did you make a mistake about one thing? Even without you, I can still conquer this world. And... boom! A violent slash fell from above. Roy holding a Nimasa Muramasa appears on top of the Golden Lion's head. A bloodthirsty light flashed in his pupils. I don't like people talking to me with their heads down. Except those who submit to him can look directly at him. The rest, kneel down. Puff. The Golden Lion floating in the sky swung away Roy's slash. Looks like the talks broke down. The Golden Lion's face was gloomy. Roger was like this, Whitebeard was like this, and now even this kid is like this. You stupid guys, since you don't want to surrender, then die. Even without you, as long as you master the Pluto battleship, the world is still mine. The Golden Lion, holding 2 knives, slashed out one after another fierce attack. Although his devil fruit ability is strong, his real power is not devil fruit. It is the swordsmanship of the great swordsman level. Kendo. Roy's eyes narrowed. His kendo level is only master, which is equivalent to a swordsman of the swordsman level. A first level lower than the Golden Lion. But don't forget, his 3-color domineering, physical skills, and devil fruit abilities are all at the level of a quasi-general. Coupled with the general level kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. 6 quasi-general level abilities, and 1 general level ability. Under normal circumstances, his strength is at the peak of the general. And once the ultimate ability of Kaleidoscope Sharingan Susanoo is turned on, his strength will be comparable to that of top generals. On par with the strength of the Golden Lion. But don't forget, his Devil Fruit ability naturally restrains any Devil Fruit energy transfer. With a thought, all the shrouded slashes disappeared instantly. Roy's figure appeared behind the Golden Lion. Domineering unfold. Tyrant territory, come. Hey! The bright world became dim in an instant, and the air was filled with a deadly purple-black aura. A breeze blew, and the Golden Lion's sight was domineering and warning. Swish! The body deflected, and a deep bloodstain appeared on the arm covered by the domineering colored arm. The Golden Lion's forehead was sweating. If it weren't for the fact that he just saw the opportunity and hid quickly. This would cost him an arm himself. The arrogance of the Overlord. Feeling the continuous impact in my mind, it makes people feel shocked and want to surrender. The Golden Lion's expression was a little shocked. He wasn't surprised that Roy was also domineering. The Overlord is domineering, although it is known as the capital of the king without 1 in a million. But any pirate that can be called a legend. Which one was not slain from the bones of a million people? Although he is arrogant, it is a natural character. He never doubted Roy's strength. Awakening the domineering arrogance of the Overlord is a matter of course. What really surprised him was, at this age, why does he have such a level of tyranny? The Overlord's domineering becomes stronger, which is different from the domineering and colored arm domineering. Cannot pass the acquired ascension. It is fixed from the moment of awakening. It only grows gradually with time and age according to a person's character and will. This exaggerated domineering, he has only felt it in one person. That's Roger. Sloppy. Golden Lion's heart sank. Knowing that it is impossible to kill Roy, although this strength is slightly weaker than him, if Roy wants to run, he can't stop him. Instead, it will add an undead enemy. However, even if he can't kill Roy, the Pluto battleship, he must get it. It's about his future ambitions. The body of the Golden Lion fell quickly and flew towards the Pluto battleship. As long as he encounters the Pluto battleship, he can directly use the fruit ability to take it away. You think I don't exist? Roy laughed in anger, this was ignoring him. Do you really think you're better than me? A faint voice sounded from behind. The next second, looking at the Golden Lion that was about to touch the Pluto battleship, his face changed wildly. Boom! A violent knife split the sea in half. A huge moat spanning nearly 1,000 meters was gradually filled up by the water that was poured backwards. The Golden Lion was full of cold sweat. If he had just moved a little further, this knife would have killed him directly in the sea. With a horrified face, he turned his head and looked behind him. As if the real purple-black arrogance was burning, it condensed into an illusory skeleton. Followed by muscles, skin, armor, wings, weapons. Susanoo, tens of meters high, covered the sky with its outstretched wings. He held a huge long knife in his hand. The flaming purple-black arrogance rendered half of the sky. The Golden Lion's scalp numb instantly. Roy sits on the sky, like an immortal god. Looking down at the Golden Lion condescendingly, his eyes are indifferent. Zhang. Shen Yu, draw the sword and cut. The long knife was raised, followed by a slash. 2 lines of blood and tears fell from the corners of his eyes. The cloud dome is broken, and the sea is broken. There was a huge wave on the sea. Even the world seems to be cut off by this knife. Chapter 43 Kill the Golden Lion, a huge harvest. The cloud dome is broken, and the sea is broken. There was a huge wave on the sea. Even the world seems to be cut off by this knife. The golden lion exposed to the light of the knife had its pores burst open. In Suzanu's state, Roy's basic strength has been increased 10-fold and 100-fold. The pupil technique and martial arts can greatly ascension any physical technique and kendo power. And, there is no upper limit. In principle, how powerful his body can withstand. Then, to what extent will the power be strengthened? Ghost back, master colored arm domineering, Suzanu, inherited from the limits of human physique. The three are added together, and then through the enhancement of the pupil technique. The power of this knife, even the future 4 emperors, if they dare to take it hard. Even if it is full of domineering, the fruit ability is added together. As long as you dare to take the knife head on. Even Kaido, the beast known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air among the 4 emperors. He will definitely be seriously injured by this knife. No one in this world can truly be immortal. Kaido's immortality relies on nothing more than the powerful vitality brought by the dragon fruit. But if the power of the attack is superimposed to a certain limit, Kaido's immortality is a joke. I am the great pirate Golden Lion. The man destined to rule this world. The Golden Lion's expression became crazy. No one can beat me, no one. Boom. The sky suddenly darkened. Floating ships and islands fell from the sky like meteors. The desperate cries of help from the crew of the flying pirates rang out one after another in their ears. However, their fate has been doomed. Faced with death, the Golden Lion decisively chose to sacrifice the lives of his subordinates. In exchange for a chance to escape. As long as he can survive, the glory of the flying pirates will never disappear. Witness, the true ability of the fluttering fruit. Lion Might. Earth Scroll. Countless islands converge into huge lion heads. Part of it, facing the huge slash that came in the face. Part of it jumped at Roy in Susanoo's state. Boom. Under the huge slash, the lion heads formed by the mud and stones were chopped up. Taking advantage of the short gap when the slash was blocked, the golden lion quickly escaped from the slashing range. Boom. Thousands of gigantic waves appeared on the sea. Large swaths of sea water evaporated out of thin air in the high temperature generated by slashing and air friction. If I were you, the most correct thing to do at this time is to escape my sight. Roy in the state of Suzanu, with blood flowing continuously in the blood-colored writing wheel eyes. Dark pupils, indifferent as gods. Swish. The blade that was drawn out slowly was only by means of the slash. It was easy to chop the oncoming lion to pieces. With the knife in the sheath, there is no trace of fireworks on his body. The profound truth of Fishin Yujian Liu. Shenyu. 9-headed dragon flash. Swish swish. With a flash of sword light, 9 icy slashes blocked the golden lion's retreat from all directions. The Suzanu on Roy began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. His eyes showed a tired look, and his face was slightly pale. Although the battle process was short, such a high-intensity outbreak would consume terrifying pupil power. In just one battle, he used up nearly 1% of his pupil power. If he continues, he is probably not far away from blindness. More importantly, there is no need for him to continue. This knife, the Golden Lion could not stop it. Roy is sure that the Golden Lion will die. The current Golden Lion is not the Golden Lion that drove Roger into a corner at his peak. Either him, or Whitebeard and Roger, have not reached the peak of life yet. Today, Whitebeard's strength is only barely reaching the level of a top general. It is far from the level of the 4 emperors who will rule the new world in the future. The Golden Lion and Roger are even weaker than Whitebeard. At best, he was at the peak of a general like him, and half-stepped into the threshold of a top general. They are all now at the peak of their power soaring. Every next year, as long as he doesn't die, even if he lies down and sleeps, his strength will increase every day. Until the peak state of life is reached around the age of 45, this state will be maintained for 3 to 5 years. After the age of 50, it gradually begins to decline due to aging. If nothing else happens. A few years later, the Golden Lion, whose strength reached the level of a top general, will be with Roger, who also broke through to this level. Launch a campaign that will rock the world. In the end, it ended with Roger's victory. And Roger's strength will also break through to the level of the 4 emperors in future adventures. Finally, become the Pirate King. However, no matter how high the future achievements are, it cannot change a fact. That is, the current Golden Lion has only the combat power of the general level. And this knife of his has obviously surpassed the boundaries of the top generals. It has reached the destructive power of an all-out blow from a 4-emperor level powerhouse. I will not fail, I am the future king of this world. The crazy Golden Lion tried his best to resist. But under that destructive power, everything was in vain. I'm a Golden Lion. With an unwilling sigh, it slowly dissipated. Only the last thought of the Golden Lion is left. Roger, did I still lose? Ding! Kill those with Devil Fruit ability to get Soul Fragment, Gold, x 1200. Roy's eyes flickered, 1200 golden quality Soul Fragments. This number is simply terrifying. Roy initially estimated that the reason why so many Soul Fragments fell. Possibly, not just because the Golden Lion is the Devil Fruit's ability. More importantly, he has stepped into the top general level with half of his foot. Souls of this level normally drop souls of golden quality. However, there is also a certain chance of dropping red quality soul shards. Therefore, the system simply integrates both sides. Gives an exaggerated amount of golden shards. Converted into red fragments, there are about 12. No more, no less. After all, the Golden Lion is not yet a real top general. If the Golden Lion is promoted to the top general, the ascension of combat power is not 1 or 2 points. There is still hope for him to go all out to kill a strong man at the peak of the general. However, if you want to kill a top general, the difficulty is more than 10 times more difficult. Preliminary estimates, at least about 20% of the pupil power will be consumed. Also, not necessarily killable. Of course, the difficulty is a little bigger, but the rewards will be considerable. The powerhouse of the top general level, plus the ability of Devil Fruit. The fallen soul fragments will be at least a dozen times higher, starting with 200 red fragments. It's the most difficult and dangerous battle so far. Roy stretched. Don't look at him crushing the Golden Lion all the way, but in fact, the Golden Lion's strength is not weak. This fight, from start to finish, Roy was on edge. As for the result will lose to him, it can only prove that he is too strong. Not to mention the Golden Lion, even if it is replaced by Roger, there will be no change in the end. Golden Lion, it was wrong to overestimate his own strength and underestimate his strength. If you compare the Golden Lion to Bundy Wald, the Golden Lion definitely wins. Clear and pay the pirates who are still alive, accept those who are willing to join, and kill all those who are unwilling. Roy said. In this battle, from the beginning to the end, the troops on both sides were almost not involved. Only the two captains collided with each other. Although the Golden Lion went crazy in the end, the flying pirates suffered heavy losses. But there are not a few pirates who survived. At least 5,000. Who can be left on the ship by the Golden Lion, which one is not the elite? Roy just intends to swallow these pirates in one go. It doesn't matter if he doesn't want to, he doesn't mind giving him a treat. Anyway, the Red Sand Scorpion is very short of materials to make puppets. Chapter 44 The Realm of Knives. Transfer the curse. Kill the Golden Lion and get 1,200 golden fragments. Plus the crew of the Golden Lion pirates who were killed in the aftermath of the battle. Among them are several lieutenant-level Devil Fruit ability users. Adding up the bits and pieces, there are about 1,210 soul fragments on Roy's body. Definitely the most soul shards he's ever gotten. None of them. However, Roy felt that was not enough. Master's ability to transfer fruit, to develop to Grandmaster, needs to consume 500 golden fragments. The sixth type of navy is promoted from Master to Grandmaster, and the consumption of golden fragments is still 120 pieces. However, it takes 320 golden soul fragments to strengthen the Kendo Master to the Kendo Great Master. The Domineering Colored Arm and the Domineering Colored Arm are both Masters. From Ascension to Grandmaster, a total of 600 golden fragments are consumed. The Overlord Color Domineering Daiwei, from Master to Grandmaster, consumes the same number of soul fragments as the transfer fruit, 500 golden fragments. In addition, there are two followers, the Scorpion of Red Sand and Bailey keeping the Covenant. The combat power of the two people is synchronized to 100%, and together they need to consume about 150 soul fragments. A total of about 2,200 golden soul fragments are needed. He only has half of his soul fragments now, and he can only select a few abilities to strengthen. It can be expected that after this reinforcement is completed, his strength can at least reach the level of a top general. The Navy's sixth form can greatly increase the upper limit of Ascension's physique. This must be strengthened. The first thing Roy chose to strengthen was neither the Devil Fruit ability nor the Tyrannical Domineering, but the most basic 6-type Navy. The stronger the strength, the more you can feel the importance of physique. Using the Devil Fruit ability requires physical strength, and the slashing power of Kendo is also related to physical strength. Even the upper limit of Colored Arm Domineering is related to the capacity of the container of physique. Once the Navy's sixth form Ascension reaches the Grandmaster level, his physique will also undergo transformation and reach a higher level. This creates a chain reaction. Let his comprehensive combat power in all aspects be fully Ascension, followed by Kendo Realm Ascension to Grandmaster class. His current fighting power mainly comes from Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel I, Transferring Fruit, Kendo, and Domineering. The Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel is promoted to consume too much. The ability to transfer fruit can only make him invincible, and the attack is not too good. Domineering can allow him to better suppress opponents when fighting against strong opponents at the same level. But it doesn't play a key role. But if you really want to talk about killing people, it's still Kendo. From the day the Sword Master was created, it was a weapon that was born to kill. With Kendo and the 6th naval style, 440 golden shards are needed to strengthen these two abilities. Remove the soul fragments consumed by the Red Sand Scorpion and Bailey's promise-keeping power. The soul fragments he can still mobilize are only about 600 pieces. You can turn the Ascension of the Colored Armament and the Colored Arm Domineering to the Grandmaster. It is also possible to choose one of Transfer Fruit and Overlord. Ascension to Grandmaster. It's hard to. Although it is only children who make choices. He also wanted to have them all, but his strength would not allow it. Then Devil Fruit. Roy made a decision. First synchronize the combat power of Bailey keeping in the Red Sand Scorpion to 100%. Ding! Combat power is synchronizing. Swish! Countless puppet threads emerged from the body of the Red Sand Scorpion. The overwhelming puppets enveloped the entire sky under the control of energy threads. Bailey Xiaoyu closed his eyes, and there was an aura that shattered everything from his body. The combat power is 100% synchronized, and his gun already has the power to kill generals and strong men. The two followers slowly digested their own power. System. Transfer the 6th naval style, Kendo, and transfer fruit ability to Ascension to Grandmaster. Roy thought silently. A large number of soul fragments shattered and merged into Roy's body. Boom! Boom! My heart beat like a drum. The low voice seemed to possess magic power. The pressure in the air made the surrounding pirates feel like they were about to vomit blood. Is this the Grandmaster's Navy 6? On the surface of the skin, a layer of metallic color flashed. Roy stretched out his left hand and waved it gently. Swish! A huge dragon claw slammed down, and the sea was suddenly shaken. Without using any ability, just a simple physique has reached this level. The Grand Master's Navy 6 has been perfectly integrated into the body. Even under normal conditions, it has a defense comparable to that of iron. With a single blow, it contains the power of the fusion of lance feet and finger guns. Now, he doesn't need the domineering colored arm, and his simple physical skills can rival the general's combat power. Kendo also reaches the Great Master realm. Roy slowly digested the Kendo insights that emerged in his mind. Zhang! It was as if there was a chirping sound. Swish! Due to his gaze, a sword light broke through the air. The air is completely torn. The realm of the knife. Roy's thoughts unfolded, and the crisscrossing sword energy evolved into an invisible realm. Advanced to other kendos of Grand Master, sword intent evolves into realm like the realm of the tyrant. This realm is the evolution of his kendo realm. In one thought, all plants and trees can be swords. Within the realm, I am God. However, compared to kendo and the 6th naval style, the biggest change is the ability to transfer fruit. The transfer fruit of Grand Master has completed a qualitative transformation. The power of the fruit is fully awakened. The ability of the fruit is awakened, and only a small number of devil fruits can do it. Once the fruit's ability is awakened, earth-shaking changes will occur. Superhuman, the ability awakening can have an impact on things other than the ability person himself. Animal type, after awakening, it can greatly improve the recovery ability and combat power, but if the awakening fails, there will be side effects. Department of Nature, unknown. His transfer fruit was originally a scope ability. After awakening, the scope becomes more exaggerated. Also, capabilities are enhanced. More importantly, awakened a special ability. Finally, this weakness can be eliminated. Puff! Roy stretched out his hand and inserted it directly into his own heart. The fingers sank into the heart, and no blood came out. There was a pained expression on Roy's face. Along with a shrill wailing, a cloud of black smoke was pulled from Roy's heart. The curse of the sea. Roy was pale, looking at the ghost fog in his hand. This is the curse contained in the devil fruit. Transfer the fruit ascension to the Grand Master. It is already possible to transfer this conceptual thing. By transferring you, my last weakness is erased. Roy punched the curse into ghost tears, which was still useful. When you encounter a difficult opponent one day, transfer the curse directly into the opponent's body. It's a trump card. Furthermore, the curse of the devil fruit has been removed, and the influence of the sea tower stone on the ability has also been eliminated. In other words, he can now directly control the sea floor stone. Transfer the sea tower stone to other abilities. Of course, this effect is useless to Roy. The real strong, who can't be domineering. Knowing the domineering can sense danger in advance, as long as the vigilance is strong enough to avoid his ability. Unless his arrogance can crush the opponent. Even if you can't avoid seeing the domineering color, you can also use the colored arm domineering to isolate the sea floor stone. Although the colored arm domineering must reach Master in order to isolate the sea floor stone. However, which of his opponents is not in existence above the general? Master's colored arm domineering is a standard ability. Therefore, the ability to transfer Halashi is destined to only be used to abuse vegetables. And it can only be effective for those with devil fruit ability. Chapter 45 Beyond the Supreme Sword. He cursed the devil fruit on Bailey Shao, Doflamingo, and Ross Indy. All moved to the top of Gailei village. Gailei Muramasa, who absorbed the curse of 3 devil fruits, exuded a strong aura of disaster. Okay. Roy's face changed slightly. After Kendo was promoted to Grand Master, in addition to the ability to awaken the realm of the sword, the attack type ability, he was also given an ability called Kenshin. This ability does not have any offensiveness, but it can communicate with weapons with spirituality, and can read the emotions of the knife and its areas of expertise. Let the user better control a knife, and can play the true potential of the knife. The spirit of Gailai Muramasa has a ferocious appearance like a Buddhism cultivator, with a pair of blood-colored eyes that make people sink into the soul. A ghost who only knows how to kill. Just now, he felt the spirit he named Yaksha and sent him a message. Oni Muramasa, who fused the curse of 3 devil fruits, awakened a special ability. Curse. It can inject the devil's curse power stored in the blade into the enemy. If the opponent is a devil fruit capable person, the 2 devil curses will conflict. It won't die by self-destruction like taking 2 kinds of devil fruits. However, the power of the grudge will weaken the opponent's devil fruit's ability. Moreover, as the battle continued, the power of the grudge gradually deepened. The magnitude of the weakening will continue to increase, until the devil fruit ability in the opponent's body is completely sealed. The duration of the seal is related to the strength of the grudge in the body. If the opponent is not a devil fruit power user, the power of the grudge will also trigger the effect. However, the effect will be to weaken the opponent's physique. And like the devil fruit ability, they are afraid of sea water. The more devil curse that Ghost Tears Village is incorporating, the stronger the effect of the curse will be. Dage, we found the golden lion's body from the sea and found this. Roxandy hurried over, holding 2 slender knives in his hands. Deadwood and Sakura 10. Roy narrowed his eyes, and these 2 were the sabers of the golden lion Shiki. They are all one of the 12 workers of the supreme sword. One was 8th and the other was 9th. Because the battle just now was too intense, he didn't have time to pay attention to these 2 knives. Unexpectedly, it will be lost and found. If these 2 knives are combined, the power of Guilei should be stronger. Roy took the 2 swords and directly transferred the quality of the Deadwood and Sakuraja to the village of Gailai. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the 2 long knives disappeared. The Gailai village Masakami, who merged the 2 supreme swords, erupted with a sharp edge. Purple-black ghost chi, condensed into a ferocious Yaksha phantom. Holding a Buddha bead in his hand and a short knife around his waist, the evil spirit-like face showed a merciful Purdue color. Then slowly disappear. 3 supreme knife-level knives, plus the superhuman slashing fruit and the curse of the 3 devil fruit. Today's Gailai Muramasa has surpassed the supreme knife in quality. Reached a higher level of realm that no one has ever touched. But Roy always felt like something was missing. 3,000 beheaded ghosts, only ghost tears. Inadvertently, he saw the 2 lines of writing engraved on the blade. Can you become a real ghost by killing 3,000 extremely evil ghosts? Roy's heart rose with a hint of enlightenment. Kill 3,000 evil spirits. What kind of ghost can be called a ghost? Since his debut, there are not 10,000 pirates who have killed 8,000 pirates. And among these pirates, most of them are villains who burn, kill, loot, and do all kinds of evil. However, only some of them can be called evil spirits. Before dying, there was no repentance in his heart. Such people can be called evil spirits. Only by beheading 3,000 evil spirits will Gailai village be truly consummated. Complete transformation. However, it will take time. Roy didn't care, anyway, with his current situation, sooner or later, he would face off against those pirates in the new world. Goblin? The most indispensable thing in this sea is evil spirits. Golden Lion, is this guy gone too? An ancient weapon, Hades, I didn't expect to be able to appear again. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Roger's face showed a vague expression. Although it has always been opposed to the Golden Lion, it is undeniable. That guy was his biggest rival since he went to sea. Unexpectedly, he is now dead at the hands of a pirate who has just become famous. Roger's heart was somewhat sighed. Captain, this is a newcomer who has just risen. It is clearly a dragon. The crew behind Roger exclaimed. But more attention was focused on Roy. In less than 2 years after going to sea, he first killed the Tianlong people and repelled the Navy's slaughtering order. Then he killed the great pirate Bondi Wald, and now it's the turn of the legendary pirate Golden Lion. This former Tianlong nobleman made it clear that he wanted to empty the entire sea. The strength of a top pirate. Moreover, now also got the legendary ancient weapon, Hades. Even more powerful. Now, the amount of his bounty has been raised to 1 billion by ascension of the Navy headquarters. In today's sea, there are pirates who can simply offer a bounty that is comparable to him. In addition to Whitebeard, even Roger is slightly inferior. After all, this is not the era of great sailing in a few decades. A random pirate can have a bounty of tens of millions. The Whitebeard with the highest reward is only 1 billion. World Destroyer Bondi Wald, with a general level combat power, has only a bounty of 500 million. The 1 billion bounty has already stood at the true apex of this world. However, next, his life will be difficult. Roger's eyes were deep. The balance of this sea has been broken. Death of the 2 top pirates, the biggest beneficiary is the Navy. With what he knew about Admiral Sora, that guy will never give up this opportunity to catch all the pirates in one go. If nothing else, he may be planning to attack the New World by now. Reclaim naval control of the New World. And as the initiator of all this, Roy must also be on the Navy's kill list. Neither the Navy nor the world government will let go of a pirate with a powerful Pluto battleship wandering recklessly on this sea. This is like a ticking time bomb that will deliver a fatal blow to the world government at any time. So, before the Navy gets its hands on the New World, it is bound to find ways to eliminate Roy, the biggest threat. The Pluto battleship, which sails at high speed, freely shuttles in the windless zone. Roar! A jellyfish-like sea king waving octopus claws emerged from the bottom of the sea. The huge body of hundreds of meters burst out with terrifying power. The whole sea was shaking violently. Boom! A deadly thunder cannon blasted out, and the giant octopus jellyfish turned into ashes. The next second, a larger Neptune emerged from the water. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea area was surrounded by sea kings. The strong energy fluctuations emitted by the battleship Hades are the most deadly temptation for these sea kings. Roy, standing on the bow, looked calm. Speed mode. Swish! The speed of the Pluto battleship broke through 2,000 km per hour in an instant. The terrifying speed shredded the bodies of the sea kings and disappeared. Only a channel stained with blood was left. Captain, after passing this windless area, we will reach the North Sea. Chapter 46 The closest person to God. I see. Roy, standing on the bow, nodded. His purpose this time is to go to the North Sea in the 4 seas. Because his next development plan is to occupy a sea area. And the best choice is a certain area of the 4 seas. The power of the world government and the Navy is mostly concentrated around the Great Route and the New World. Although the control of the 4 seas is strict, the troops actually deployed are not many. The highest stationed officers in the 4 sea areas of the South, South and Northwest are only the rank of Lieutenant General of the branch. The reason is simple. Once entering the Great Route, the pirates must cross the Red Soil continent or the Windless Belt if they want to turn back. Even if you can cross the Red Soil continent with a height of thousands of feet, it is impossible to carry a boat. And in the Windless Belt, even a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million may be wiped out. And the pirates who have the strength to traverse the upside-down mountain and the Windless Belt are the overlords of the New World. It is impossible to return to the 4 seas. Therefore, the pirates in the 4 seas are generally low in strength. The reward amount is 60 to 70 million yuan, which is rare in a year. Among the 4 major sea areas, the North Sea has always been the sea area with the most pirates among the 4 seas. The Navy has its weakest roots here. This is also the reason why he will choose the North Sea as the occupation area. The opposite is the East Daxia Sea, the birthplace of the naval hero Garp. That old guy likes to hit the autumn wind in the East Daxia Sea when he has nothing to do. It is definitely the calmest sea in the 4 seas. That's why Roy came to the North Sea. With his strength, it only takes a short time to rule the entire North Sea. And his other purpose is for the bloodline factor and artificial human technology mastered by the Vinsmoke family. As a young man, Vinsmoke Gage was part of an illegal research group. He worked with Vegapunk on the development of weapons, and later led the team to discover the blood factor. The world government thought the discovery was too dangerous, so Vegapunk was arrested and the team bought off, while Gage managed to escape from the government. If nothing else, in the future, Vinsmoke Gage will pass his own research on bloodline factors. Create a large number of replica clones and alter people. Rule the entire North Sea. And now he is going to kill him in advance before the Vinsmoke family appears. Firmly grasp the technology of the lineage factor in your hands. System, capture the soul. Seeing that there is still some distance from the North Sea, Roy looked at the 120 golden fragments that remained. Decided to capture a wave of souls first. It has been a long time since the last soul fusion. He has completely digested Uchiha Madara's soul wool. If you can capture your favorite soul, you can just merge directly. Take 10 golden shards first, and try your luck with this purple-blue soul shard. Roy only left 110 golden fragments, and all the remaining soul fragments were taken out for soul capture. I don't know what kind of soul will be captured. Gold quality soul shards, if you are lucky, you can capture red quality souls. Of course, the biggest possibility is to capture the golden soul of the same quality. If the soul of purple quality is captured, it can only be said that luck is out of the table. Because the captured purple soul, although the level is very low, often has a strong growth potential. It's like Madara Uchiha that he once merged with. There are overlapping worlds in front of them. The mind seems to have spanned hundreds of trillions of light years, after layers of time and space distortions. Interval with numerous world, full of wisdom and a pair of eyes on the TV. Some crowded dimly lit room, filled with a variety of drawings and formulas on old desk. Hand holding a quill middle-aged man, a bushy black beard under the eyebrows and nose, dark eyes sunken. A virtual world shadow broken, abrupt screen. Swish! That touch of crimson light. As a rising sun, he came across numerous world, lit up the whole world. Nikola Tesla, red quality of the soul. Introduction, the spokesman of God, the pinnacle of the human mind, with the wisdom of centuries ahead of its time. First fusion, no consumption. He turned out to be. Roy eyes widened, surprised eyes flashing colors. However, if this person is saying, justifiably claim to be the soul of quality red, Nikola Tesla, is recognized as the world closest to God. There is a general consensus of the scientific community, the history of mankind ever existed to recognized the enduring genius, Leonardo da Vinci and Nikola Tesla. His achievement is almost Einstein, Edison sum. His whole thinking ahead for hundreds of years. In the 19th century will be able to produce 1 billion volts, while the most modern crossing in front of him, but also thousands of volts. His life studies invention include AC system, radio system, wireless power transmission, ball lightning, turbine, transmitter amplification, particle beam weapon, a solar engine, X-ray equipment, power meter, missile sciences, remote sensing technology, aircraft, universes rays, radar systems, robotics. Patent invention more than 1,000. Wherein Nobel-level present invention is great. Some of his research such as wireless transmission, now seems beam is ahead, he single-handedly greatly promoted the social progress. Call. Roy so without thinking, direct call. Soul to pure scientific research, and does not fit his own fusion. His hand is only suitable to hold a knife to kill. Not suitable for picking up strokes fig. Bite. Please select summon stage, 100% intelligence synchronization, consumption quality red soul shard X100, synchronous peak of 100% of intelligence, knowledge, thinking, creativity and R&D capabilities. 90% of the intelligence synchronization, consumption of red quality soul shard X50, synchronous peak of 90% of the intelligence, knowledge, thinking, creativity and R&D capabilities. 80% of the intelligence synchronization, consuming quality golden soul shard X100. 70% of the intelligence synchronization, consuming quality golden soul shard X50. 60%. Royce Quint, beyond the era of hundreds of years of wisdom. Even if only 80%, enough to rolling text Simokjia rule. Just do not know, and the world under the command of the government that claims to go beyond the era of 500 years of science and technology compared to Vegapunk. What is a chip stacks up? Roy was curious. If given the opportunity, and the texts mock Vegapunk memory and 100% intellectual Tesla synchronized together. The integration of the three horizons of knowledge, thinking, learning. It would have created a kind of shock of how wise. 80% mental sync. Roy a bite, he had had 110 golden quality of the soul of debris. Up to Tesla's intellectual and thinking synchronized to the peak of 80%. Although Tesla cannot provide any fighting force, but Roy now want most, but is the talent of this type of function. With his combat power is now comparable to the top generals, Barry is also a plus compliance and the red sand of the Scorpion general pinnacle of combat power. Unless the Navy headquarters risked Quan Mi people, out in force. Otherwise, already fully qualified to suppress a sea. However, he wants to fully develop own forces. Tesla absolutely cannot do without this, with high talented scientists in research directions. Excuse me, where I am now. I seem, amnesia. Chapter 47 The Pinnacle of the Human Mind. Truss. Excuse me, where am I now? I seem to have lost my memory. A washed, faded brown striped suit. A golden pen is pinned to his chest. The bushy eyebrows and the next pair of deep eyes sunken down like a dark night. The face value of 8 points or more, and the well-organized hair. Simple and clean. Not the grotesque sloppy feeling of the average scientist. Truss stared at Roy with those piercing eyes. There is no confusion in his eyes, only the desire to explore that is like an abyss that can never be filled. You are the person created by me, and the value of your existence is to serve me. Roy's eyes were calm and he said something indifferent. That kind of lie to fool children can only be used to deceive a simple-minded person like Bailey keeping the covenant. All lies are full of flaws for this genius whose intelligence is close to that of a demon. Only truth can be impeccable. Creating life, is this really something that humans can do? Tesla held his left hand with his right hand, and the index finger and thumb of his left hand pinched his chin. His brows, like the Huxia characters, were furrowed tightly. This is the posture he uses most often when he is thinking. Tesla had a great ability to imagine things, no models, no drawings, and no experiments. All these things to be invented can be seen clearly in the brain, exactly like the real thing. And then put it into practice, so, his life has almost no failed inventions. In fact, this ability is not only effective for inventions and creations. In theory, as long as his brain capacity is sufficient, he can even perfectly parse out the laws, operations, and composition of the entire world. Find loopholes in the world. He parses out a method that enables a human being to gain power comparable to the gods in a world where transcendent power does not exist. With the body of mortals, the power of gods is comparable to that of gods. What really limited him was never so-called wisdom. It is the limit that the human brain can reach, which is related to the limit of mental energy. Humans are not machines. When the brain and spirit work beyond a limit, then the processor of the brain will be scrapped because the temperature and speed are too high. So he never thinks about things beyond his ability. As long as you specialize in research, you will definitely achieve something, and then continue to immerse yourself in it. Eventually the brain crashes. Unless he wants to die. Models and formulas are constantly deduced in my mind. Shaped and then overthrown. Soon, a helpless expression appeared on Tesla's face. Although everything you said is too absurd, my reason tells me that what you said is the truth. It wasn't that he believed Roy's nonsense. But just now he used his own method to judge the difference between this world and the world in his memory. Human wisdom comes from his knowledge and vision. In Tesla's view, a person's lies can deceive people. But the truth of this world does not. Truth is the foundation upon which the physical makeup of a world is made. It is immutable and follows the idea of equivalent exchange. There is pay to be rewarded. There will never be an offset due to changes in anything. But just now, in the countless pieces of knowledge that were close to truth in his mind, he found several places that completely contradicted the laws of the world's physics. He simulates the wind, gravity of this world. Found a very strange thing. That is the gravity of this world, more than the world in his memory. 2 to 3 times more. And the law of energy equivalent exchange has also changed. Well, there is only one explanation. The world he lives in and the world he remembers are two completely different worlds. Very good, from today on you are the third Black Knight of the Black Emperor Pirates. Roy snapped his fingers. A black ring with Roman numeral 3 appears on Tesla's finger. This is the Knight's ring representing the status symbol of the 12 Black Knights. He made 13 in total, corresponding to the numbers 0 to 12, respectively. Using halo stone as raw material, the hardest part of Adam's treasure tree is added. Its hardness level, even a general level powerhouse, cannot be easily destroyed. Among them, the Black Knight ring number 0 represents the Black Emperor and symbolizes supreme power and power. The remaining number 1 and number 2 rings are in the hands of Bailey Xiaoyu and Kisha Scorpion respectively. And this third ring, he handed over to Tesla. This is also the only Black Knight ring that can be obtained without fighting. In the future, the owner of this ring will master the most elite scientific research unit under the Black Emperor Pirates. If you want to take him away, you must have talent and wisdom that can surpass Tesla. The ability to transform space is of great research value. Tesla's eyes flashed, clearly interested in the ability Roy had just used. The transformation of space has come into contact with the power of higher latitudes. The man who made him feel very kind. What is the reason for it to be able to master this kind of power so easily? If he can study the principle of this ability, then a time-space capsule that can store a large amount of materials and is easy to carry can be developed. It's an amazing world. Tesla's eyes flashed with intense interest. Only knowledge and the unknown can attract his attention. And the world is full of unknowns to him. That means, he can learn more knowledge. Looking at Tesla, who was full of exploration, Roy simply sent him into the cabin to read a book. When he first built Pluto, he thought that there might be an additional scientist on board in the future. A large library was specially built in the central area of the second floor of Hades. There are thousands of books in it. They were all bought when he was passing by a sea kingdom. Although it is not a precious book containing the secrets of the world government. But they are also some more precious and valuable collector's edition books. In order to search for these books, Bailey alone spent more than 500 million. I'm trying to get to O'Hara. O'Hara, on the west coast, has the world's largest library of scholars and the largest collection of books, the Tree of Omniscience. If all the books above can be moved to the Pluto battleship, Tesla is absolutely going crazy with excitement. This guy is really familiar. Seeing and feeling domineering, Roy's expression was weird. Tesla just entering the library. For some unknown reason, he had a hot fight with Red Sand Scorpion, Bailey Xiao, and Doflamingo, who were also hiding in the library because of boredom. The 4 people were in full swing, and they didn't know what they were talking about. Vaguely, Roy heard sensitive words such as gun modification, mechanical puppet, Hades battleship. What are these guys doing? Roy shook his head. But then, he suddenly remembered something. Tesla's strength has not been strengthened. As for Tesla's strengthening direction, Roy has already made plans. The colored arm is domineering, but the Navy 6 is a must. Strengthening the sixth form of the Navy can improve physical fitness and stamina, and control the body even more. In other words, it is more liver-friendly, and there is less chance of error when experimenting. Of course, you can't forget the domineering look. Seeing domineering can increase the amount of mental energy and strengthen the upper limit of the brain. More importantly, once you have mastered the arrogance of seeing and hearing, you can see many things that are invisible to the naked eye. If conditions permit, it is best to study together with domineering and domineering. However, Roy's soul fragment is still a little tight at the moment. Can only barely bring the domineering and Navy 6 style ascension to the master. If you have time, find a suitable devil fruit for Tesla. Roy made up his mind. With Tesla's wisdom, plus a devil fruit with suitable abilities, ascension of scientific research level is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Chapter 48 Raise the Storm. Rubnir. Of course, in addition to Terrace, there is also the Red Sand Scorpion. The combat power of the Red Sand Scorpion itself has already reached the level of a general. 100% synchronization of combat power, plus colored arm domineering and seeing and hearing domineering. And masters other Navy 6. In the hands of Kisha's Hixie, there is still a corpse of a quasi-top general level powerhouse, stitched into a puppet. More importantly, this guy doesn't know what to do. It even sealed the Golden Lion's fluttering fruit ability in the corpse. That Golden Lion puppet was at least an ordinary peak-level pirate. If it is paired with a devil fruit with suitable abilities. With the countless battle puppets, the combat power has not taken off directly. It would not be surprising to Roy to become a top general and powerhouse directly. Line fruit. Roy's eyes are deep, this devil fruit that should belong to Doflamingo. Now it seems that it is more suitable for the Red Sand Scorpion. The wind is blowing. Roy, standing on the bow, whispered. Captain, the North Sea is here. The crew's chorus sounded in his ears. Determine where we are now, Roy said. Captain, our current position is probably in the waters around the kingdom of Rubnir. Rubnir. The name sounds a little familiar. The hometown of the big talker Noland. Roy narrowed his eyes. Speaking of big talker Noland, he is a legend. Of course, in Bahá'í this legend is mostly in a negative form. He was the explorer admiral of the kingdom of Rubnir and a botanist. It is said that he once reached the Golden Land where gold is everywhere, and also rescued the Dong Tata clan who were oppressed by humans. His story spread to thousands of households and became a well-known explorer. But as the kingdom's quest for the Golden Land failed, Norland became a big liar overnight. Sentenced to death by the king. Still, Roy knew. The story of Nolan's life is not a fictional story. It's a story that actually happened. In the current Dong Tata clan, there is still a statue of him. Then let's start from here. Scorpion, is it okay to leave it to you? In the North Sea waters, there are tens of thousands of large and small islands. There are tens of thousands of people living on each island. However, there are only 4 countries that can be called kingdoms. Every country has a population of tens of millions and a strong military. The 4 kingdoms carve up the entire North Sea waters, and are also members of the World Government's member countries, with the qualifications and rights to enter the World Conference. The Kingdom of Rubnir is one of them. Sitting next to him, the scorpion who is tinkering with his puppet. Get up silently. Destroying a kingdom with the power of one person sounds incredible. But for top puppet masters, isn't that a normal thing to fight against 1 million? At this time, the headquarters of the Navy, Malinfando. Marshal, we have received information that the Black Emperor pirates have appeared in the North Sea area v. Bahai? What are they doing there? Marshal Sora frowned. A top pirate, not fighting for territory in the New World, even ran to the North Sea. I feel like there is a conspiracy here. Do you know his purpose? I don't know, but from the analysis of the route, their purpose should be the kingdom of Lubnir. Rubnir. Marshal Kong's expression changed. That was one of the countries that joined the world government. This guy, does he want to? Pirates replace the regime of a country, which is not rare in history. But most of them ended in failure. But if that person is Roy, it's hard to tell. The ancient weapon Pluto is comparable to the strength of the top generals. With the strength of the Rubnir kingdom, it is impossible to resist an attack of this magnitude. If it first occupied the entire kingdom of Lubnir, it would be a shame for the world's government. Can't even protect their own countries? Then why do they pay huge amounts of gold in the sky every year? Immediately, summon the generals Zifa, Sengoku, and Lieutenant General Karp to go to Lubnir. The three generals of the naval headquarters came out in full force. As long as the Black Emperor pirates are destroyed, he will join the world government to launch a large-scale offensive again. Spread the tentacles of the Navy into the New World. That. Marshal, Lieutenant General Garp went to the New World to arrest Roger, and it is estimated that he will not be able to return for a while. General Zifa's current situation. The messenger's face was a little tangled. Almost forgot. Marshal Kong's expression froze, and he sat down slumped. General Zifa was a little disheartened because his family died at the hands of pirates. Now he plans to retire and volunteer to train the Navy in the rear. In this case, he was recruited, and I don't know how much combat power he can exert. After thinking about it carefully, Sora picked up the phone and dialed a number. Mozamoxi, I'm Admiral Sora. Sora, what are you looking for from us? The other end of the phone was silent for a while, then came a cold voice. Sacred Land Mary Joa, inside a huge palace. 5 old men, sitting or standing, sat around the phone bug. Sora's voice came from the other end of the phone bug. I found the traces of the Black Emperor pirates. Do you mobilize CP0? The middle-aged man holding the sword in his arms narrowed his eyes slightly. Like a sharp sword, his eyes flashed with a cold edge. What do you think? Although he is the queen of Tianlong people, if he voluntarily degenerates, it can only be erased. Do you need to ask Lord Yumu? Do you want to disturb that lord with such trivial matters? Disobeying us is a traitor. Let the army general and the commander of CP0 go, and mobilize 10 strong lieutenant generals by the way. Let the Navy broadcast the whole process. This time, we must shock those restless guys in the sea. The middle-aged man with the golden beard continued, his tone was calm. The previous decree of demons has returned, although there is a reason why the Navy has not used its power. But it is also an indisputable fact that the majesty of the Navy and the world government is affected. Therefore, this time, 3 top generals and 10 lieutenant generals were dispatched. Not just to put out a Black Emperor pirate group. The 5 old stars even plan to use this superscale demon slaughter order to deter those who have evil intentions. Let the whole world see the real reason why the world government has been able to stand in this world for hundreds of years immortal. At the same time, the North Sea, the kingdom of Lubnir. His Royal Highness, the Black Emperor pirates have been found on the coast. The Black Emperor pirates? That big pirate with a reward of 1 billion. What should I do? Inside the splendid palace, a group of ministers showed panicked expressions on their faces. What is their purpose? The king sitting in the first place, although not flustered, was someone who had seen the world after all. What's more, standing behind him is the thigh of the entire world government. When he thought about it, no matter how arrogant these pirates were, they would not dare to enter the capital. Otherwise, it is against the entire world government. They said, to abdicate the king, the kingdom of Lubnir, and become an affiliate of the Black Emperor pirates. Bold. The king was suddenly shocked and angry. The ministers in the hall were full of anger, as if being provoked. The king of Lubnir is supreme. Although afraid of the cruelty and power of these pirates. But in their bones, these high-ranking nobles don't put those pirates in one's eyes. They are high-ranking nobles, and these pirates are just lowly commoners. How dare these lowly pirates dare to say such a sinful thing so boldly? It simply blew the lungs of a group of nobles. You ministers, who is willing to lead troops to destroy these arrogant pirates? The king said with suppressed anger. He doesn't conflict with these pirates, good money is good, just doesn't want his own people to make unnecessary sacrifices. It doesn't mean that he is afraid of these pirates. In his opinion, no matter how powerful a group of highway is, can they still compare to the undefeated army of millions under his kingdom? If a battle does occur, in a day at most, his kingdom army can destroy these damn pirates. Why are you panicking? A group of pirates and a mere group of pirates make you afraid of this? Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Daniel, the great protector knight, looked at the panicked ministers. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. A group of timid guys, it is difficult to be a big responsibility. At this time, only he can share the troubles for His Majesty. His Royal Highness, a group of pirates, I am willing to lead troops to expedition. It only takes 1 day to capture the rebellion alive and bring it to His Highness to plead guilty. Okay, worthy of being the king's most trusted knight in the kingdom. I'll give you an army of 50,000 people. When you come back victorious, this king will hold a feast for you. My minister, take orders. Daniel smiled confidently. The mere pirates are still not at hand. As for what the newspaper said, what the Hades battleship that destroyed an island. If you think about it with your brain, you know it can't be true. How can there be such a horrible thing in the world? Chapter 49 Pluto's Wrath. The might of the world. It looks like you're planning to fight against your mate. Roy looked at the troops lined up in front, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Scorpion, I'll leave it to you. The scorpion, shrouded in a black cloak, walked forward silently. What do these stupid pirates want? Do they want to surrender? Looking at Scorpion, who walked over alone, Daniel's face showed an unexpected expression. These pirates were just bluffing. Now that they saw the elite army of the kingdom, they panicked. The guy who sent this must have wanted to surrender and pray for peace. Unfortunately, His Excellency the King has ordered all of you to be surrounded and suppressed. Daniel waved his hand. The whole army is ready, start the attack. Shua. Neat belt on armor and armed. Wearing bright armor and holding a knight's spear in his hand, Daniel stood at the forefront. In Daniel's imagination, it only takes a wave of shocks to destroy the entire army of these pirates in front of them. After all, the soldiers behind him are all battle-hardened elites. It is definitely not comparable to these slapstick pirates. Boom! Riding the horse, the sky is full of smoke. The whole earth was shaking violently. Under the kingdom's iron cavalry, Yan shake. Daniel's face suddenly changed because he realized that the source of the trembling was not the trampling of iron hoofs. This strong force 383 fluctuated as if it came from the depths of the earth. A group of ants. Art is eternity. The scorpion, shrouded in a black cloak, slowly raised his head. A handsome face, red hair fluttering in the wind. There was only indifference in his numb eyes. Swish! Fingers twitched, and countless threads spread. An overwhelming puppet emerged from behind. One of them, a figure with golden body and bold hair like a lion, pressed his hands on the ground. The next second, the trembling earth suddenly cracked. Puff puff! Thousands of kingdom cavalrymen fell into the bottomless abyss by surprise. Lion mighty roll! The shattered earth rises with bursts of sand and dust. Huge lion heads rose from the ground like dragons. Wherever they pass, people turned their backs on their horses. Countless puppets rushed into the crowd and slaughtered recklessly. How is this possible? Daniel, who was in a state of embarrassment, had an incredible expression on his face. It was completely different from what he imagined. A good group of ordinary pirates can be easily wiped out? A bunch of trash. In half an hour, the 50,000 kingdom army was completely destroyed. Daniel, the knight of the Protectorate, died of trampling. When he got this news, the tables of the king who were far away in the capital of Lubnir were lifted. Simply a shame. There has never been such a shameful incident since the founding of the country. The 50,000 elite army was killed by one person. Is there anything more outrageous than this? After anger comes deep fear. No matter what the facts are, it is a fact that 50,000 elite troops have died unexpectedly. Lubnir has not had such a major loss in decades. He could even imagine the angry populace trying to tear him apart. A great fear came over him. King Lubnir thought of a call from the naval headquarters before. Take out a phone bug. Mozamoxie, this is the Navy headquarters, and I'm Marshal Sora. A low voice came from the other end of the phone. The phone bug becomes the face of a mohawk. We are a member of the world government. Does the world government want to watch our country be taken away by the pirates? King Lubnir's angry voice came from the other side of the phone bug. Marshal Kong rubbed his forehead, a little helpless. As early as when the kingdom of Lubnir sent an elite army, he had persuaded them to wait patiently. Procrastinate as much as possible. For the general-level powerhouse, these so-called elite troops, no matter how many they are only to die. But this stupid king, self-righteous, took the initiative to attack the Black Emperor pirates. Not only did it consume tens of thousands of elite soldiers in vain, but precious time was also wasted. The world government has sent support, and it should have arrived now. Just when Marshal Sora said this, in the sea area where the Black Emperor Sea Splash mission was, Roy, who was sitting cross-legged on the Pluto battleship, slowly opened his eyes. Is the Navy here? Roy is not surprised that the Navy will send people to support the Kingdom of Lubnir. After all, this is one of the countries of the world government. If the world government stands by, it will not only lose the Kingdom of Lubnir. It will also make other world government member countries lose, confidence. The world government will send support, he is not surprised. However, is this lineup a little too curved? On the sea level, hundreds of ships came slowly. Tens of thousands of navies stood on the warship, filled with a chilling atmosphere. The villains who disturb the peace of the world and disrupt the order of world governments. Even the former world nobles must be eliminated. The Navy's cloak of justice fluttered in the wind, and the General Sengoku, standing on the head of the ship, folded his arms in front of his chest. He looked indifferently at the distant battleship that exuded a deadly aura. Ancient weapon, Hades. The vicious warship that destroys the world. Such a dangerous thing must never fall into the hands of a pirate. Must be controlled by the world government. A mere pirate actually dispatched 3 generals-level combat power. Navy, it's getting worse and worse. Behind Sengoku, a man with a beret on his head and a green military uniform stood there like a javelin. He exudes an aura of iron blood and perseverance. He is the regiment commander of the 1st Sequence Army of the World Government Army Corps. The breath exudes from his body, although he is not a powerhouse at the level of a top general like General Warring States. But it is also the peak of the general, and the person who stepped into the peak of the general with half of his foot. There was a hint of hostility in the eyes of the General Sengoku. The enemy this time is far more difficult than you think. I don't want civil unrest at this juncture. The leader of the CP organization, a long-legged woman wearing white feather knitting, with a slender sword attached to her waist. Grinding his nails, he glanced casually at the tit-for-tat warring states and army generals. The Navy and the Army have never dealt with each other. This is no secret within the world government. Even within world governments, the distribution of resources is not the same. The CP0 organization is a unit directly under the responsibility of the Tianlong people, and all expenses are the responsibility of the Tianlong people. But the army and the navy are different. The military resources that the world government can deploy every year are limited, and in recent years, more emphasis has been placed on the cultivation of the navy. So naturally the benefits of the army will be cut. An army with reduced welfare would naturally be hostile to the navy. A surprise for you. Roy looked at the fleet of warships in the distance, and pressed his palm on the launcher of the Pluto main gun. Output mode, 400%. Electricity, wind, solar, hydro. All the energy accumulated in the Pluto battleship was injected into the barrel. Roy didn't think it was enough, and slashed at an energy converter in the cockpit. The energy grid in the Pluto battleship that has reached the end instantly soared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blink of an eye ascension to 10%. This is the unique kinetic energy conversion system in the Hades battleship. All attacks can be converted into energy and stored. And this energy conversion circuit spreads all over the entire surface of the King Bin battleship. Therefore, as long as the Pluto battleship is damaged, the kinetic energy can be converted into energy and stored. At most, it can absorb and transform the attack energy equivalent to the sum of 10 peak generals. The energy gathered in the barrel gradually expands until the barrel turns red and enters an overload state. In the wrath of King Bin, perish. Roy's eyes were indifferent. Boom. The violent roaring sound made the brain go blank. The Pluto battleship retreated 100 meters under the terrifying reaction force. A huge energy shell with a radius of 10 meters, constantly expanding. Fly to the naval position. Come with the might of the world. Chapter 50 Fight. Buddha Warring States. This is my gift to you. Roy watched coldly as the Hades guns fell into the interior of the naval fleet. The smile on the corner of his mouth gradually became bloodthirsty. What is this? Army General Alex, looking at the cannonball wrapped in 4 energies. Pores are dilated and hairs all over the body. One by one stood up. My whole brain is going to explode. Fatal. There was no ripple in the still water, and the world seemed to stand still, the same. Only the slowly approaching energy cannon remained. The air was oppressive and suffocating. This is Wing King. There was indescribable horror in the eyes of the General Sengoku. The Pluto battleship, an ancient weapon that only exists in the legend. The last time it appeared was hundreds of years ago. And the reason for his appearance was a war weapon created by a group of shipbuilders in the 7 waters. And the enemy this warship is targeting is the world government. Or rather, the predecessor of the world government. The 20 Supreme Kings. Its true appearance and power, no one knows. The warring states only knew that there was an extremely painful past in the incomplete history of the world government. That involves a great kingdom, and the dark history of the world government. The rise of world government is disgraceful, but justice and glory are written by the victors. That once great kingdom has been wiped clean with the rise of the world government. But the battle that nearly wiped out the entire world government. It also left deep wounds to the world government. That's why the world government is very taboo about the 3 ancient weapons. And now, he really understands why the world government is so afraid of the Hades battleship. This is the power to destroy the world. Can't let it fall. Warring states roared. If all attacks of this magnitude fall, the entire sea area will be evaporated. Not to mention the tens of thousands of elite naval soldiers behind them, even they may not survive. With their speed and strength, it is easy to escape the attack range of the Hades. But if they run away, none of the tens of thousands of naval officers behind them will survive. If it were Sakazuki, he would definitely choose to retain the admiral-level combat power and sacrifice these navies. But he is not Sakazuki. It is impossible to leave these tens of thousands of sailors and escape alone. Boom! Golden light erupts. A huge golden Buddha dozens of meters high, turned a palm with one hand and patted it forward. Shockwave. The layers of shock waves penetrated through layers of space and pushed forward. I have never fought such a suffocating battle in my life. Army General Alex looked at the Navy behind him with an aggrieved expression. Although the Navy does not deal with the Army, it is also an organization under the command of the world government. After all, it was just a family fight, trying to fight for the first and second child. Let him watch these navies get killed, don't say he doesn't have such cruelty. He couldn't bear the consequences. If the world government finds out, he will be finished. The colored arm, which is so strong that it is almost substantive, covers the whole body. The fists are united, like a round of cannons blasting forward. 6-style derivative technique. Cannon hammer. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have come. The leader of the long-legged CP organization sighed helplessly. The slender blade around his waist was slowly drawn out. A huge slash flew forward. The 3 weakest are also the peak generals, and the powerhouses who have stepped into the ranks of the top generals with half a foot. Go all out. The terrifying fluctuations caused the surrounding space to be filled with Yan Li. The cloud dome shatters, the sea rolls over. The attack from the Hades battleship finally fell. Boom! An energy cannon entwined with colorful rays of light exploded at a location dozens of kilometers away from the naval warship. Like a mushroom cloud blooming. The semicircular energy shock, like a pot lid on the sea, spreads all around. In the area where the energy shocks spread, everything is annihilated. 10 warships on the edge of the naval fleet were instantly annihilated. The number of naval casualties exceeded at least 5,000. This guy. Absolutely unforgivable. Sengoku's eyes widened, and the navy behind him were all elites transferred from the headquarters. More than 5,000 of them were wiped out in an instant. His heart was bleeding. This kind of power is simply a monster. Alex's mouth twitched. In the area where the energy cannon landed, a sea area was directly evaporated. Sunken hundreds of meters. The backwaters formed a huge whirlpool. Such an exaggerated attack, if it falls in the naval fleet. I am afraid that these tens of thousands of naval officers and men will disappear in an instant. Even they can only survive within the core range of such an attack for a few seconds. They must be killed. The commander of the CP organization flashed cold killing intent in his eyes. She is the leader of the escort of the Tianlong people, and in her mind, the safety of the Tianlong people is in the first order. The world government and the navy can only be ranked second. Seeing this powerful attack, her first thought was, an attack of this magnitude, if it falls under the Mary Bridge in Sacred Land. The Draconians of Marijo throughout Sacred Land will be wiped out. This dangerous guy must be eliminated. In this world, there must be absolutely nothing that can threaten the safety of the Tianlong people. Very clever. The energy cannon is deflected dozens of kilometers away by attacking. Roy's mouth twitched. If the warring states and the others dared to resist, the shot just now could wipe out their entire army. 0 Ask for flowers 0. Then, I can only test your temperament. Roy stood up slowly at the corner of his mouth. The pupils contract slightly. The next second, an overwhelming momentum rolled towards the navy. Overlord is domineering. Die Wei. The purple-black arrogance rendered the entire sky like a substance. Ka ka ka. Wherever he passed, cracks appeared in the void. Like fragments of a cracked mirror. Puff. Kneel down. The violent power pressed down like a mountain. The large swathes of the navy fainted with rolling eyes. Kneel directly to the ground. Boom. There were cracks and cracks on the warship. It was as if he had been hit by an invisible slash. The arrogance of the overlord. Warring states' eyes froze. This level of domineering. Even scarier than Whitebeard's. The trash fish has been removed, and the battle officially begins. The corners of Roy's mouth slowly opened, and he slowly pulled out Gailia Muramasa from his waist. The sharp edge can even cut through the air. Warring states. Let me see your temperament. Little devil, don't underestimate this old man. A cold killing intent flashed on the face of Warring States. No matter what, he will bring this guy to justice today. Shockwave. The golden Buddha slammed down with a fierce palm. A terrifying shock erupted from the dark and domineering palm. Boom. Golden brilliance blooms. Roy, who was enveloped by the shock, felt a heavy pressure run over. The purple-black domineering Muramasa tore through the air. Toad. A terrifying wound was drawn on the palm of the Warring States period. The whole person retreated violently. This is... Sengoku looked at the demon sword in Roy's hand in horror, which exuded a strong aura of calamity. He could feel Roy's colored arm domineering, just on the same level as him. Although a little surprised at such a young age, he has this level of domineering. However, that didn't shock him. What really shocked him was the knife that could break his defenses. The most powerful thing is the golden body that can be called immortal. What's more, he is also the ability of Devil Fruit Awakening. The defense is more than twice as powerful as before the Devil Fruit awakened. Even if it is the supreme knife, it is impossible to cut through his defense so easily. But the knife just now, if he didn't dodge quickly. Now the entire arm is estimated to be chopped off. On the first day, there was nothing to save, and there were still many things to do. My wife was about to give birth and accompanied the maternity checkup for the past 2 days, so I could only stay up late as much as possible.